Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Loreto Kirribilli Regatta, being held for the first time in 3 years because of COVID and heavy winds last year, and it's great to see everyone back. On behalf of the principal of Loreto Kirribilli, I'd like to welcome the following clubs and schools that are competing today: Abbottsley, Ascombe, Canberra Girls Grammar, Canberra Grammar, Glebe Rowing Club, Leichhardt Rowing Club, Loreto Kirribilli, Loreto Normanhurst, MLC, Mossman Rowing Club, North Sydney Girls High, PLC Sydney, Penrith Rowing Club, Pymble Ladies, Queenwood, Roseville, St Catherine's, St Paul's Grammar, Stella Maris College, Sydney Rowing Club, Sydney Girls High, Tara and Winona. Welcome to all rowers, coxers, coaches and supporters at what is today magnificent conditions at the moment. A very slight cross breeze which has died off and a very pleasant 20 degrees. Our first two races of the day are the two divisions of the Schoolgirl 4. The first division is just about to start, and we have crews in Lane 1, Pymble Ladies. That's Alessandra Brasic, Tilly Morgan, Mia Booth, Megan Wood, Indy Tischler, coxed and coached by Ali Williams. Tara in Lane 2, Mackenzie Knott, Krishna Panika, Charlotte Ottomer, Caitlin Irving. Arushi Shaun is the cox and coached by Aidan Smith. In Lane 3, Canberra Grammar, Domi Plattis, Hallie Noyes, Madison Duncan, Yaya Rangia, coxed by Amelia Mukherjee, coached by Kendall Brody. Queenwood in Lane 4, Addison Rolls, Imogen Gray, Alexandra O'Brien, Chloe Driver, Sienna Fraser is the cox. In Lane 5, St Catherine's, Erin Kara, Layla Gaston, Madeline Swain, Jade Bliss, Sophie Castellas is the cox, coached by Jared Watson. MLC School in Lane 6, Sophia Ezzy, Pascal Symington, Tessa Tompkins, Francesca Morrison, Sasha Kovrik is the cox, coached by Ashley Brooking and Bianca Riley. In Lane 7, representing Canberra Girls Grammar, Eliza Lilly, Claudia Bridgewater, Abby Davis, Alex Perry Dalton, Olivia Noonan is the cox. In Lane 8, Loreto Kirribilli, Freya Bateman, Alice Watkins, Alyssa Fickers, Elizabeth Carey, Caitlin Gately is the cox, coached by Charlie Rosine and Michael Probert. And in Lane 9, Loreto Normanhurst, Lara Wheelhouse, Elena Katami, Josie Sims, Josephine Egan, Genevieve Wolster, coached by Thomas Parker. So the race one is underway. Crews all evenly spaced across the course. They're at about the 200 metre mark. This is a 2 kilometre race, 2,000 metres. And the girls enjoying the very good conditions at the moment at Cirque. Looking across the course, lane 1 is at the far side and lane 9 is closest to the grandstand. So at the 500 metre mark, it was Queenwood, half a length ahead of St Catherine's, half a length further back to Pymble, Loreto Kirribilli a canvas behind them, Canberra Girls Grammar, half a boat length behind Loreto Kirribilli, then Canberra Grammar, a length behind Canberra Girls Grammar, and Tara 2 lengths further back, and then a further 3 lengths back to Loreto Normanhurst, and a length further back to MLC. So the race leaders at this stage, Queenwood, St Catherine's and Pymble, and Loreto Kirribilli, but only a boat length really separating the first 5 boats. It's very close at this stage, but Queenwood certainly have the early running in this race. So Queenwood rowing out of lane 4 and being pressed by St Catherine's. A little further back to Pymble, then Loreto Kirribilli, and then the 2 Canberra Grammar Schools, Girls Grammar and Canberra Grammar, then followed by Tara, Loreto Normanhurst and MLC. Queenwood crew rowing very nicely. Nice blade work, very steady pace. They're no rush in the boat and getting good boat length. And they've built on their lead at the 1,000 metre mark. And they're now 2 lengths ahead of St Catherine's, half a length back to Pymble, a length further back to Loreto Kirribilli, length back to Canberra Girls Grammar. And they're the 5 leading crews. Canberra Grammar is 2 lengths behind Canberra Girls Grammar. In 6th place. And then in 7th we have Tara, 3 lengths further back behind Canberra Grammar. Queenwood expanding on their lead. Loreto Normanhurst was 8th at the 1,000 metre mark. But a very impressive row from the girls from Queenwood. Traditionally very, very strong in the open age group.
Interesting to see here, John, in this Queenwood crew that's in the lead. The boat is stroked on the stroke side, but there's a tandem rig on the bow side in the middle there. So traditionally the boats are stroke side, bow side, but in this one we have the 2 bow side rowers seated behind each other in the 2-seat and the 3-seat. So interesting combination there.
I think they call it the Italian rig sometimes, don't they?
Yes, they do, I believe. They've really taken a commanding lead now, the Queenwood crew. Strong, looking nice and long, working nicely together as a crew, squaring up together, getting that nice long placement, looking very relaxed there. It's got clear water now and really broken the rubber band between them and the other crews.
So now crossing the 1,500 metre mark, and Queenwood continues to build on that very commanding lead. And they are some 3 boat lengths ahead of Pymble. St Catherine's pressing Pymble Ladies College though for 2nd place. Loreto Kirribilli in 4th place, a few lengths further back. Then Canberra Girls Grammar, a length behind Loreto Kirribilli. And they are the 5 leading boats at the 1,500 metre mark. Then further back is Canberra Grammar in 6th place. As followed then by Tara. And Queenwood now coming up with about 200 metres to go.
Yes, coming into this last 250 is where you really see these crews starting to wind for the line. You can see this crew out in front really lifting their stroke rate. Really that boat's gliding along nicely, and the other crews are still really pushing them all the way to the finish.
So Queenwood clear leaders. St Catherine's comfortably in 2nd. There'll be a race for 3rd between Loreto Kirribilli in lane 8 and Canberra Girls Grammar in lane 7. And on the far side, we have a strong row, a strong finish from Pymble. They're in lane 1. But coming up the line now with about 10 strokes to go, very comfortable win coming up for Queenwood. Canberra Girls Grammar being challenged by Pymble. It'll be a close race for 2nd. Pymble finishing very quickly, getting great run on their boat. And Queenwood crosses the line in 1st place. Followed by Pymble, has managed to row over the top of St Catherine's. Pymble comes in 2nd, 2 lengths further back to St Catherine's. Loreto Kirribilli holding off the challenge from Canberra Girls Grammar will come in 4th. Canberra Girls Grammar crosses the line now in 5th place. And coming up the line now in lane 6, is it?
I think that's lane 3, is it?
Lane 3. Lane 3, Canberra Grammar with 6th. Canberra Grammar rowing for the first time at Loreto Kirribilli Regatta. And Tara will now cross the line in 7th. Loreto Normanhurst coming up to the line in lane 9 will come in 8th, and MLC will be 9th. Loreto Normanhurst with 4 strokes to go. Across the line now. And MLC will now complete the race, and they'll come in 9th. So the results of race 1, Division 1 of the Schoolgirl 4, was won by Queenwood. Pymble came 2nd, St Catherine's 3rd, then followed by Loreto Kirribilli, Canberra Girls Grammar, Canberra Grammar, Tara, Loreto Normanhurst and MLC School. Race 2 is underway. That is the 2nd division of the Schoolgirl 4. There were 8 entries. The Pymble number 2 crew in lane 1, Lucy Miller, Aspen Moore, Sky Pockley, Ella Jones, Carolina Yemmer, coached by Ali Williams. In lane 2, the Pymble's ladies number 3 crew, Olivia Kelly, Holly Craig, Catherine Walker, Fifi Hazelwood Lee, Serena Lung, coached by Ollie Titz and Eliza Entwistle. In lane 3, St Catherine's number 2 crew, Madeline Menina, Bianca Rupnick Williams, Sienna Morgan, Chelsea Baker, Jasmine Abella is the cox, coached by Jared Watson. In lane 4, the Queenwood number 2 crew, Phoebe Campbell, Olivia Don't, Charlotte Botha, Zoe James, Chloe Juretta is the cox. In lane 5, the Canberra Grammar number 2 crew, Holly Howard, Aprilla Mitchell, Jade Wilson, Sophie Mackay, Chemesha Do Jaya, that's the cox, coached by Kendall Brody. In lane 6, Loreto Kirribilli number 2 crew, Jessica Kovacs, Heidi Ahrens, Alexandra Whitson, Annabelle Ross, Emma Bunbury, coached by Charlie Rose Iron and Michael Probert. In lane 7, the Pymble number 4 crew, Eleanor Dutta, Harriet McLean, Isabel Badasantos, Andy Hodder, Carrie Luo is the cox, coached by Ollie Titz and Eliza Entwistle. And Roseville number 3 crew, Eloise Baird, Samia Shara, Sophie Hurl, Matilde Baird, Sydney Krager is the cox, coached by Brianna Monk.
Got a tight race on our hands here, John.
Yes, we do.
Queenwood 2 in 1st position, Pymble ladies in 2nd, going through the 1,000, Pymble 2 in 3rd, Canberra Grammar 2 in 4th, and it's very tight racing here, going through the 1,000-metre mark.
Yes, and Loreto Kirribilli just behind them, a length further back in 5th place, Pymble ladies in 6th, and Roseville 3 in 7th. But very little separating the first 5 crews in this race. These are the 2nd and 3rd crews in the Schoolgirl 4s for the schools. So Division 1 was the first crews for each of the schools, and Division 2 is the 2nd and 3rd crews for the schools competing today in the Schoolgirl 4.
It's wonderful, isn't it, John, to see such great representation from all these schools in these events, and to have these races just so close. It's wonderful to see out here this morning at Penrith.
Now the girls certainly have got a wonderful opportunity to row on an excellent course. Probably one of the top 3 in the world. Alison, do you think?
Yes, I'd say it's certainly to have the opportunity to ride at international standard course. It's exceptional. We've got wonderful conditions out here this morning and some really exciting racing coming down the course now, as we can see.
Some of these girls will be rowing again later in the 8s. So a number of girls today will be rowing in 2 races, but today we don't have heats. Each race is a final, and there'll be medals presented to the winning crew for each race today.
So going through the 1500 now, it looks like Queenwood 2 in the lead again here. 2nd, we have Pymble ladies in 3rd, 3, Pymble ladies number 2 crew in the 3rd position, Canberra Grammar number 2 in 4th, and Loreto Kirribilli coming through in the 5th position. But still not much really separating these 2nd, 3rd, 4th crew. That Queenwood number 2 crew has taken commanding lead of around 4.5 seconds through that 1500 metre mark.
Yes, Queenwood again very strong in both 4 events today. Now we're having the first presentation today. This is the winners of the race 1, the Schoolgirl 4, the crew from Queenwood. Medals being presented by Anna Dickinson. The crew of Addison Rolls, Imogen Gray, Alexander O'Brien, Chloe Driver, Cox by Sienna Fraser. Now we're coming up to the closing stages now of race 2. And Queenwood has maintained their strong lead ahead of the 2 Pymble crews. There'll be a lot of competition between those 2 Pymble crews. Always, the number 3 crew was ahead at the 1500 metre mark.
Yes, you can really see these other crews here really stepping on it here, coming into these closing stages of the races. They're really fighting all the way for these 2nd, 3rd, 4th positions.
So
very tight racing there.
So Queenwood lifting their rating, but comfortable 2 or 3 lengths lead ahead of the Pymble number 3 crew. Pymble number 3, Pymble number 2, and on this side Loreto Kirribilli finishing hard, challenging the Pymble number 2 crew. But Queenwood now coming up to the line, and they will cross the line in first place.
Yes, that's a comfortable boat, 2 lengths boat length there, lead.
Kirribilli challenging the Pymble number 2, but Pymble number 3 crosses the line in second place. Pymble number 3 in third, Kirribilli in fourth, followed by St Catherine's in fifth. And the Pymble number 4 crew now coming up to the line. And across the line, and Roseville. And Roseville crosses the line in 7th place. So the result of race 2, the schoolgirl 4, was won by Queenwood, Pymble ladies number 3 in second, Pymble ladies number 2 in third, Loreto Kirribilli 4th, Canberra Grammar, I may have caught St Catherine's. St Catherine's didn't start. Canberra Grammar in 5th, Pymble ladies in 6th, and Roseville in 7th. The next race on the program is the schoolgirl Year 8 double sculls. There are 2 divisions of the double sculls. They are not ranked, so they are unranked divisions. In Division 1, we have 9 starters, and in Division 2, 8. These events are rowed over 1,000 metres, and the girls are lining up now. One can see down the course. These girls are in their first year of rowing, so this will probably be their 4th regatta already. The schoolgirls start very quickly into the programs, and the improvement in rowing is already evident from the first regatta at Isra, then into, well, Isra was the second regatta. There was a regatta at MLC at Iron Cove, then there was Isra at Cirque, and then yesterday there was Loreto Normanhurst. So this will be the 3rd time most of these girls will be rowing on this international rowing course.
Yes, a little bit harder to start these girls. There's nobody holding the stern of the boat like we have for the other races we've seen this morning. So it's a little bit more challenging for the aligner to get them off and started. And you may notice these, when you see these crews coming down, these are sculling rowers, so each rower has 2 oars, opposed to the crews we've seen coming down in 4s, which is sweep rowing, where each rower has 1 longer oar. So slightly different style. Typically the beginners learn in these sculling boats, enabling them to learn in a single, and then as they progress through, normally around year 10, they move into the sweep style of rowing, enabling them to row in 4s and also the 8 event.
So this race 3, we have in lane 1 from Sydney Girls, Chloe Frolic and Karina Lee, coached by Tal Lewis. In lane 2, Loreto Kirribilli, Samara Wilkinson, Camille Adam, coached by Eliza Dunlop. In lane 3, representing Sydney Girls, Lisa Yin and Xu Li Zhang, coached by Tal Lewis. In lane 4, Canberra Grammar, Ira War, Emily Bodman, coached by Sue Donoghue. In lane 5, PLC Sydney, Holly Angwin, Chloe Lau, coached by Holly Garner. In lane 6, Pymble Ladies, number 2 crew, Zara Kinneberg, Annie Pennington, coached by Lewis Gray and Matilda Pennington. In lane 7, Loreto Normanhurst number 2 crew, Amber Eisenhower, Grace West, coached by Molly Pringle. In lane 8, Canberra Grammar number 2 crew, Ariella Redwin, Isla Morgan, coached by Sue Donoghue. And in lane 9, Canberra Grammar number 4 crew, Alice Allen, Ava Molus, and coached by Sue Donoghue. Crews just lining up still at the start. And we have our second presentation, which is for race 2, which was won by Queenwood, the crew of Phoebe Campbell, Olivia Don't, Charlotte Botha, Zoe James, coxed by Chloe Giretta. Congratulations to the Queenwood number 2 crew, winners of race 2, the second division of the Schoolgirl 4. Race 3 is now underway. Some crews getting off to a very fast start. These boats do not have a cox, so it can be very challenging steering, particularly for beginner rowers.
Yes, the advantage the girls have of rowing out here at Cirque for the beginners is that these lanes are buoyed, so it's much easier than racing some of the other courses. Just important to try and keep their bow straight, and that the stern person and the bow person are working together to maintain staying in the centre of the lane.
So very important there's even pressure on both the left and the right, which can of course be a difficult exercise for beginner rowers. But great experience for them to be able to row in these events, and no doubt in a few more regattas time the steering issues will be resolved. So at this level, being able to steer straight is an enormous advantage. Means that you cover much less ground. Some of the crews, particularly over near the grandstand side, are moving perhaps a little close to the bank, but no doubt they'll adjust their course shortly.
Yes, and these beginner crews are really learning the very basics of rowing, the importance of timing, of squaring up together, of placing that oar out long and in front, and getting that good rhythm and drive through the legs. And some of these crews are doing very well at this today. Some of which is one of their only first few races for the season. And
in particular, the crew out in front, the Pymble Ladies number 2 crew of Zara Kinneberg and Annie Pennington, has mastered steering straight and keeping in time together very well, and they are a good 2 lengths ahead of the rest of the field. Then followed Canberra Grammar number 1 crew, Sydney Girls, Loreto Normanhurst number 2 crew, Loreto Kirribilli, Sydney Girls, and then Canberra Grammar number 4 crew. Followed by the Canberra Grammar number 2 crew at the 500 metre mark.
Yes, and that Pymble Ladies number 2 crew is looking lovely out in the lead there, lovely long strokes, working together. Blade work is looking good, bringing those blades down and into the water out at the catch, sitting up nicely. Just good position to be in out in the front, where you can just relax and see where the other crews are, and much easier to try and lead rather than chase from the back of a race.
Rowing, of course, one of the few sports where one can see the balance of the field when one's in front. Unless perhaps lapping people in a 10,000 metre race, but certainly you feel much more comfortable when you're out in front, and you can then set your pace off the balance of the field, but maintaining and concentrating on your own rowing. Some of the girls getting a little tired now, understandably. It's much tougher to row a double than a quad. Quad, of course, having 4 rowers, each with 2 sculling blades. But the Pymble number 2 crew continuing in their fine performance. And they're in lane 6, coming up the line now. So it's Pymble, followed by Canberra Grammar. Loreto Normanhurst finishing very strongly in lane 6. A bit tight battle for second between Sydney Girls, Canberra Grammar and Loreto Normanhurst, but it's the Pymble number 2 crew that takes the first race. We may have a bit of an accident here, but I think they'll just get in front. So
Close for second
very
here.
close second. I think second went to Canberra Grammar, third to Loreto Normanhurst, fourth to Sydney Girls that just managed to miss Canberra Grammar. Some more steering issues here with, unfortunately, Loreto Kirribilli encroaching on Canberra Grammar number 4 crew, but Canberra Grammar number 4 crew crosses the line in 5th. Loreto Kirribilli finish in 6th. In 7th place, Loreto Kirribilli almost crossed the entire course. In 7th place was Sydney Girls.
Looks like we've had a few.
And
rowers
we've had a
that have
few,
fallen
we've had a
in here.
capsize.
We've got the umpire's boat over there helping them.
So at the moment in race 3 was won by Pymble Ladies number 2, second was Canberra Grammar, third was Loreto Normanhurst number 2 crew, fourth Sydney Girls, fifth Canberra Grammar number 4 crew, sixth Loreto Kirribilli, seventh Sydney Girls. That's the crew of Lisa Yin and Xu Li Zhang. So we now have race 4 coming down the course. Or that.
Yeah, so you can see from that previous race, it is quite challenging for these beginner rowers to stay in their lane, but it's extremely important that they try and maintain their course all the way down.
So in race 4, we have North Sydney Girls in lane 1, Ada Wen and Chun Yi. In lane 2 from PLC Sydney, number 2 crew, Pauline Ozen, Virginia, Vicky Russell. Sydney Girls in lane 3, Sophia Young and Emily Devlin, coached by Tal Lewis. In lane 4, Pymble Ladies number 1, Harriet Murphy, Olivia Norton, coached by Lewis Gray and Matilda Pennington. In lane 5, Canberra Girls Grammar, Olivia McBride, Fleur Basby. In lane 6, Loreto Normanhurst number 1 crew, Emily Johnson and Ellen Ogilvie, coached by Molly Pringle. And lane 7, Canberra Grammar number 3 crew, Zara Wilson and Emily Stevens, coached by Sue Donoghue. And in lane 8, Sydney Girls, Veronica Tan and Isabella Moran, coached by Tal Lewis. So at the 500 metre mark, it was Loreto Normanhurst, 2 lengths ahead of Sydney Girls. That's a length further back to the other Sydney Girls crew. Then Canberra Grammar number 3. Then 2.5 lengths further back to Canberra Girls Grammar. And just crossing the line is PLC Sydney, who got back in the boat, and they will complete race 3.
Yes, and well done to those girls for getting back in the boat and finishing that race. It's not an easy feat to get back into a double scull when you've fallen out, so well done to those girls.
So just coming up now to the closing stages of the race 4, the second division of the schoolgirl Year 8 double scull.
You do notice when you get into the last 100 metres, you notice the boys change from yellow into red. So we're just going through the 250 and coming into those last few 100 metres now.
So the Loreto Normanhurst number 1 crew has maintained its lead. That's Emily Johnson and Ellen Ogilvie. It's important they concentrate on their steering as they come up to the closing stages. Sydney Girls doing well in lane 9. A little further back to Canberra Grammar number 3. Sydney Girls will have to adjust their course. They're doing that now. But Loreto Normanhurst still out in front, followed by Sydney Girls. A little further back to the Loreto Normanhurst crew. And on the far side, we have Sydney girls.
Loreto Normanhurst crew just stopped rowing just briefly then, but they've picked it up again.
So Loreto Normanhurst coming up to the line, about 5 strokes to go. And Loreto Normanhurst crosses the line to take first. Close race for second. On this side, Canberra Grammar, and on the far side, Sydney Girls. Canberra Grammar just pipping by a boat length the Sydney Girls crew. Pymble have stopped rowing temporarily. Girls looked round, they're now commenced again, and they'll cross the line in 4th place. And then coming up the line now in lane 5 is Canberra Girls Grammar. And on the far side of the course, we have the crew from North Sydney Girls, who crossed the line in 7th place. And still coming down the course, we have the PLC Sydney number 2 crew in a very distinctive red boat. I think there may be a gear issue with the stroke. The bow seat is the only girl rowing. So it'll be a very hard row for her. But coming up with about 50 metres to go. So the PLC crew, the double, just coming up to the line now with just the bow seat rowing.
And just an announcement to make, all IGSA schools, the selection for the IGSA crews have been finalised. Any school who now wishes to withdraw their rowers from the senior singles, please go to the finish tower. Also, we just have an announcement, a set of keys have been found, and if you could come to the finishing tower, please, to collect those. A small set of 3 keys at the finishing tower.
So we just had the presentation for the winners of race 3, which was the Division 1 of the double scull. That was won by the Pymble crew of Zara Kinneberg and Annie Pennington, coached by Lewis Gray and Matilda Pennington. The next race on the program is race 5, which is the schoolgirl year 8 single scull. There's a single division of that race, and there are 9 crews entered. Sydney girls in lane 1, Aisling Considine, coached by Tal Lewis. In lane 2, North Sydney girls, Lee Tan. Lane 3, Sydney girls, Mia Williams. Lane 4, another crew from Sydney girls, Saskia Alexander, coached by Tal Lewis. In lane 5, Canberra Girls Grammar, Grace Disney. In lane 6, representing Pymble Ladies College, Serena Cummings, coached by Evie Thompson. In lane 7, another sculler from Sydney Girls, Camille Zankel, coached by Tal Lewis. In lane 8, Glebe Rowing Club, Kelly Clifton. And in lane 9, Sydney Girls, Alison Rao, coached by Tal Lewis. So Sydney Girls have 4 scullers, or 5 scullers in this race.
Yes, and these girls, whilst it's the year 8 single, they are in year 7 and is very much their first introduction to rowing, and great opportunity for these girls to be racing in single sculls out here at Cirque today. Again, this is raced over 1,000 metres, and we have the crews coming through the 500 very shortly. Does look to be lane 8, Glebe Rowing Club out in the lead here. That's Kelly Clifton. She's gone through the 500 in a time of 2:17, 1 second ahead of second place.
And second place is Alison Rao from Sydney Girls. Then in third place, Mia Williams. Fourth place, Grace Disney. And Grace is rowing for Canberra Girls Grammar. Then Saskia Alexander from Sydney Girls. Aisling Considine next from Sydney Girls in 6th position at the 500 metre mark. And then she's followed by Camille Zankel from Sydney Girls. So schoolgirls starting very early in small boats and having to compete in them. And of course that introduces a number of challenges. There's lane 9 is going to have to move away from the bank. I think they're doing that now. Having to adjust her course.
And it still looks to be Kelly Clifton from Glebe Rowing Club who's out in front there. She's rowing very nicely there, nice and smooth, really sending that boat nicely off the finish. It's certainly going to be very close here for the second and third positions.
And we're just having the presentations now for race 4, which is the schoolgirl Year 8 double scull. And that was won by the Loreto Normanhurst #1 crew of Amelie Johnson and Ellen Ogilvie. They're coached by Molly Pringle. Congratulations, Loreto Normanhurst.
So it still looks to be Glebe, Kelly Clifton coming through the course here in these closing last few strokes of the race in the first position there.
Maintaining good boat length, blades going in the water together.
Yeah, it's got lovely long strokes there. It's a real advantage in rowing. If you've got height and length, you can really send the boat a lot further each stroke, and well done to Kelly. That was a wonderful row.
And second place, now crossing the line, is the Mia Williams from Sydney Girls. And in third place is the sculler from Canberra Girls Grammar, Grace Disney. Fourth place went to Alison Rowe from Sydney Girls. And coming up the finish line now in lane 1 is the Ashley Considine from Sydney Girls. A few lengths further back to Saskia Alexander from Sydney Girls. And then the sculler from Sydney Girls, Camille Zankel, crosses the line. And the North Sydney Girls sculler, Leah Tan, has about 50 metres to go. And she's coming up to the finish line shortly. And she crosses the line now. So in 8th place, Leah Tan. The Pimble sculler, Serena Cummings, may have had a mishap, but she's now got about 250 metres to go, and she will then complete this race. Now, while Serena's finishing, we move now back to the 2,000 metre mark. Race 6, the schoolgirls Year 10 8. It's a single division, and crews are in lane 1. Canberra Girls Grammar, Maddie Beasley, Emmanuel Hoskin, Audrey West, Kirby Cox, Emily Walker, Ash Watts, Sophie Frost, Isabel King, Cox by Eliza Miller. In lane 2, St Catherine's, Eden McGregor, Ada Lloyd, Kimmy Billman, Tilda Dunn, Darcy Connell, Alice Steed, Melanie Poulos, Lucy Hall, Cox by Georgia Parks. In lane 3, Queenwood, number 1 crew, Millie Don't, Zara Milner, Sabrina Stepper, Sammy Hunt, Kiana Gapillard, Ella Hardy, Danielle Stridham, Chloe Lamb, Alice Yardley as the Cox. In lane 4, Roseville, Sophia Vella, Eva Zhang, Claudia Berger, Georgia McRae, Grace McInally, Abigail Kelly, Chloe Franklin, Emma de Prez, Jessica Davies, coached by Gonzalo Briones and Alex Brown. In lane 5, Loreto Kirribilli number 1 crew, Rachel Risby, Ella Chidgey, Elsie Hunton, Mabel Oxenham, Bridget Carnival, Grace Woodward, Isabel Howard, Chloe Alsop, Olivia Madsen as the Cox, coached by Will Foxton and Lara Wainwright. In lane 6, Pimble Ladies number 1 crew, Lauren Gibson, Annabelle Shanahan, Amy O'Donnell, Alice Beveridge, Tully O'Regan, Evie Lay, Erin Porter, Mika Nato, Cox by Matilde Goddard. In lane 7, Queenwood number 2 crew, Sophie Bennett, Nico Vanna, Melody Yin, Lucy Gillett, Lisa Mishenko, Jessica Hogg, Hilary Milner, Anna Wood, Cox by Claire Chen. In lane 8, Pimble's number 2 crew, Scarlett Miles, Abby Zweig, Lara Hassel, Lola Barwick, Latia McMillan, Isabella Staley, Ellie Hennessy, Amy Zhang and Gemma Wu. And in lane 9, the Loreto Kirribilli number 2 crew, Charlotte Madsen, Madeline Burge, Arabella Keating, Amelia Charlson, Georgia Moran, Juliet Better, Kate Whitson, Eva Eels, Annabelle Peel as the Cox, coached by Ben Sullivan and Adelaide Guinness. So in this race, there's really 2 events. There's the schoolgirl Year 10 First 8, which are the crews in lanes 1 to 6, and in lanes 7 to 9 is the schoolgirl Year 10 8 second division, but they're being raced together as a single race. So the 3 crews closest to the grandstand will be rowing in the second division race, and the 6 crews on the far side of the course will be rowing in the first division race.
And what a sight it is, John, to see these 9 crews just charging down the course here. This is the first of the 8 racing that we've seen this morning, and it's wonderful to see just such great representation from these girls' schools. The 8th racing is very close, it's much races over quickly, and it's important to establish a lead early.
So just doing the presentation now for race 5, which was the schoolgirl Year 8 single scull. And that was won by the glebe sculler, Kelly Clifton. Congratulations, Kelly. So at the, just coming up to, just looking at the times, the 2 Loreto crews are doing very well at the moment. Pimble's challenging as well. So that's the Loreto Kirribilli number 1 crew, followed by Roseville, currently in the shot. And St Catherine's doing very well on the far side, as is Canberra Girls Grammar. So the crew's coming up to the 1,000 metre mark. The Loreto Kirribilli crew rowing nicely out in front. And they will be the race leaders at the 1,000 metre mark.
They've gone through in a time of 3:41, got a commanding lead there.
The Loreto Kirribilli number 2 crew doing well, as is Pimble, and on the far side, St Catherine's.
This Loreto Kirribilli cruise out in front in the great position of being able to watch the other crews that are sitting behind them, looking very long and strong, excellent acceleration through the drive. You can really, they're looking nice and relaxed, excellent boat clearance, really pushing off the finish. Wonderful to see this crew, outstanding rowing by this crew here from Loreto Kirribilli.
And of course, yesterday the school that dominated the Year 10-8s, Kinross, is unfortunately not rowing today. So the Loreto Kirribilli crew is enjoying the respite from having to compete against Kinross, who have got an outstanding rowing program, particularly in the seniors and in the Year 10 events. We seem to have a timing issue. We're not getting connected to the 500, 1,000 metre huts. Hopefully that can be clarified or corrected shortly. But looking down the course, Loreto, the two Loreto Kirribilli crews, both out in front. That's the first and second division.
This Loreto Kirribilli crew here, sitting up nice and tall. You can notice the clearance. They've got excellent clearance, the amount of water that they're pushing past the boat off each stroke. Very important here. You'll also probably notice in these closing last 500, they will start to wind it for the finish. Got a lot of clearance there on that crew in second, and they'll just want to sit out in front and really just keep pushing away from those other crews that are coming down the course.
So it's Loreto Kirribilli number 1, St Catherine's number 1, then Loreto Kirribilli number 2, then Pimble and Roseville. So at the 1,500 metre mark, we're still having some issues, I think, with the timing. The Loreto Kirribilli crew was clear leaders at the 1,500.
And they're looking wonderful, this Loreto Kirribilli crew, out in front. Got a commanding lead as we come into the closing stages of the race. Really working nicely here together as a crew, squaring up together, placing out nice and long, really pushing those legs down, firing every single stroke. And what a sight to see these eights just storming down the course here, and it's looking like it's going to be a win from Loreto Kirribilli. This is the first win to the school for the regatta. And it's going to be very tight here for second and for third, and these crews are pushing all the way to the end.
So bearing in mind the 3 crews closest to us are rowing in the second division race, and the other 6 crews on the far side are rowing in the first division. So Kirribilli leading both the first and second division at this stage. Tight finish for second, perhaps, St Catherine's.
Yes, it's where we see the crews really winding here, really close it's going to be for this second, third position, stepping it up all the way right through to the finish here. These girls will really be giving it everything they've got here.
So it's Kirribilli, followed by Canberra Grammar, Pimble, Kirribilli in Division 2, crossing the line now. So Kirribilli wins second division, Canberra Girls Grammar comes second in first division. Pimble crosses the line now in third place. On the far side, it's Roseville, followed by St Catherine's. Yeah, St Catherine's and then Roseville. So St Catherine's in 5th, Roseville in 6th, or 4th and 5th if you count the first division. And then Roseville crosses Queenwood number 1 crew. Then in the second division race, Pimble crosses the line in second place. And we just have the Queenwood number 2 crew to complete the second division race. Queenwood crew just coming up the line now. And taking third place in the second division of the Year 10-8.
Great to see these eights out here rowing today. The eights really are the blue ribbon events of most rowing regattas, and it was a wonderful event there to see all those crews coming down the course. Well done to all of those year 10-8 crews.
We now move to the back to the 1,000 metre mark, and the next series of races are the schoolgirl year 9 Cox Quad Sculls. There are 6 divisions, and in most divisions there are actually 2 subdivisions, if I can call them that. So the subdivisions are not ranked, so that they are equal in terms of importance. So the Division 1 race consists of the 2 subdivisions, Subdivision 1 and Subdivision 2. I'm calling them subdivisions rather than divisions just to try to ease the confusion. So Subdivision 1 of Division 1, there are 5 crews. PLC Sydney in lane 3, Grace Moody, Savannah Hu, Emma Collins, Emily Barrett, Ella Maitland, Cox by Nicholas O'Neill. In lane 4, Queenwood, Flo Vetch, Scout Ferguson, Georgina Hurley, Charlotte Nell, coxed by Isabella Goss. In lane 5, Pimble, Zoe Hart, Oleana Teague, Winter Shervington, Millie Cullinane, Mia Solomons is the cox, coached by Angus Webster. In lane 6, Canberra Grammar, Iris Rangia, Eve Rawlings, Addison Perry, Abigail Cowan, Sophia Matz is the cox, coached by Beeb Lees. And in lane 7, Tara, Olivia Bailey, Gemma Waterhouse, Leela Odbert, Amy Rouse, Hannah Ryan is the cox, and they're coached by Sarah Fade and Aidan Smith. So the race underway. That's race number 7 coming down the course now.
Yes, it's looking like a very tight race here between Queenwood and Pimble Ladies. And it looks like we've got Pimble Ladies just got their bow in front there. Looks to be about a canvas lead over and the other crews coming down. It's very close for that 2nd, 3rd, 4th positions.
So Tara just behind Queenwood, Canberra Grammar canvas behind Tara, then followed PLC Sydney. So at the 500 metre mark, Pimble Ladies in the lead from Queenwood, Tara, Canberra Grammar, and then PLC Sydney. So the first 4 crews, that's the crews from Queenwood, Tara, Canberra Grammar, and PLC Sydney, all very close. With the
So in these close races, it's very important that the coxswain is looking around and seeing where those other crews are positioned and giving guidance to the crew, telling them when to push, looking at their technique, trying to look around but whilst minimising their movement so they're not upsetting the boat too much. So very critical role of the coxswains in these tight races.
So Pimble still just ahead of Queenwood and Canberra Grammar, flanking it on both sides. A little further back to Tara and then a few further lengths back to PLC Sydney.
And this Pimble crew out in front are looking very strong. Excellent leg drive. Their bodies are working nicely together. They've got their coxswain, bow coxed, coxswain sitting in the bow end of the boat there. So she's really loving sitting out in front and just trying to get as much distance as she can on this. But it's getting close here. We might have a push here from the crew on the other side. It's going to be a very tight finish here. Can they hold on? Could throw a blanket over these crews here. It's very tight.
So Pimble still maintaining that half length, but Canberra Grammar challenging very hard. Queenwood pushing as well. Tara's dropped back a little bit, and then PLC in 5th place. But Pimble just holding a very strong finish from Canberra Grammar. And Queenwood also pushing very hard for 2nd. Very close for 2nd.
Very
Pimble
close
will
for
take the
2nd.
lead. So it's Pimble followed by Queenwood, followed by Canberra Grammar. But a very, very close finish.
Very close finish. What an excellent race. Just pushing each other all the way down the course, and that's what we really like to see out here, is these crews very tight racing, really pushing all the way down the course.
So Tara just crossed in 4th, and PLC Sydney will cross the line with about 3 strokes to go, and they will take out 5th place. So the winners of race 7, the first subdivision of Division 1 of the Schoolgirl Year 9 Cox Skull, was won by Pimble. 2nd place went to Queenwood. 3rd place went to Canberra Grammar, 4th Tara, and PLC Sydney in 5th. We now move to Subdivision 2 of Division 1, and there are 5 crews again entered in this race. Sydney Girls in lane 3, Elsha Lim, Chao Jiao Dong, Hayley Hui, Xenia Palmer, Yendo is the cox, coached by Miku Johnson. In lane 4, Loreto Normanhurst, Anna Kabil, Poppy Russell, Patricia Boland, Stella Moore, Eva Halligan is the Cox, coached by Emma Gelati. In lane 5, Loreto Kirribilli, Madeline Wheelahan, Lily Roberts, Florence Hennessy, Gemma Ronan, Jessica Bruce, coached by Phoebe Halley. In lane 6, St Catherine's, Freya Gaston, Ella James, Imogen Baldassare, Alice Aitken, Claudia Lynham is the Cox, coached by Jeff Patterson. In lane 7, Canberra Girls Grammar, Alana Smith, Sophie Murphy, Charlotte Bowen, Elk Spiller, and Cox by Athena Satsias. So the race well underway now. At the 500 metre mark, Loreto Kirribilli, very commanding 2-length lead from Sydney Girls, St Catherine's, a canvas back, then half a length back to Canberra Girls Grammar, and then 3 lengths further back to Loreto Normanhurst. Just having the presentation now for race
6 of the Schoolgirl 8. This was won by Loreto Kirribilli. We had Rachel Risby, Ella Chidgey, Elsie Hutton, Mabel Oxenham, Bridget Carnivale, Grace Woodward, Isabel Howard, Chloe Alsop, Cox by Olivia Madsen, coaches William Foxton and Lara Wainwright. So well done to that crew. Loreto Kirribilli won in the race 6 of Schoolgirl Year 10-8.
So just coming now to the closing stages of race 8. It's the Loreto Kirribilli crew still out in front. In second place, St Catherine's. Third place to Canberra Girls Grammar. Fourth to Loreto Normanhurst. And then Sydney Girls.
And again, we've got a tight race on our hands here, but this Loreto Kirribilli crew looking very strong through the water here. Excellent blade work, placing together, great leg drive. Look at that boat really sending off the finish, and they want to just keep sending that boat away all the way through to the finish line.
So Loreto Kirribilli still ahead of St Catherine's. Then back to Canberra Girls Grammar. Then Sydney Girls High rowing very well, and then Loreto Normanhurst. But the Loreto Kirribilli crew crosses the line now and will take out race 8. Coming to the line now will be St Catherine's, who will come in second. Canberra Girls Grammar third. Sydney Girls will take fourth place, and Loreto Normanhurst will come in fifth. So the results of race 8, the subdivision 2 of division 1 of the Schoolgirl Year 9 Cox Squad Skull was won by Loreto Kirribilli. Second, St Catherine's. Third, Canberra Girls Grammar. Fourth, Sydney Girls. And fifth, Loreto Normanhurst. We now move to race 9, which is the first subdivision 1 of division 2 of the Schoolgirl Year 9 Cox Squad Skulls. So these are the second ranked crews from each of the schools competing. In lane 2, we have PLC Sydney, Mia Wilson, Isabella Killen, Ruby Mills, Willow Bodicott, and Sophia Kelleher is the Cox. In lane 3, Roseville, Piper Robertson, Saskia Grelk, Alice Bestick, Olive Bovard, Matilda Marchant is the Cox, coached by Karis Campbell. In lane 4, Queenwood, Isabella Kennedy, Daisy Waite, Isla Cooper, Lucinda Doku, Henrietta Phipson is the Cox. In lane 5, Sydney Girls, Olivia Laird, Bonnie Steele, Zimo Kang, Stephanie Cheng, Sophia Coe is the Cox, coached by Miku Johnson. In lane 6, Loreto Normanhurst, Abigail Rigney, Eva Parrott, Grace Ward, Amelia Branley, Hannah Kent is the Cox, coached by Lillian Dean. In lane 7, Pimple Ladies, Caitlin Bilney, Arabella Wheatley, Sophie Ballantyne, Johanna Ricketts, Madeline Williams is the Cox, coached by Lucinda Wickham Fiends. So just looking at the times from the 2 subdivisions of Division 1, the fastest time was recorded by Loreto Kirribilli in the second subdivision, so Loreto Kirribilli will win the Year 9 trophy, unless a crew in Division 2 rows a faster time.
And then going through the 500 in this race coming down, we have Pimble Ladies first in first position, Roseville in second, Queenwood in third, PLC Sydney fourth, Loreto Normanhurst 2 in fifth, and Sydney Girls coming through in the 6th position. and it's Pymble Ladies out in front by about 3.5 seconds through that 500 metre mark.
So Pymble, the closest to the grandstand, clear leaders at this stage of the race. And then the next to them is Loreto Normanhurst, rowing strongly. And then across in lanes 3 and 4, Roseville and Queenwood also competing very much for that second position. But Pymble looks like it is comfortably going to win this race.
Yeah, coming into the last 250 metres of this race now. Again, this is where you see the crews really starting to lift their rate, increase their boat speed as they come into these last few strokes of the race. And this crew from Pymble's looking very strong out in front here. That boat is really sending off the finish each stroke. And look at that stern moving nicely through the water. The coxswain here is giving the crew plenty of instructions, just helping to push them to get over the line.
So we just had the presentation for race 7, which was subdivision 1 of Division 1, and that was won by Pymble Ladies. Girls still on the pontoon supporting their crewmates rowing down in the second Pymble boat and maintaining that lead. Very close race for second between Queenwood and Roseville. Queenwood seemed to be perhaps a bow ball ahead, but Pymble crossing the line, 3 strokes to go. Queenwood and Roseville competing very hard. The rating has increased for both crews, but can they maintain their run? They're swapping positions at the moment as they come up to the line. It's Queenwood probably just ahead of Roseville. Then in third place will go to PLC Sydney. Fourth will go to Loreto Normanhurst, and then Sydney Girls will take out 6th place. So there's a photo finish for second and third between Queenwood and Roseville. I think Queenwood may have just got there, but we'll get that result very shortly. So race 9 was won by Pymble Ladies. There's currently a photo for second and third between Queenwood and Roseville. Fourth will be PLC Sydney, 5th Loreto Normanhurst, and 6th Sydney Girls.
Again, just wonderful to see these crews so close together. It's always exciting racing when you have such close competition.
Now we move to subdivision 2 of Division 2, and we have 5 crews entered. Tara in lane 3, Emmeline Powell, Matilda Badman, Malaika Hussain, Maria Karatsos, Charlotte Goy is the cox, coached by Demi Papasanos. In lane 4, Canberra Girls Grammar, Safira Constantinio, Sophie Natty, Alice Hinksman, Redeemer Mukherjee, Karen Lofty is the cox. In lane 5, St Catherine's, Genevieve Links, Sienna Ray, Holly Corcoran, Eva Hunstead, Zinni Shu is the cox, coached by Jared Watson. In lane 6, Canberra Grammar, Madeline Miller, Nicole McLean, Poppy Russell, Jacqueline Spark, Gillian Murphy is the cox, coached by BB Lees. And in lane 7, Loreto Kirribilli, Mary Dunstan, Scarlett Cortez, Amelia Fallon, Lily Loiterton, Imogen Donahue, coached by Patrick Mainsbridge.
And going through the 500 there, we have Loreto Kirribilli in the first position, followed by St Catherine's, then Canberra Grammar, Canberra Girls Grammar, and the Tara School in 5th position. So it looks to be about 3.5 seconds lead that Loreto Kirribilli 2 have on that St Catherine's crew. So that's a good boat length, and they're sitting out nicely in front here and working very nicely together as a crew here.
So on the pontoon now, the medal presentation for race 8, which was subdivision 2 of Division 1 of the Schoolgirl Year 9 Quad Scull, was won by Loreto Kirribilli, Madeline Wheelahan, Lily Roberts, Florence Hennessy, Gemma Ronan, Jessica Bruce, coached by Phoebe Halley. So the Loreto Kirribilli crew maintaining its lead with about 200 metres to go, 150. In second place is the crew from St Catherine's. And a little further back in third place is Canberra Grammar. And then Canberra Girls Grammar. And then Tara in 5th place.
And that crew from St Catherine's is really pressing this Loreto Kirribilli crew here, really making them fight all the way to the finish. But I think Loreto Kirribilli are going to get this one. They look to have clear water on that crew, and they're continuing to really send that boat away. And don't they look great? These girls sitting up nicely, lovely clean blade work, excellent acceleration there through the drive, and I think they're going to take out this race here today. That's clear water there. Loreto Kirribilli, well done to that crew.
So Loreto Kirribilli wins race 10, followed by St Catherine's in second place. Third place will go to Canberra Grammar. Then Canberra Girls Grammar in fourth place, about a length ahead of Tara in fifth. So Canberra Grammar, of course, only recently went co-ed, and they've already built a very strong schoolgirl rowing program. And again, this is probably the first, as I said earlier, the first time that Canberra Grammar will be represented or is being represented at the Loreto Kirribilli Regatta. We now move to Division 3 of the Schoolgirl Year 9 Cox Quad Scull. There is only one division, or one subdivision, so to speak, of this race, and there are 9 crews. In Lane 1, representing Pymble, Annis McDonald, Sarah Khan, Arabella Murphy, Zara Simpson, Phoebe Roberts is the Cox, coached by India Thompson. In Lane 2, Queenwood, Larissa Rosenbergs, Charlotte Bauer, Charlotte Burt. Georgia Driver, Izzy Bailey is the Cox. In Lane 3, Canberra Girls Grammar, Zik Zhu, Anastasia Malaganas, Olivia Howes, Minay Tanke, Heidi Bell is the Cox. In Lane 4, Loreto Kirribilli, Luella Roberts, Cleo Donahue, Chloe Stevenson, Alice Shanahan, Louisa Warren is the Cox, coached by Isabel Constantine. In Lane 5, Roseville, Maddie Fletcher, Gabriella Bokhosian, Lily Coonan, Sabine Baird, Chloe Coleman is the Cox, coached by Chloe Boyce and Alyssa Burke. In Lane 6, Canberra Grammar, Jessica Davey, Haiti Jones, Rose Teskey, Eliza Jones, Rox Georgette is the Cox. In Lane 7, PLC Sydney, Amelia Barry, Isadora Zacks, Matilda Kidd, Lily Rafal, Lily Cameron is the Cox. In Lane 8, St Catherine's, Lucinda Connell, Grace Rigby, Matisse Borthwick, Laura Seaton, Beau Lepinis is the Cox. And in Lane 9, Loreto Normanhurst, Allegra LaFace, Lola Everson, Bridie Shema, Sadia Enat, Chloe Winton is the Cox, coached by India Hobbs. So that race is now underway. So that's race 11, Division 3 of the Year 9 Cox Quad Sculls. Crews now coming up to the 500 metre mark, and at the 500 metre mark it was the Loreto Kirribilli crew in the lead, but only just canvas ahead of Pymble Ladies, a length further back to St Catherine's, half a length to Canberra Grammar, then a length further back to Queenwood, closely being challenged by Roseville, then Loreto Normanhurst, Canberra Girls Grammar and PLC Sydney. So at the 500 metre mark it's Loreto Kirribilli, Pymble, St Catherine's, Canberra Grammar, then Queenwood, Roseville, Loreto Normanhurst, Canberra Girls Grammar and PLC Sydney.
Yes, it's going to be a very close race, I think, for this first position. Any of these crews in these top 3-4 positions really could take out this win today.
So looking across the course, in lane 4 is the Loreto Kirribilli crew, and on this side St Catherine's in lane 8 are the 2 race leaders. Very close between the 2 of them. Then a little further back to Canberra Grammar rowing very strongly. And then in lane 9, Loreto Normanhurst moving up or seeking to challenge for that 3rd position as well. But Loreto Kirribilli seems to have pulled away a little from Loreto Normanhurst at this stage, with about 150 metres to go.
It does look to be Loreto Kirribilli. They've got their bow in front. They just want to try and hold that position. We do have this crew from St Catherine's really pressing them, and it's definitely going to be a very tight finish here. But this crew from Loreto Kirribilli does look to be like it's going to take the lead today.
So
excellent acceleration by this crew, and it's going to be a tight finish.
So Loreto Kirribilli, St Catherine's. Then Canberra Grammar on the far side, Pymble, Queenwood, Roseville, a little further back to Loreto Normanhurst. So they're the leading crews at this stage. But Loreto Kirribilli, about 2 lengths ahead, coming up the line now. Pymble being challenging St Catherine's for 2nd. Kirribilli will take the win. Second place will go to St Catherine's just ahead of Pymble. Then a tight for fourth between Canberra Grammar and Queenwood. Canberra Grammar, I think, just got there ahead of Queenwood. Then Roseville. Loreto Normanhurst coming up the line now. Canberra Girls Grammar, about 50 metres to go in their very distinctive green boat. And then PLC Sydney. So great racing there, particularly for second. Very tight finish. So the results of race 11 was won by Loreto Kirribilli, St Catherine's in second, Pymble third, Canberra Grammar fourth, Queenwood fifth, Roseville sixth, Loreto Normanhurst seventh, Canberra Girls Grammar eighth, and PLC Sydney ninth. We now move to race 12, which is Division 4, which is rowed in two subdivisions today. Subdivision 1, we have 6 entries. Canberra Grammar in lane 2, Eve de Kluver, Yasmin Tideman, Sanjaya Jane, Lily Cheadle, coxed by Claire Newnham. In lane 3, North Sydney Girls, Haxan Ding, Sherry Liu, Grace Wong, Sienna Fong, Xiao Chang is the cox. In lane 4, Pymble, Abigail McKinnon, Holly Hogan, Ella Willett, Hannah Willett, Bonnie Hebblewhite is the cox, coached by Ben Booker and Isabella Singaraya. In lane 5, Loreto Kirribilli, Zara Strickland, Phoebe Arenz, Sarah Steele, Hannah James, Sophie Duffy is the cox, coached by Alex McMillan. In lane 6, from Mossman Rowing Club, Chloe Benfield, Arabella Turner-Smith, Sophie Hay, Erica Nutt, Georgia Albert is the cox, coached by Ben Whitewolf. And in lane 7, North Sydney Girls, Yanfi Han, Waya Kong, Kaya Shasani, Jessica Zhao, Felicia Wu is the cox.
In this race, it does look to be like that Pymble crew out in front. 3/4 of a boat length there. The next crew from Mossman. Coming in third there, Loreto Kirribilli. And fourth, we have North Sydney Girls, number 2 crew. Fifth is Canberra Grammar.
And the other North Sydney Girls crew, that's not their number 3 crew, is in 6th. So generally crews row from the top in terms of divisions, but sometimes when their crews are not so experienced, they may row down a division. So we just had presented the medals for I think that was the medals for race 10, which was won by Loreto Kirribilli. That's Division 2 of the Schoolgirl Year 9 Cox Quad Sculls. And that was a crew of Mary Dunstan, Scarlett Cortez, Amelia Fallon, Lily Loiterton, Imogen Donahue was the cox, coached by Pat Mainsbridge.
It still looks to be like the crew from Pymble ladies here that are in the lead, closely followed by that Mossman Rowing Club crew there in lane 6.
Mossman, the very distinctive red and white zooties. Third place is Loreto Kirribilli, but being challenged by the crew in lane 4, lane 3. Lane 3, which is the crew from Canberra Girls Grammar. So coming with the line, Pymble just holding off a very fast finishing Mossman, but Pymble looking good out in front, maintaining that 1 length boat lead. Will be very tight for third place between Loreto Kirribilli.
Yep, that Pymble crew's just got excellent drive there through the water. You can really see that acceleration through the boat all the way through to the finish. And that, what an excellent effort there from that Mossman crew coming in second position.
So Mossman second. It looks like North Sydney Girls might take third place, just ahead of Loreto Kirribilli. And then crossing the line now is the crew from Canberra Grammar. And then we have the other North Sydney Girls crew coming up to the line. So the results of race 12, subdivision 1 of division 4. It was won by Pymble Ladies. Second, Mossman. Third, North Sydney Girls, number 2 crew. 4th Loreto Kirribilli, 5th Canberra Grammar, and 6th the North Sydney Girls number 3 crew. The next race is race 13, which is subdivision 2 of division 4 of the Schoolgirl Year 9 quads. In lane 3, representing Queenwood, Eloise Atkins, Florence Hawkes, Saffron Primer, Tatum Rolls, Elise McFadden is the cox. In lane 4, North Sydney Girls number 1 crew, Sarah Wang, Sia Sachdeva, Annika Ganguly, Evelyn Chung, Megan Ming En Ho is the cox. In lane 5, St Catherine's, Lily Adams, Tia Lee Morgan, Grace Verco, Elizabeth Griffin Peters, Emily Henderson is the cox. In lane 6, Loreto Normanhurst, Mia Sakos, Lily Graham, Lexi Sam, Mia Kudair, Isabella Skelly is the cox, coached by Laura Woods. In lane 7, Canberra Girls Grammar, Zanab Ahmed, Madden Teese, Sidi Taigi, Sophie Hutchinson, and Ivy Saunders is the cox.
We have the Queenwood crew going through the 500 metre in the first position there, followed by St Catherine's in number 2 position. A little bit further back we have Loreto Normanhurst number 4, followed by Canberra Girls Grammar,
So we're just having the medal presentation now for race 11, which is Division 3 of the Year 9 Cox Quad Skull. It was won by Loreto Kirribilli, the crew of Luella Roberts, Cleo Donahue, Chloe Stevenson, Alice Shanahan, Louisa Warren is the cox, and they were coached by Isabel Constantinian. So Queenwood crew maintaining its strong lead in race 13. That's subdivision 2 of division 4. And they're followed by St Catherine's. And then over on this side of the course, Loreto Normanhurst is leading Canberra Girls Grammar.
Yeah, this race is a little bit further spread out than the other ones we've seen earlier in the morning, but it's definitely this Queenwood crew that has taken the lead here from this St Catherine's crew in the second position.
So Queenwood, St Catherine's, then Loreto Normanhurst, Canberra Girls Grammar. It appears that the crew from North Sydney Girls did not start. But Queenwood coming up to the line now, maintaining that 2-length boat lead over the crew from St Catherine's. And Queenwood will take out race 13. St Catherine's coming up to the line now, and they will take second place. And then we have Loreto Normanhurst and then Canberra Girls Grammar. And we're doing now, just while Loreto Normanhurst and Canberra Girls Grammar finish that race, the presentation for race 12, subdivision 1 of division 4. It was won by Pymble Ladies College, Abigail McKinnon, Holly Hogan, Ella Willets, Hannah Willett, Bonnie Hebblewhite is the cox, coached by Ben Booker and Isabella Singarea. Congratulations to Pymble, winners of race 12. Division 1 of division 4 of the Year 9 Quad Skulls, as Canberra Girls Grammar crosses the line, and that completes race 13. So the results of race 13: first Queenwood, second St Catherine's, third Loreto Normanhurst, fourth Canberra Girls Grammar. The crew from North Sydney Girls did not start. The next race on the program, race 14, is subdivision 1 of division 5 of the Schoolgirl Year 9 Cox Quad Skulls. In this race we have the Loreto Kirribilli number 6 crew. That's Tully Lehman, Nellie McCarahan, Amy Shackle, Jessica Wagner, Lola Hayson is the cox. Queenwood number 2 crew is in lane 3. That's Claire Hummel, Safari Taylor, Georgia Bakewell, Maya Danu, Hudson Gordon is the Cox. In lane 4, Queenwood number 1, Jessica Wallace, Bella Minikis, Claudia Gauss, Sophia White, Allegra Tung is the Cox. In lane 5, St Catherine's number 5 crew, Lily Adams, Cassandra Jackson, Charlie Winder, Elizabeth Griffin Peters, Alice Clark Jago is the Cox. Canberra Girls Grammar in lane 6, Darcy O'Connor, Isabella Collins, Constantina Sulios, Sophia Tremopoulos, Sarah Tabenschlag is the Cox. And in lane 7, Mossman, Lottie Ravenstein, Emily Plowman, Eloise Stevens, Elise Coates, Acadia Robinson is the Cox, and coached by Ben Whitewolf.
And then going through the 500 metre mark here in race 14, we have the Queenwood number 1 crew in first position, followed by St Catherine's, followed by Queenwood, and then Canberra Girls Grammar in the 4th position.
And they're followed then by Loreto Kirribilli in 5th, and
It still looks to be this Queenwood crew holding its lead coming into the last 250 metres of this race. Lovely long, strong rowing here by this crew, sending the boat off every stroke. Got great clearance, looking quite relaxed here, and they've got clear water there in front of the crews in 2nd and 3rd position.
Loreto Kirribilli have lost a oar, so they've at the moment becalmed. But at the front of the field, it's a strong row again from a crew from St Catherine's. Well ahead of the balance of the field, and they're coming up to the finish line now. Tight race for 2nd between the crews from Queenwood and Canberra Girls Grammar. But St Catherine's wins comfortably race 15. Very close race for 2nd. Maybe that the call from just ahead. So Queenwood's come up as 2nd on the screen, but I'm not sure that's right. I think Canberra Girls Grammar might have just got ahead of Queenwood, but we'll wait for that official result. Then we have so coming down the course in lane 3 is the Queenwood number 2 crew coming up the line. And the other 2 crews yet to finish are Mossman and Loreto Kirribilli. Loreto Kirribilli now rowing with only with 3 rowers. So Mossman rowing with only 2 rowers. So it does make it a lot harder to row quads when you don't have all 4 rowing. But Mossman with 2 rowers now coming up to the line. And they'll cross the line now. Girls obviously very disappointed that they weren't able to continue rowing, but Mossman crosses the line. Loreto Kirribilli is not sure what they're doing at the moment.
Looks like there's been some type of breakage there in the
bow
seat
yep.
and the bow side oar there.
Just straightening up their course now. So while they're finishing,
got race 15 now coming down the course, going through the 500 metre mark. In the first position we have Loreto Kirribilli 5, second we have Pymble Ladies, and in third position is Canberra Girls Grammar. It's looking like a solid lead here from this Loreto Kirribilli crew in the first position at the halfway mark of this race.
and Loreto Kirribilli now crossing the line. So that completes race 14. So just recapping the results for race 14 was won by St Catherine's, number 5 crew, then followed Canberra Girls Grammar, Queenwood number 1 crew, Queenwood number 2 crew, Mossman and Loreto Kirribilli.
Still looks to be like the Loreto Kirribilli crew in front here again in race 15 of this schoolgirl year 9 Cox Quad Scull Division 5. Got a strong lead here as we see them start to wind here for the finish line, coming into the closing stages of this race.
So Pymble holding a comfortable second, and then third place would be Canberra Girls Grammar, and fourth place St Catherine's, number 6 crew.
And this Loreto Kirribilli crew's rowing very nicely together here, excellent timing, working well together, placing their blades out nice and long, really powering through. Really look at that acceleration. You can see that stroke girl really giving it everything she's got all the way through to the finish there, really setting up that rhythm and pace for the rest of the crew. They've got a comfortable lead out in there in front. Well done to this Loreto Kirribilli crew.
And just presenting medals now is race 14, the crew from St Catherine's, Lily Adams, Cassandra Jackson, Charlie Winder, Elizabeth Griffin-Peters, Alice Clark-Jago as the Cox. Congratulations to St Catherine's, winners of race 14. Just as the Kirribilli crew crosses the line to take out race 15, Division 2 of Division 5. Pymble just straightening up now, and they will take out second place. Third place will go to Canberra Girls Grammar. Pymble crosses now 2 lengths ahead of Canberra Girls Grammar. Fourth place will go to St Catherine's. Appears the Queenwood number 3 crew didn't start. Bit of discussion in the St Catherine's crew, but they've now got them, yes, across the line now. And they will take out fourth place. So race 15 was won by Loreto Kirribilli number 5 crew. Pymble Ladies second, Canberra Girls Grammar third, and St Catherine's number 6 crew fourth. The next race on the program is race 16, which is the schoolgirl para single scull. That's over 500 metres, and there are 2 entries from PLC Sydney, Ella Dunphy and Amber Bradley. They're both coached by April Drainey. Now the girls just lining up now for race 16.
We've still got lovely conditions out here at Penrith this morning. You can see the flags, really not any movement there. Perfect conditions here for rowing out at this wonderful event here, which is the Loreto Kirribilli Regatta.
Race 16 just about to get underway.
Looks to be like the lane 4 crew, PLC Sydney 2, that's taken the lead here in the early stages of this race. Around about a boat length lead over PLC Sydney 1 in lane 5. No. Looks like we have that PLC rower there has stopped. May have a breakage or...
So it's Ella Dunphy out in the lead at the moment, and Amber's just having a word to the boat race officials. There may be a gear issue, as Alison has mentioned. So Ella out in front, rowing a nice steady course. Got good boat control.
You can just see her looking around to make sure that she's right in the centre of the lane there. She's doing a great job of keeping that boat right in the centre there. And
we have our next presentation, which is for the winners of race 15, subdivision 2 of division 5 of the schoolgirl Year 9 Cox Quad Scull, and that was won by Loreto Kirribilli. The crew of Sophie Robertson, Zara Jean Felinsky, Zara White, Phoebe Fisk, Angelique Contractor as the Cox, coached by Tom Walker. Congratulations to Loreto Kirribilli, winners of Subdivision 2 of Division 5 of the Schoolgirl Year 9 Cox Quad Scull.
And in race 16, we've still got Amber Bradley that's coming down in the lead here, but it does look like we've got Ella is back, and she is back rowing again now.
PLC Sydney have a very strong para rowing program and often have 2 or 3 entries in this event at regattas. And Ella crosses the line. Well done, Ella. Amber's now back and rowing, and she was coming up to the 150 metre mark.
We now have race 17, the crews lining up in the Schoolgirl Cox Quad Scull Division 1, 2,000 metre race here. We have in lane 1, Pimble Ladies, Dimity Muller, Rory Lemon, Charlotte Harton, Catherine Gavagna, Carolina Yemma as the Cox, coached by Ben Booker. In lane 2, we have from PLC Sydney, Alex Reid Queenie, Isabel Lau, Willa Bauman, Charlotte Sad, Jasmine Gifford, coached by Linny Glenn. In Askham, we have Adelaide Babbage Hockey, Sabrina Coxar, Portia Coxar, Audrey Abby Wikrima, Kitty Elias as the Cox, coached by Alexandra Butt, Mitchell Caponis, Marielle Caponis. Then in lane 4, we have Canberra Girls Grammar 1, Eliza Lilly, Caitlin Naty, Claudia Bridgewater, Alex Perry Dalton, coxed by Olivia Noonan. And in lane 5, we have Canberra Grammar, Hannah Afshari, Poppy Richard, Josephine Dendrinos, Kate Olivia, Chamisa Dayajiwa as the Cox, and coached by Sarah Peterswald. And we have the MLC School 1 in lane 6, that's Jodie Feng, Amelia Glastonbury, Tessa Tompkins, Francesca Morrison, Sophia Grave as the cocks, coached by Kirsten Lilgwethist and Bianca Riley. Then we have Tara School in Lane 7, Hannah Wilkins, Natalie Eaton, Sally Payne, Suana Jayasuriya, Arushi Chayan as the cocks, coached by Aidan Smith, Kate Crampton, and in Lane 8 from Sydney Girls we have Sarah Blaney, Lauren Teo, Lorian Wong, Charlotte Steele, Sarah Lynn as the cocks, and that's coached by Matteo Villani. And they're in the starters' hands now, just waiting for the start of race 17, the Schoolgirl Cox Quad Scull Division 1. Again, back over 2,000 metres now, so we do have the boat holders holding the stern, getting them into position, ready for the start. The crews are now sitting forward. They've got their oars squared and buried, so they are with the aligner ready to start this race. It's important here in the start that these crews are nice and relaxed, really just thinking about the very next stroke that's ahead of them, and they must have their top edge of their blade covered in that very first stroke and really lever and squeeze that very first stroke out of the start. The Cox Quad, along with the 8, are very fast-moving boats, so it's always good to try and establish an early lead and then just hold that lead down the course. Not as much time as in the smaller boats to have leaders changing and catch crews, so I'm sure these crews will be really looking to establish an early lead on the rest of the field. Again, we have excellent representation here from lots of schools, and it's wonderful to see all these schools represented out here at this Loreto Kirribilli Regatta. So there we've got a great view of the straight down the course, the starting umpire, making sure the crews are all ready to go, making sure they're straight, all in alignment, and that those bows are all lined up even with that starting line. You can see some of the crews being instructed by their coxswain to either touch it on their stroke side or their bow side to straighten the boat up. Very important that these coxers have their crews right in the centre of the lane so that they get a nice straight start. And often the coxswain will find a spot to focus on right down the end of the course and try and keep that alignment all the way down the course. So very important role these coxers have in steering the boat and really making sure these crews are running together. And they're away now in race 17.
So while that race is underway, we have a cumulative point score now for schools and clubs after race 10. And after race 10, the leader in the point score was Loreto Kirribilli with 272 points, closely followed by Pymble Ladies with 259. Third place was Queenwood with 172. Fourth place, Canberra Girls Grammar with 151. Then in fifth place, St Catherine's with 140. Canberra Grammar in sixth place. Seventh place, Sydney Girls. Eighth, Loreto Normanhurst. Ninth, Roseville with 76. Loreto Normanhurst had 82. And in 10th place, PLC Sydney with 68. And then we have a number of clubs, and Tara with 56 in 11th. And then we have a number of clubs that have very few entries, understandably. Glebe was with 10 points in 12th position. 13th position was North Sydney Girls with 8 points, and MLC Sydney is in 14th position with 4 points. So that's a cumulative point score after race 10. The top three being Loreto Kirribilli with 272, Pymble with 259, and in third place Queenwood with 172. So we have the next presentation now for the winners of Race 13, which was Subdivision 2 of Division 4. It was won by Queenwood, Eloise Atkins, Florence Hawkes, Saffron Primer, Tatum Rolls, coxed by Elise McFadden. Congratulations to Queenwood, winners of Race 13, Subdivision 2 of Division 4 of the Year 9 Cox Quad Sculls.
And going through the 500 metre mark here in race 17, we have the Canberra Girls Grammar School that are in the first position there, going through in a time of 1:51. Askham in the second position, followed by Canberra Grammar, Sydney Girls, Pymble Ladies, Tara School, MLC School 1, and then PLC Sydney. And that Canberra Grammar School, Girls Grammar, have got a really good lead, solid lead there of around 5.6 seconds on that Askham crew going through the 500 metre mark. But of course, it is the very early stages of the races. We are only 500 metres in what is a 2,000 metre race, so will be interesting to see how this race pans out.
So these are the top-ranked scullers in the open division from each of the schools competing in this race. And a 5-second lead at the 500 metre mark is quite substantial. A good 2 lengths over the second place boat.
Yeah, you can really see that Canberra Girls Grammar crew really racing very well here, very strong. You can see they've got very quick catches, the blades are entering the water very quickly, placing out nice and long, excellent acceleration and a very nice rhythm they're setting up there. You can see that stern pair in the stroke seat in the 3 seat, setting up a lovely rhythm there for that bow pair just to sit up there and tap along. And I'm sure the coxswains are really enjoying sitting out in front and watching just how well this crew is performing today. As we go through the 1,000 metre mark, it's still that Canberra Girls Grammar going through a time of 3:48.54, and they've got a lot of clear water here on that crew in second position. Just going through now, which is Askham, and it's very close here for third with the 3 Canberra Grammar Schools, and then we have Sydney Girls and Pymble Ladies coming up in 6th and 7th.
Yes, I think someone was a bit excited on the Canberra Grammar. one crew became 3, but there is only one Canberra Grammar crew in this race. That's in lane 5. Canberra Girls Grammar in lane 4. And that's now been corrected on the screen. So these girls will probably be in their 4th or 5th year of rowing, and the development in their technique is very evident from, in particular, that Canberra Girls Grammar crew out in the lead.
Yes, this crew out in front really have a very commanding lead here, and they're looking just so strong. I mean, look at them really powering away there from the field. Excellent rowing here by this crew.
And of course, they make it look effortless. It certainly isn't, but the control they have coming down the slide, there's no rush at all, coming down very neatly and then powering in the stroke itself.
Yeah, and you can see how that stern of this boat is just moving along very nicely. There's no real kickback of the stern. Something very important that you need to look at in a good crew is not only the blade work and not only their bodies, but just how that stern is running. And you can see this stern really running along nicely in this crew from Canberra Girls Grammar. Really solid through the water, and they're really looking very strong here. They've gone through the 1,500 there in a time of 5:46. And yeah, there's a lot of clear water. I really don't think anyone's going to catch them this morning. And there's Askham going through in second. Sydney Girls going through in third, very tight there. 4th with Canberra Grammar, and Pymble Ladies in 5th. And the MLC school just coming through the 1,500 there now in the 6th position. So we're coming into the last 250 metres now of this race, and it's still this Canberra Girls Grammar School with a very commanding lead here, sitting right out in front, and I'm sure they'd be really enjoying this race here today. Really solid, excellent performance by this school. and they'll be very proud going home with this victory today. You see them lifting their rate slightly here. They're really stepping it up all the way for the line. Even though they're not being pressed, they're still really giving it everything they've got, and it's wonderful to see this crew here. Very strong rowing. You can see they're really pushing those, sending those puddles away from the stern, pushing further and further away each stroke. Only a few more strokes to go before this Canberra Girls Grammar takes it over the line. And they do make it look effortless, as John mentioned, but I'm sure here they're all really feeling the pinch of this 2,000 metre race. And there they go over the line. Well done to that Canberra Girls Grammar. It's excellent rowing, very good effort. You can see them there congratulating each other. Great sportsmanship.
And there's nothing better for any crew than hearing that buzzer. Askham coming up the line now, finishing very strongly. It's great to see Askham competing in big boats again, and they will cross the line in second place. Over on this side, it's Sydney Girls High, and on the far side, Pymble, very tight race for third, but I think Sydney Girls High will just get there. Yes, Sydney Girls High from Pymble, and then back to MLC. And then coming up to the line now is the crew from MLC. Canberra Grammar. Still got to get used to those colours. And Tara will just get ahead of PLC Sydney. Tara crosses the line now, and then PLC a length behind. We'll finish or complete race 17. So the results of race 17, it was won by Canberra Girls Grammar, Askham in second, Sydney Girls in third, then followed Pymble Ladies, Canberra Grammar, MLC, Tara and PLC Sydney. The next race on the program is race 18, which is Division 2 of the Schoolgirl Cox Quad Scull. So these are the second or third or fourth ranked crews from the schools competing. In lane 3, Canberra Girls Grammar number 2 crew, Madeline Marshall, Paris Satsias, Emily McHugh, Madeline Garner, coxed by Kat Allen. In lane 4, MLC number 2 crew, Pascal Symington, Sophia Yezi, Ella Baker, Sasha Kovarak, Seraphine McNamara is the cox, coached by Ashley Brooking and Kirsten Littlequest. In lane 5, Canberra Girls Grammar number 4 crew, Kirby Cox, Maddie Beasley, Elle McIntosh, Audrey West, Willow Kaluas is the cox. In lane 6, Roseville number 3 crew, Angelina Bokazian, Amelia Irby, Winnie Wang, Georgia McRae, Grace Thompson is the cox, coached by Katie Ashworth. And in lane 7, Canberra Girls Grammar number 3 crew, Emily Walker, Ash Watts, Isabel King, Sophie Frost, coxed by Eliza Miller.
Going through the 1,000 metre of that race, we have in first position the Canberra Girls Grammar number 3 crew, about 8.5 seconds in front of the Canberra Girls Grammar number 2 crew, followed by their number 4 crew, and then Roseville coming in 4th position. But again, we have another race here with a very solid lead of that Canberra Girls Grammar crew, sitting a good 9 seconds in front of their number 2 crew.
So it appears today that Canberra Girls Grammar is rowing their first and second eights today in the Cox Quad Scull. They don't have any entries in the 8 races which are shortly to follow. So this will be their top ranked rowers, and the difference in technique and power is very evident from the very strong showing today in the Cox Quad Sculls by Canberra Girls Grammar.
I've just gone through the 1,500 metre mark there. We still have that crew from Canberra Girls Grammar in lane 3, that is in lane 7, sorry, in that first position, followed by their number 2 crew, lane 3 in second, and their number 4 crew, lane 5 in the 3rd position.
And then a little further back to Roseville and MLC. So I think MLC didn't start, so a little further back to Roseville, and they're the 4 crews.
Still this Canberra Girls Grammar School over in lane 7 here in that first position. Again, excellent rowing here by this crew. Wonderful timing. You can see they're just not taking too deep there with their oars, just making sure they've got a blade full, accelerating well through the drive phase. Nice and slow on the recovery. Excellent rhythm there. You can see the coxswain there talking to the crew, encouraging them over the line as they come into these last few strokes of this race. And what an excellent row by this Canberra Girls Grammar crew. Sitting up tall, looking nice and relaxed there in the closing phase. About to go over the line. And there's the buzzer. Well done to that crew. Great finish.
So Canberra Girls Grammar number 3 taking out race 18. And their number 2 crew coming up the line now. And they will take out 2nd place. Their number 4 crew, about 7 lengths further back, will be 3rd. And then we have the Roseville number 3 crew. So number 3, but it's the only Roseville entry in the Cox Quad Sculls. So Canberra Girls Grammar number 4 crew now crossing the line in 3rd place. And Roseville now with about 10 strokes to go, and that will complete race 18. Now the next race coming down the course and underway is the race 19, the schoolgirl second 8. There are 3 entries. In lane 4, so at the far side of the course as we look from the grandstand, Loreto Kirribilli, Bronte Horrigan, Jessica Rich, Scarlett Kevin, Claire Flanagan, Sabella Delaney, Zoe Ryan, Zoe Fallon, Chloe Cameron, Monica Dunstan as the Cox, coached by Elliot Hunt and Freddie Gibbs. In lane 5, Pimble Ladies, Eleanor Dutta, Harriet McLean, Isabel Matsonatis, Andy Hodder, Olivia Kelly, Holly Craig, Catherine Walker, Fifi Hazelwood Lee. Serena Lung is the Cox, coached by Ollie Tights and Eliza Entwistle. And lane 6, St Catherine's, Sophie Foster, Jade Leslie, Jaslyn Morgan, Julia Mallam, Emma Hartwig, Sophia Mullen, Annabelle Crabb, Cameron Faturis, Jasmine Abella is the Cox, coached by Diamond O'Driscoll.
And going through the 1,000-metre mark.
So the presentation now for race 17, won by Canberra Girls Grammar, the crew of Eliza Lilly, Caitlin Natty, Claudia Bridgewater, Alex Perry Dalton and Olivia Noonan, the Cox. Congratulations to Canberra Girls Grammar, the winners of race 17, Division 1 of the Schoolgirl Cox Quad Scull.
And just coming back to race 19 that's underway at the moment, they've just gone through that 1,000-metre mark, and it is Pimble Ladies in that first position, ahead of Loreto Kirribilli in 2 and St Catherine's in the 3rd position. That Pimble Ladies College has got about a 3.5-second lead over that crew from Loreto Kirribilli, and then a little bit further back to St Catherine's.
So Pimble in the middle lane as we look down the course, and a 1-length lead over Loreto Kirribilli, and 3 lengths further back to the crew from St Catherine's.
So back here with the 8s racing, we've just finished the quad scull, so back to the sweep type of rowing as we mentioned earlier. Each rower here has 1 oar, which is longer than the sculling oars, and they're going through the 1,500 metre. Pimble Ladies in a time of 5:29. Loreto Kirribilli 5 seconds behind them, so just over a boat length there.
Now as the season progresses, and certainly by the time we get to next year, Queenwood would also have a crew in this race, but today Queenwood is rowing 2 crews in the first 8 race, which shows the depth and strength of Queenwood senior rowing to be able to have 2 crews rowing as a first 8 effectively. So as we come to head of the river, there'll certainly be a Queenwood crew in the second 8 race, so that we'll have at least 4 second 8s. To boat 2 8s, of course, requires a very large senior program. Canberra Girls Grammar typically boats 2 8s as well. Today they rode 4 crews in the Cox Quad Sculls. But it does lead to a much stronger first 8 if you've got a competitive second 8.
And there's still this Pymble ladies crew out in front, but that Loreto Kirribilli crew is really pressing them all the way for the line, all the way for the finish line. Certainly they can see these crews really winding it home now for the finish. You see the stroke rate going up, the boat speed increasing, and they're really giving it everything they've got in the closing phase of this race. Still that Pymble ladies crew in the red hats coming down in that first position. You see their distinctive oars, and coming in second place we're going to have that Loreto Kirribilli crew.
So the Kirribilli crew pressing them right to the end, but Pymble will end up winning by 2 lengths as they come up to the line now. Traditionally Pymble very, very strong in the senior program, and they take out the second 8 race, followed by Loreto Kirribilli and St Catherine's. Going from strength to strength and now being able to boat 2 8s is a very impressive performance for a school that's really only been rowing for 5 or 6 years. So the St Catherine's crew coming up to the finish line now. So the results of race 19, it was won by Pymble Ladies, second Loreto Kirribilli, and third St Catherine's. And now we move to the blue ribbon event for the day, the schoolgirl first 8. And we have 7 entries. In lane 2, Canberra Grammar, Holly Howard, Aprilla Mitchell, Jade Wilson, Sophie Mackay, Domi Plattis, Hayley Noyes, Madison Duncan, Yaya Rangia, Amelia Mukherjee is the Cox, coached by Kendall Brody. In lane 3, Queenwood, Naomi Peace, Eva Thompson, Zara Taylor, Annie Sieve, Brooke Cuttons, Imogen Gray, Phoebe Campbell, Chloe Driver, Chloe Ureta is the Cox. In lane 4, Loreto Kirribilli, Alexandra Whitson, Heidi Ahrens, Alice Watkins, Freya Bateman, Annabelle Ross, Jessica Kovacs, Alyssa Fickers, Elizabeth Carey, Caitlin Gately is the Cox, coached by Charlie Rose Iron and Michael Probert. In lane 5, Pymble Ladies, Lucy Miller, Aspen Moore, Sky Pockley, Tilly Morgan, Ella Jones, Mia Booth, Megan Wood, Alessandra Brasic, Indy Tischler, coached by Ali Williams and Donald McLaughlin. In lane 6, Roseville, Madeline Shadforth, Emma DePriest, Caitlin Coleman, Grace McInlay, Hannah Alexander, Sienna Meany, Phoebe Herdman, Charlie Griebel, Jessica Davies, coached by Hamish McDonald and Alexander Smith. In lane 7, Queenwood, Natasha Hughes, Madeline Walk, Gemma McLaren, Olivia Don't, Charlotte Botha, Zoe James, Alexandra O'Brien, Addison Rolls, Sienna Fraser is the Cox. And in lane 8, St Catherine's, Madeline Manus, Bianca Rupnick-Williams, Sienna Morgan, Chelsea Baker, Erin Curra, Layla Gaston, Madeline Swain, Jade Bliss, Cox by Sophie Castellas, coached by Jared Watson. So in this race we'll call the 2 Queenwood crews, I think Queenwood 2 for lane, or Queenwood 3 for lane 3 and Queenwood 7 for the Queenwood crew in lane 7. As we understand it, the 2 crews are not ranked as a first and second crew, rather the 16 members of the Queenwood senior squad row across the 2 8s at this part of the season.
And we did just earlier have the medal presentation for race 18, which was the schoolgirl Cox Quad Scull Division 2, and that was won by Canberra Girls Grammar 3, and that was Emily Walker, Ash Watts, Isabel King, Sophie Frost, Eliza Miller was the Cox, and they're just pushing away from the pontoon now. So well done to those girls. So I've got this schoolgirl 8 coming down. We're just waiting to see the places coming through. We're just getting it here on the screen now. Going through the 1,000, we have the St Catherine's crew in the first position, followed by Queenwood in third, Loreto Kirribilli in the fourth, Pymble Ladies in that fifth position. And then Roseville coming in at sixth and Canberra Grammar coming in at seventh. It's going through the 1,000-metre mark now.
So just recapping those first three places, St Catherine's, then Queenwood 3, then Queenwood 7 are the three race leaders at the 1,000-metre mark. St Catherine's about a 2-length lead over Queenwood 3, a length further back to Queenwood 7, and Loreto Kirribilli just half a canvas behind, 6.6 of a second behind the Queenwood 7 crew. St Catherine's showing some excellent early form in the season. They were successful over the Pymble boat at the MLC Regatta and rowing very nicely today. A very strong lead at the 1,000-metre mark.
Yes, that's St Catherine's crew in lane 8, closest to the finishing tower. Really looking very strong. You can see that stern pair there setting up that nice rhythm, and you can see that middle 4 of the boat. It's a real engine room of an 8, and look at that power and drive, and you've got the bow pair up in the bow seat and the number 2 seat who have to be very technically proficient just happening along, and they're looking fabulous out in front there. That's St Catherine's crew.
And of course, bow seat is probably the most difficult seat to row because you have the least time to be able to react to any change in the stroke. So it requires often the most technically proficient rower to actually be in bow.
So it's still a good 6-second lead that St Catherine's crew has on the other Queenwood crew, and another 5 seconds behind the other crew. And then we have Loreto Kirribilli coming in at 4th, Roseville in 5th, Pymble Ladies in 6th, and Canberra Grammar in 7th. That's going through the 1,500-metre mark. So we're coming into the closing stages of the race here. This is where you see these 8s really start to lift their rating, really wind it for the finish, and it's really going to be a matter of just who really wants it more when it comes to these final stages of a race.
So Queenwood 3 just holding off Queenwood 7, but St Catherine's very strongly out in front.
Yeah, that St Catherine's crew have got a commanding lead there. Very strong rowing, excellent acceleration, great send off the finish there, and that bow is really surging through the water, and they're looking to be the clear winners here in this race at this stage.
So Queenwood 3 still holding off Queenwood 7. Loreto Kirribilli just dropping a little behind now. Then Roseville, Pymble and Canberra Grammar. But a lovely row, as Alison has mentioned, from this St Catherine's first 8. Very strong finish, accelerating throughout.
And it's going to be a very close race here for 3rd as well, I think, John.
Yes, a very close. Pymble challenging Kirribilli. Pymble got over them yesterday by, I think, half a second. Queenwood 3 crosses the line in 2nd place. Kirribilli challenging Queenwood 7, but Queenwood 7 just gets ahead of Kirribilli, then Pymble, then Roseville coming up the line now. And in their maiden entry at this regatta, Canberra Grammar will complete the field in 7th. So the results of race 20, the schoolgirl first 8, was won by St Catherine's. 2nd was Queenwood 3, that's lane 3. 3rd was Queenwood, lane 7. Then Loreto Kirribilli, Pymble Ladies, Roseville and Canberra Grammar. So the presentation now on the podium is for the winners of race 19, the schoolgirl second 8. It was won by Pymble Ladies, Eleanor Dutta, Harriet McLean, Isabel Matsanatis, Andy Hodder, Olivia Kelly, Holly Craig, Catherine Walker, Fifi Hazelwood Lee, Serena Lynn was the Cox, and coached by Ollie Teets and Eliza Entwistle. Congratulations to Pymble Ladies College, winners of race 19, the schoolgirl second 8. So just going back to race 20, it was quite a stunning performance from Queenwood to have a second and third in the schoolgirl first eight race. No doubt when the crew was shuffled into a first eight and second eight, that will be a very, very powerful crew from Queenwood.
Yes, I think that's what's very important in rowing is if you've got that depth, really having a couple of eights, both at that level, certainly helps. It means you can have that great competition in training between the two eights and really lift everybody, and ultimately when it comes to selecting that first eight, you really can be sure you're going to have a very strong crew, as you said, John.
It's an incredible luxury to have 16 effectively rowing in a first eight race.
We have race 21 underway now, moving back to the year 10 double sculls, 2,000 metre race, and going through the 500 metre mark. In the first position, lane 4, we have the MLC school. In second, we have lane 3, Queenwood. Lane 6 in the third position, Canberra Grammar 1. And fourth, we have Tara School. Fifth, North Sydney Girls. Sixth, we have Sydney Girls. Seventh, Tara School. And the 8th, North Sydney Girls, number 3. That's the positions as they stand going through that 500 metre mark in race 21 of the schoolgirl year 10 double scull. In this double scull racing, the positions can change a little bit more quickly than the 8th race, given the race takes a little longer. So there is certainly the opportunity for some of these positions to change. In the smaller boats, you tend to see that a little bit more than in those faster moving boats like the quads and the 8s. But it's still the MLC school we have here in that first position. So this year 10 double scull, these girls are in year 9. So they've had a couple of seasons of rowing, and then, yes, they will move into the sweep style of rowing in the 8s, also in year 10. And the crews are about to come through the 1,000 metre mark here in race 21. And going through the 1,000, we still have that MLC school in first position, going through in a time of 4:24. We have Canberra Grammar going through in another 2.4 seconds behind them. Third, Queenwood. Fourth, Tara School 2. And fifth, North Sydney Girls number 2. That's at the 1,000 metre mark. And sixth, going through there's Tara School 3. And seventh was Sydney Girls. So here we are at the halfway mark. So we've got another 1,000 metres to row in this race. They often say in rowing that the race begins at the 1,000, so it'll be interesting to see how this second 1,000 metre plays out in this race today.
So the next presentation on the pontoon now is for race 20, the schoolgirl first 8. And the trophy and medals will be presented by the Loreto Kirribilli principal, Ms. Anna Dickinson. So the St Catherine's crew of Madeline Mannans, Bianca Rupnick-Williams, Sienna Morgan, Chelsea Baker, Erin Cara, Layla Gaston, Madeline Swain, Jade Bliss, coxed by Sophie Castellas, coached by Jared Watson. Congratulations, St Catherine's, winners of the schoolgirl first 8 and trophy for the Loreto Kirribilli Regatta.
So you'll notice in this double scull there is no coxswain. The other races we've seen come down, there is a coxswain that either sits in the bow or the stern of the boat that's responsible for steering the boat and also keeping the crew together. But in this double scull race, there is no coxswain, so it's the responsibility of the crew to keep the boat straight. And often you'll have either the bow or the stroke person that's making a few calls during the race and making sure that the crew is sticking together.
So these girls now in their third year of rowing have much less difficulty steering than we saw earlier in some of the Year 8 doubles.
So they've just gone through the 1500 metre mark. We have the MLC school still in the first position. Second, we have Canberra Grammar. Third, we have Queenwood. Fourth is Tara School. And then fifth, North Sydney Girls School and Tara School number 3 and 6. And then Sydney Girls coming through in the 7th position. We've got 500 metres to row in this last race 21.
So last season these girls would have been rowing over 1,000 metres. That's quite a step up to double that length to move to 2,000 metres for the Year 10 races.
Coming into the last 250 metres now of this race. Crew's starting to wind it up here for the finish line. We've still got the MLC school with a lead here over the Canberra Grammar, and over in third position is the Queenwood school.
So that's the crew from MLC, Charlotte Penny and Sophia Grave, and they're coached by Bianca Riley. Finishing strongly, and it will be the first win today for MLC.
Yeah, they've got lovely clean blade work, looking nice and strong through the water, sitting up nice and tall. Some very nice long levers there. That girl in the bow seat looks like she's got lovely long arms, which is obviously a real advantage in rowing, to have that very long stroke. And they're about to go over the line now. And well done to MLC School, finishing that race in first position.
Canberra Grammar just coming up the line now. That's the crew of Mayo Wing and Holly Purser, and they will take out second place. Then on the far side in lane 3, we have Jessica Hogg and Chloe Lamb from Queenwood, and they will take third place. And then coming up the line now is Tara. Then on this side of the course in lane 8 is the North Sydney Girls number 2 crew. That's Ningyung Ma and Audrey Thomas. And they're crossing the line now. And then the Canberra Grammar crew about a length ahead of Sydney Girls. And Canberra Grammar just came at the finish line now. Sydney Girls only just behind them. And we have one crew to finish over in lane 1. The North Sydney Girls number 3 crew of Kara Wong and Hannah Yang. So the next race coming down the course is race 22, well underway. There are 9 starters. In lane 1, Sydney Girls, Alana Song and Olive Bilbao, coached by Matteo Villani. In lane 2, Leichhardt, their first entry for today. Lily Bennett and Grace Conry, coached by Isaac Shepherd. In lane 3, Tara, number 1 crew. Hannah Wilkins, Sally Payne, coached by Kate Crampton. In lane 4, Loreto Kirribilli, Lucy Sexenian, Annalise Radajak, coached by Will Foxton and Luca Roncolato. Lane 5, Canberra Girls Grammar, Eamon Azam and Eddie Matheson Hull. In lane 6, Sydney Girls, Zoe Ann Laxabana, Dana Moas, coached by Matteo Villani. In lane 7, North Sydney Girls number 1 crew, Isabel Ian Pan and Julia Wang. In lane 8, Canberra Grammar number 2 crew, Ella Vannon, Ella Shockley, coached by Alan Carey. And lane 9, PLC Sydney, Maisie Burge, Willow Bowman, coached by Izzy Houghton and Laura Brady. That's race 22.
Yes, and going through the 1,000 metre, they've just come through the 1,500 metre mark of that race. It's in first position, in lane 8, we have the Canberra Grammar number 2 school. Second, we have Leichhardt. Third, we have PLC Sydney. That Canberra Grammar crew has gone through in a time of 6:39.8, 1.8 seconds in front of Leichhardt and 0.3 seconds back to PLC. Just going through the 1,500 there in the 4th, 5th and 6th position. We had the Canberra Girls Grammar in 4th, North Sydney Girls in 5th and the Sydney Girls in that 6th position. You can see these crews now in the finishing towers. They're coming through that 250 metre mark. Still that Canberra Girls Grammar out in front there.
Canberra Grammar. So it's Canberra Grammar just ahead of PLC Sydney as they come down to the finish line. PLC challenging Canberra Grammar now. It's going to be a close race now for first position. And on the pontoon we have the winners of race 21, the school representing MLC, Charlotte Penny and Shalona Akaraya, coached by Matteo Villani. Congratulations. Sorry, Charlotte Penny and Sophia Grave, coached by Bianca Riley. Congratulations, MLC. So very close finish, and PLC's rode over Canberra Grammar. So the PLC double is coming up the finish line, and over on the far side, also challenging is Leichhardt. So it's PLC. Leichhardt might have just got there, and Canberra Grammar, but a photo finish for second and third. And coming up the line now is the Canberra Girls Grammar crew. And on the far side, we have the crew from Sydney Girls High. And on this side, just finishing just behind them, is the crew from North Sydney Girls, number 1 crew.
Yeah, so in that, it is a photo finish there for the second position, whether it's Canberra Grammar 2 or Leichhardt. So we're just waiting on the results there. But that was a win to the PLC Sydney crew, Macy Burge and Willa Bauman.
So it's the Tara School just crossing the line now. And they take out 7th place. And then the Sydney Girls crew in lane 6 is coming down towards the finish now. So the City Girls crew now crossing the line. So that completes race 22. There's still a photo finish for second between Canberra Grammar and Leichhardt. But the race was won by PLC Sydney. The photo finish between Canberra Grammar and Leichhardt. Then 4th, Canberra Girls Grammar. 5th, Sydney Girls. Followed then by North Sydney Girls, number 1 crew, Tara and Sydney Girls. The next race coming down the course is race 23. It's a schoolgirl Year 10 single scull Division 1. And there are 9 entries. Loreto Normanhurst, Sophia Terry in lane 1, Ella Baker from MLC in lane 2, Indy Witten from Loreto Normanhurst in 7, Estella Robertson from Canberra Grammar in 2, Natasha Hughes from Queenwood in 5, Ava Sharp from Loreto Normanhurst in 6, Ariel Moniega from Sydney Girls in 7, Sophia Bartacciotto from Loreto Normanhurst in 8, and Kitty Elias from Ascombe in lane 9.
And just picking these crews up, going through the 1500 metre mark, it's that Canberra Grammar 2 crew in the first position in lane 4. It's a good 18 seconds ahead of Ascombe in the second position. Loreto Normanhurst number 5 in third, and Loreto Normanhurst number 8 in that fourth position. MLC School coming up in 5th position. Sydney Girls in 6. That's going through that 1500 metre mark. So it's this Canberra Grammar number 2 school, this single sculler. She has a very commanding lead here. 19-second lead going through that 1500 metre mark. So she's got a lot of clear water there, and she's really looking very long, very strong. Excellent demonstration of rowing here by this Canberra Grammar single sculler in this schoolgirl year 10 single race number 23. Coming into the last couple of 100 metres now of this race. You can see this sculler really moving the boat nicely. She's sitting up very tall, looks very relaxed, very comfortable, really making it look effortless.
So very nice row here from Estella Robertson from Canberra Grammar. Ascombe holding second place. Then that's Kitty Elias. A little further back to Sophia Bartacciotto from Loreto Normanhurst. So, and then on the far side, also doing well at this stage and challenging potentially for third is Ella Baker from MLC. Sorry, that might have been Sophia Terry from Loreto Normanhurst. So Stella Robertson takes out race 23. She have to be careful lying down like that or she might go over, but she's sitting up. Then tight race for second between Loreto Normanhurst and Ascombe. Ascombe might just get there, and Kitty Elias does. She's a length ahead. So Kitty Elias crosses in second place. On the far side, Sophia Terry from Normanhurst will be third. Fourth place will be Sophia Bartacciotto from Normanhurst. Then the Sydney Girls High sculler on this side, but she will be come in just behind the MLC sculler. That's Ella Baker. And just coming up the finish line now and crossing is Indy Witten from Loreto Normanhurst. And then the remaining Loreto Normanhurst sculler, Ava Sharp, crosses in 8th place. So the results of race 23 was won by Estella Robertson from Canberra Grammar, Kitty Elias Ascombe in second, Sophia Terry, Loreto Normanhurst in third, Sophia Bartacciotto from Normo in fourth, Ella Baker from MLC in fifth, Ariel Menega from Sydney Girls in sixth, Indy Witten from Loreto Normanhurst in seventh, and Ava Sharp from Normanhurst in eighth. We have 3 more divisions of the schoolgirl Year 10 single scull. Division 2 is the next race. There are again 9 starters. Emma O'Brien from Loreto Normanhurst in lane 1. Molly Cameron from PLC Sydney in 2. Sinead Hickey from Loreto Normanhurst in 3. Dejo Singer from North Sydney Girls in 4. Lucy Ball from Loreto Normanhurst in 5. Annie Pham from Sydney Girls in 6. Kiana Gapaliard from Queenwood in 7, Hannah Griffiths from Canberra Grammar in 8th, and Penny Rose Collins from Loreto Normanhurst in 9.
And just picking these crews up through the 500 metre mark, we have Loreto Normanhurst number 1 in first position, that's lane 3. 7 seconds ahead of Canberra Grammar in the second position. And we've just got the scores coming through now at the 1,000 metre mark with those crews. And it looks to be Canberra Grammar in that first position, Loreto Normanhurst in second, Loreto Normanhurst number 3 in third, PLC Sydney 1 in fourth, Queenwood coming through in the fifth position in lane 7.
Now, I think there are 2 scratchings from this race. So I think we only had 7 starters.
It still looks to be that Canberra Grammar crew number 1, looking very long and strong out in front there. Nice rhythm. You can see the boat's nice and balanced. Not too much disturbance of the boat. Important in rowing that the boat runs nicely. You don't want too much movement side to side, forward or back. You can see the boat sitting up nicely and really gliding along.
So Hannah Griffiths rowing very nicely out in front from Canberra Grammar. And she's then followed by Emma O'Brien and Penny Rose Collins. Quite a tight race for third between Penny Rose Collins, Molly Cameron and Kiana Capillard. And on the podium we now have the medal presentation for race 23, which was won by Estella Robertson from Canberra Grammar. That's Division 1 of the Schoolgirl Year 10 Single Scull. Congratulations, Estella.
Coming back to race 24, coming down the course at the moment, going through the 1,500 metre mark. It's still that Canberra Grammar number 1 crew in lane 8 in that first position, followed by Loreto Normanhurst 4 in second, Loreto Normanhurst number 3 in third, and PLC Sydney number 1 in the fourth position.
So Hannah Griffiths from Canberra Grammar seems to be building her lead, maintaining a very nice pace, getting her blades cleanly out of the water and maintaining maximum boat run.
Yeah, so coming into these last couple of 100 metres here, Hannah Griffiths in the lead, coached by Alan Carey. She's looking like she's going to do this fairly comfortably, still lifting her rate a little in this closing phase of the race, trying to make sure she just gives this everything she's got in the closing stage of the races.
Molly Cameron from PLC also rowing very well on the other side of the course, but I think Hannah Griffiths will hold her out, but Molly certainly finishing strongly as well.
Well, we've just had Hannah hit a buoy there on her bow side oar.
That's going to be, she's looking across at Molly Cameron on the far side. Molly Cameron pressing hard, but I think Hannah will get there.
Certainly going to be a close finish here, John.
It certainly will. But coming up the line now, ultimately it'll be about a boat length. So Hannah Griffiths takes out race 24. Hannah Griffiths from Canberra Grammar. Second place, Molly Cameron from PLC Sydney. Then a tight race now for third, between on this side of the course, Penny Rose Collins from Loreto Normanhurst, on the far side, Emma O'Brien from Normanhurst. No, not Normanhurst. PLC. Yes, I think I called PLC as second. It wasn't Molly Cameron, it was Emma O'Brien from Loreto Normanhurst who came second. Penny Rose Collins from Normanhurst in third, and Molly Cameron from PLC Sydney in fourth. And fifth place, just coming up the line now, is Kiana Gapillard from Queenwood. So the results of race 24 was won by Hannah Griffiths of Canberra Grammar, Emma O'Brien from Loreto Normanhurst in second, Penny Rose Collins from Loreto Normanhurst in third, Molly Cameron from PLC Sydney in fourth, and Kiana Gapillard from Queenwood in fifth. That then takes us now to race 25, which is Division 3 of the Schoolgirl Year 10 Single Sculls. In lane 1, Amelia de Villiers from Sydney Rowing Club, Millie Don't from Queenwood in lane 2, Sophia Lamp from Loreto Normanhurst in 3, Hannah Bebbington from PLC Sydney in 4, Sabrina Cockshar from Askham in 5, Mia Wallace from Loreto Normanhurst in 6, Shalona Akara from Sydney Girls in 7, and Abby Timmins from Loreto Normanhurst in 8. So at the 500 metre mark, it was Sabrina Cockshar from Askham leading, Amelia de Villiers from Sydney Rowing Club, only less than a boat length. And then tight for third, but on this side of the course, it's Abby Timmins, who was just ahead of Sophia Lamp. They're both from Loreto Normanhurst. Then Hannah Beddington from PLC Sydney was in fifth. Mia Wallace from Loreto Normanhurst in sixth.
Crossing now to the podium for race 24, we have the Schoolgirl Year 10 Single Scull Division 2, and the winner of this crew was Canberra Grammar 1, Hannah Griffiths, coached by Alan Carey. So well done to Hannah, congratulations on that win in race 24. Going through the 500 metre mark here of race 25 in the Schoolgirl Year 10 single, we have from Askham Sabrina Coxcar first position. We have Amelia de Villiers from Sydney in second, Abby Timmins from Loreto Normanhurst in third, Sophia Lamp fourth position from Loreto Normanhurst, Hannah Bebbington in the fifth position from PLC Sydney, and Mia Wallace in the sixth position from Loreto Normanhurst. That's as they go through the 500 metre mark. So 1,500 metres to row in this Schoolgirl Year 10 Single Scull Division 3.
So Sabrina Cockshar has now built up a commanding lead as we move through the 1,000 metre mark. She's about 3 lengths ahead of Amelia de Villiers from Sydney Rowing Club. And those two scullers are well ahead of the balance of the field at the 1,000 metre mark. That's Sabrina Cockshar in lane 5 and Amelia de Villiers is in lane 1. Then in third place, very tight between the two Loreto Normanhurst scullers, Sophia Lamp and Abby Timmins. Then a little further back to the other Loreto Norman Host sculler, Mia Wallace, who's in 5th, and Hannah Bebbington from PLC is in 6th.
Yes, there's certainly a lot of clear water here between Sabrina and that crew from Sydney in 2nd position there. Going through the 1,000, she had a good 10.5-second lead on Amelia de Villiers in 2nd. She's looking very strong, Sabrina here. This lead she's got, very excellent. She's got excellent send off the finish. You can see just how much that boat is really accelerating when she takes those oars out of the water. Lovely, clean exit. Blades are coming out cleanly, going in nice and square, really maximising the run of the boat. She's certainly looking very strong out there in front, is Sabrina Coxar from Askham.
And she's got 3 coaches listed in the program, so no doubt a lot of his technical assistance from Marielle Caponis, Mitchell Caponis and Alex Butt.
A lot of beginner rowers will typically start in a single scull. It's important to learn the impact that one individual rower has on the boat before you move into a crew boat. It's a good way to develop technical proficiency, to really get a feel for the boat before moving into those bigger crew boats of the quads, the 4s, doubles, and also into the 8s in the more senior years. The single scull is also very sensitive to any sort of movement, so it's particularly important that these scullers are very technically proficient, need to be really gliding in on the way, on the recovery into the catch position, nice solid through the drive. Having good rhythm is important, not disturbing the boat movement too much, just to make sure that it's really maximising the speed through the water. I think she's taken out even further lead now, Sabrina. She's going through the 1,500 metre mark in a time of 6:47. So she's certainly really holding the competitors off here.
She's about 5 lengths ahead of the 2nd place sculler at this stage, Amelia de Villiers from Sydney. Then the Loreto Norman Host scullers, Sophia Lamp, Abby Timmins, Mia Wallace and Hannah Bebbington from PLC Sydney complete the field.
And coming into this last couple of hundreds, she's looking very relaxed, really comfortable, complete control of this race. And I'm sure she'll be very happy with this performance today. See the boat really gliding off the finish there. Both of the oars nicely off the water, nice and evenly balanced. Stern running along nicely. Got good clearance. Really sending those puddles right past the stern with every stroke. Just lifting her rate slowly as she comes over the finish line in the next few strokes. Just waiting for the buzzer as she goes over in a couple of strokes. There it is. Well done to Sabrina Coxar, coached by Marielle Caponis, Mitchell Caponis and Alexandra Butt, first in the race 25, Schoolgirl Year 10 Single Scull Division 3.
And on the far side of the course, now coming up to take 2nd place, is Amelia de Villiers from Sydney Rowing Club. And she crosses the line now. And then we have 2 of the Loreto Norman Host scullers coming up to the finish line. Sophia Lamb on the far side, and she was looking comfortably placed to take out 3rd position. And on this side of the course, we have in lane 8, Abby Timmins. So Sophia crosses now in 3rd place. Abby Timmins coming up the line, finishing strongly, and she will take 4th place. And bit of a battle now for 5th place between Mia Wallace from Loreto Normanhurst and Hannah Bebbington from PLC. So, very close finish between those two scullers. I think PLC may have just rode over the top of, as they have. So Hannah Bebbington just ahead of Mia Wallace. And just crossing the line there was Shalona Akaria from Sydney Girls. And we now have coming down the course the last of the schoolgirl Year 10 single sculls division, Division 4, in Lane 1 representing Sydney Girls High, Sarabi Marath, coached by Matteo Villani. In Lane 2, Sabine Walton from Loreto Normanhurst, Nick Vanna from Queenwood in Lane 3, Nellie Bryan from Canberra Grammar in 4, Mariana Daly from Loreto Normanhurst in 5, Isabel Yardley from Sydney Rowing Club in 6, Noah Kepi from Sydney Girls in 7, and Sophia Slater from Loreto Normanhurst in 9. This race now with about 250 metres to go. And the race leader at this stage is the Sydney Rowing Club, Isabel Yardley, who has a very strong lead over the balance of the field. Then also doing well, probably in second place at this stage, is the sculler in Lane 4, which is Nellie Byron from Canberra Grammar. But Isabel Yardley now coming up the finish line, about 8 lengths ahead, and she will win race 26. Second place will go to Nellie Bryan from Canberra Grammar. Third place is currently held by Noah Kepi from Sydney Girls. And a tight race for fourth between the Mariana Daly from Loreto Normanhurst and Sophia Slater from Loreto Normanhurst. Noah Kepi crosses the line in third place. Fourth place, she's being challenged, but she'll hold out, is Mariana Daly from Loreto Normanhurst. Sophia Slater from Normanhurst is in fifth. Sixth place will go to the Queenwood sculler, Nika Vanna. And we just had the medal presentation for Sabrina Koksha from Ascombe, winner of race 25, the Division 3 of the schoolgirl Year 10 single scull. Next race is race 27, the schoolgirl Year 10 Cox 4. There are 2 entries, both Loreto Kirribilli crews. In the number 2 crew, Ava Hatzidis, Alexa Morgan, Amelie Lemieux, Lucy Sexenian, Olivia Madsen as a Cox, coached by Luca Roncato. And the number 1 crew, Annalise Scott, Emily Champ, Audrey Ross, Coco Butcher, coxed by Annabelle Peel and also coached by Luca Roncolato. While we're waiting for that race to come down the course, we have an update on the point score. So after race 20, the leaders changed. Pymble Ladies is now on the lead with 463 points, followed by Loreto Kirribilli with 440. Then in third place, Canberra Girls Grammar, 383. In fourth place, St Catherine's with 324. In fifth place, Queenwood with 264. In sixth place, Canberra Grammar with 198. In seventh place, Sydney Girls with 148. In eighth place, Loreto Normanhurst with 122. In ninth place, Roseville with 116. In 10th place, PLC Sydney with 98. And then followed Tara with 68. Mossman with 52. Equal with North Sydney Girls. And then in 14th place, Askham with 32, and MLC in 15th place with 20. Then Glebe with 10 in 16th place. So they're after race 20, the leading school was Pymble, 463, followed by Loreto Kirribilli, 440, and in third place was Canberra Girls Grammar with 383.
Just coming through the 1500 metre mark now of race 7. We have the Loreto Kirribilli number 2 crew in first position. Good solid lead over Loreto Kirribilli 1 in that second position there. So they've gone through the 1500 in a time of 6:29, that Loreto Kirribilli number 2 crew. And that's the crew of Ava Hatsidis, Alexa Morgan, Amelie Lemieux, Lucy Sekzenian, Olivia Madsen as the cox, and coached by Luca Roncolato. They've certainly got a solid lead ahead, that Loreto Kirribilli number 2 crew there. Good couple of boat lengths ahead of the Loreto Kirribilli 1. Less than 250 metres to row now in this race. These girls are looking long and strong, nice rhythm, rowing very well together. You can see their bodies moving nicely together, their oars coming down to the water at the catch. And they're really starting to lift here in the closing phase of this race. Sending that boat off the finish, really trying to drive those legs, using those arms just to finish off the last part of the stroke, but really predominantly a leg sport rowing. And you can see these girls really driving off that foot plate, excellent leg drive, trying to send away, try and increase that gap, increase that clear water with every stroke. And that other Loreto Kirribilli crew is really fighting back. Great to see this rivalry between between the girls in the same school. And just going over the line there in the first position, Loreto Kirribilli 2 in a time of 8:40 and 31. And there we have the other Loreto Kirribilli number 1 crew, 10.25 seconds behind number 1 crew in second position. So well done to those girls. Excellent racing by both of those crews this morning.
So those two crews will be rowing later in the day in the Year 10 5th and 6th quad sculls. The balance of the Year 10 squad for Loreto Kirribilli rowed in the Year 10 8s earlier this morning. We now move to the Year 8 Cox Quad Scull races, and as for the Year 9 Cox Quad Scull races, many of these divisions are rowed in 2 subdivisions. There's no seeding between them, so they're of equal significance. There are typically 5 or 6 crews in each of those subdivisions until we get to Division 4, when we have a single division. Year 8 racing is relatively new to schoolgirl rowing. It only started in 2012 2012 was the first year that schoolgirls rode in Year 8. That is, girls currently in Year 7 moving into Year 8 in their next year. Prior to that, schoolgirls didn't start rowing until the end of Year 8, and they were always called, obviously, the Year 9 group. So previously, girls might have only rowed for 4 years, Year 9, Year 10, Year 11 and Year 12, but now they can row for 5, and certainly the girls have taken advantage of that, and the Year 8 age group is a very hotly contested age group, and the girls have demonstrated beyond doubt that they are very capable of rowing at the end of Year 7 into Year 8. And the boys had always done that, but it took a little bit of persuasion for the powers that be that girls could actually start at the end of Year 7. So this is the start of the Year 8s. This is their first Kirribilli Regatta and their first season, obviously, of rowing. So in the first race 28, we have 6 entries representing Sydney girls: Mia Williams, Saskia Alexander, Alison Rao, Ashleen Considine, Lisa Shears the Cox, coached by Tal Lewis. In lane 3, Loreto Normanhurst, Grace West, Emily Johnson, Amber Eisenhower, Ellen Ogilvie, Adele Simon is the Cox, coached by Molly Pringle. In lane 4, Pimble Ladies, Annie Pennington, Zara Kinnenberg, Harriet Murphy, Olivia Norton, Mai Nato is the Cox, coached by Lewis Gray and Matilda Pennington. In lane 5, Roseville, Georgia Rye, Gabriella Boghosian, Lily Coonan, Piper Robertson, Chloe Coleman, coached by Katie Ashworth. In lane 6, St Catherine's, Phoebe Sherrod, Ginger Campbell, Ashley Innes, Sarah Rupnick-Williams, Claudia Lynham is the Cox, coached by Jared Watson. And in lane 7, Queenwood, Lara Scalina, Isla McMillan, Zoe Fennick, Charlotte McWilliam, coxed by Alice Home. So race 28 is now underway. Fairly even start across the course. And these are the top-ranked rowers from each of the schools competing. So Subdivision 1 of Division 1. And on this side of the course, Queenwood is doing very well in the first 250 metres. They have about a boat-length lead over the balance of the field as they come up now to the 500-metre mark. Might have been calling Queenwood St Catherine's. St Catherine's that's in the lead, followed by Pimble, Sydney Girls, Loreto Normanhurst, Roseville, and then Queenwood. St Catherine's is a very strong Year 8 program, and generally across the board we saw them win the first 8 earlier, and that strength is right through the entire squad. But very nice row here from the St Catherine's crew.
Race 27 on the podium.
On the podium now we have race 27, the schoolgirl Year 10 Cox Squad 4, which was won by the Loreto Kirribilli number 2 crew of Ava Hatzidis, Alexa Morgan, Emily Lemieux, Lucy Sexenian, Olivia Madsen was the Cox, and coached by Luca Roncolato. Now coming to the closing stages of race 28, Subdivision 1 of Division 1 of the schoolgirl Year 8 Cox Quad Scull. And St Catherine's has maintained that very strong lead that they'd built by the 500-metre mark, and they're well out in front. Second is much closer.
Yeah,
Pimble and Sydney Girls competing very much.
St Catherine's crew is really looking very strong out there in front. You can see that acceleration through the drive. They're really pulling that handle very hard there, really driving off that foot stretcher. They want to hold this lead coming into that last few strokes of the race. It's certainly going to be very tight for second here.
Yeah, Pimble, Sydney Girls, but Pimble's just ahead. Sydney Girls pushing them strongly. St Catherine's coming up the line. Fourth place is Loreto Normanhurst. Then back to Roseville and Queenwood, but St Catherine's Very nice, very strong win, and they take out race 28. Pimble in second, Sydney Girls third. Normanhurst will be fourth. Queenwood finishing strongly, very strongly. Queenwood finishing very strongly indeed. They might just pip. No, they miss out. Oh, it's going to be very close for fifth. Very, very close. Queenwood flying down that last 50 metres. So race 28 was won by St Catherine's. Pimble second, Sydney Girls third, Loreto Normanhurst fourth. Photo finish between Queenwood and Roseville for fifth. I think Queenwood might have just got there. The next race on the program is race 29, which is subdivision 2 of division 1. So the top crews again from each of these schools. In lane 3, Canberra Girls Grammar, Meg Story, Annie Bush, Allegra Tabenslag, Grace Disney, Fleur Baseby is the Cox. In lane 4, PLC Sydney, Claire La, Amelia Boyle, Chloe Lau, Isabel Wadlin, Holly Angwin is the Cox, coached by Holly Garner. In lane 5, in the middle of the field, Loreto Kirribilli, Chiara Quino, Phaedra Kevin, Sophie Mansfield, Zara Luke, Chloe Oleneski is the Cox, coached by Bronte Blackmore Cram. In lane 6, Canberra Grammar, Ariel Redwin, Darcy Berg, Emily Bodman, Annabelle Mitchell, Isla Morgan is the Cox, coached by Sue Donoghue. In lane 7, Tara, Kelly Lee, Nicole Gee, Sydney McCartney, Victoria Eaton, Charlotte Goy is the Cox, coached by Kate Crampton. So that race is now underway. And the crews on this side of the course appear to be leading. That's Tara and Canberra Grammar. A little further back to Loreto Kirribilli, then Canberra Girls Grammar, and then a bit further back to PLC Sydney. But the three leading crews on this side of the course, Tara, Canberra Grammar, and Loreto Kirribilli. So just coming up to the 500 metre mark now. And it's Canberra Girls Grammar in the lead from Canberra Grammar. Tara, then Loreto Kirribilli. And then follows PLC. The placing seemed to have changed a bit in the last 250 metres.
Yeah, it's certainly a race here between lane 3 and lane 6. Canberra Girls Grammar and Canberra Grammar. They're the two crews that seem to be battling it out for that first position here.
It's a bit hard to tell on the angle, but it looks very close from here. Canberra Grammar may have picked up a little on the Canberra Girls Grammar crew. And then a little way back then to Tara, Loreto Kirribilli and PLC.
Yeah, certainly this is going to be a very close finish here. I think it is that Canberra Girls Grammar just in front.
Yes, they've lifted their rating. They're now moving the boat very well.
You can see both of these crews really increasing their stroke rate, really battling it out here, giving it everything they've got in the closing phases of this race. It's going to be a real battle to see who wins this one.
So Canberra Girls holding probably about a half boat length lead as they come up to the line. Canberra Grammar throwing everything at it, probably a little bit too much sometimes. Bow wanted to put in an extra stroke, but Canberra Girls Grammar takes the win from Canberra Grammar. Kirribilli battling with Tara for third place. Tara finishing strongly. Loreto holding their stroke rate, and Loreto Kirribilli will now cross in third place and Tara in fourth. And PLC will then complete the field. The placings then in Subdivision 2 of Division 1 of the Schoolgirl Year 8 Cox Quad Scull. It was won by Canberra Girls Grammar, from Canberra Grammar, Loreto Kirribilli, Tara, and then PLC. We now move to race 30, Subdivision 1 of Division 2 of the Schoolgirl Year 8 Cox Quad Scull, so the second-ranked crews from each of these schools. In lane 2, representing Loreto Kirribilli, Mirella Di Giovanni, Charlotte Reeves, Annabelle Kovacs, Gracie Morell. Asta Stock is the Cox, coached by Alex McMillan. In lane 3, Canberra Girls Grammar, Catherine Tarver, A.B. Irvine, Elizabeth Tarver, Lucy Kodaris, Olivia McBride is the Cox. In lane 4, PLC Sydney, Zara Canby, Grace Logan, Jessica Burrows, Kiara Ewing, Willow Soft, coached by Will Beedham. In lane 5, St Catherine's, Evie Lloyd, Stella Ollenderick Smith, Georgie Smith, LV Liston, Zinnia Shue is the Cox, coached by Jeff Patterson. In lane 6, Pimble, Ladies College, Isabella Woodall, Eloise Stewart, Georgia Ewan, Mia Sherry, Bonnie Hebblewhite is the Cox, coached by India Thompson. And in lane 7, Roseville, Sophie Ben, Amalia Feidler, Kiona Wu, Amelia Shadforth, Grace Thompson is the Cox, coached by Chloe Boyce and Karis Campbell. That's race 30, Subdivision 1 of Division 2 of the Schoolgirl Year 8 Cox Quad Scull. So they're just coming up the finish line now. It's the crew from St Catherine's in lane 5 that's leading. Very close race for second between Canberra Girls Grammar and Loreto Kirribilli on the lanes 2 and 3, but St Catherine's comfortable leaders. Also finishing strongly is the crew from Roseville, but St Catherine's takes the win. Loreto Kirribilli just being pipped by Canberra Girls Grammar. So Canberra Girls Grammar just ahead, and Canberra Girls Grammar will take second place from Loreto Kirribilli. Fourth place will go to Roseville. And coming up the finish line now is Pimble. And then PLC Sydney with about 60 metres to row.
And we did just have the presentation of race 28, the Schoolgirl Year 8 Cox Quad Scull Division 1. That was taken out by St Catherine's, and that was the crew of Phoebe Sherrard, Ginger Campbell, Ashley Innes, Sarah Rupnick Williams, Claudia Linman was the Cox, and coach Jared Watson. So well done to those girls. That was race 28, Schoolgirl Year 8 Cox Quad Scull. They're just pushing away from the pontoon now, so congratulations.
So the next race coming down is race 31, which is Subdivision 2 of Division 2 of the Schoolgirl Year 8 Quads. In lane 3, representing Loreto Normanhurst, Harriet Lamp, Scarlett Mitchell, Ava Smith, Elizabeth Pennington, Annika Clark is the Cox, coached by Bridie Cooksey. In lane 4, Canberra Grammar, Ava Mullis, Thea Constance, Gracie Byron, Emily Stevens, Cox by Zara Wilson, coached by Sue Donoghue. In lane 5, Queenwood, Eve Goldsworthy, Gemma Warrell, Zoe Elliott, Emma Lochtenberg, coxed by Isabella McNee. In lane 6, Sydney Girls, Sophia Zhang, Emily Devlin, Jenny Zhao, Camille Zankel, Ellen Dew is the Cox, coached by Tao Lewis. And in lane 7, Tara, Nicole Wu, Cindy Liu, Adele Teo, Eden Wong, Sophia Troffer is the Cox, and coached by Michaela Hole. And at the 500 metre mark, it was Sydney Girls in the lead, a length and a half ahead of Canberra Grammar, 3 lengths further back to, or 2 lengths further back to Queenwood, length back to Tara, and 3 lengths back to Loreto Normanhurst. So just on the pontoon now is the winners of race 29, Division 2 of Division 1 of the Schoolgirl U8 Cox Squad Skull. From Canberra Girls Grammar, Meg Story, Annie Bush, Allegra Tabenschlag, Grace Disney, Cox by Fleur Basby. Congratulations to Canberra Girls Grammar, winners of race 29. And again, we're in the closing stages now of race 31. And the 2 race leaders are Sydney Girls and MLC. Or Canberra Grammar. Sorry, Canberra Grammar, those colours. Still got to get used to. So, Canberra Grammar pushing Sydney Girls, but Sydney Girls probably holding about a half boat length lead. Queenwood back in 3rd place. Canberra Grammar now ahead, I think, of Sydney Girls, finishing very strongly. It's going to be a very close finish between Canberra Grammar and Sydney Girls. Canberra Grammar may have just got there. They're coming up the finish line now. It's going to be very close. I think, oh, Sydney Girls just surged. I think Sydney Girls just got that. The finish line is just in front of the boys. 3rd place will go to Queenwood. And then Tara currently in 4th and Loreto Normanhurst in 5th. Now it seems Sydney Girls did hold on by 0.37 of a second. So Sydney Girls have been given that race unofficially. 4th goes to Tara, just crossing the line now. And in 5th place, we will have the Loreto Normanhurst crew. So the results of race 31. At this stage, Sydney Girls, the winners, Canberra Grammar 2nd, Queenwood 3rd, Tara 4th, and Loreto Normanhurst 5th. Yeah, so just going for the photo now, I think, yes, finish line is actually just in front of the boys. Yes, I think Sydney Girls did surge just on the line, so Sydney Girls, the winners of race 31.
In those photo finish, it really does depend on where you are in the stroke. Are you through the drive phase or in that recovery phase?
Yep.
So
There was a very big drive from Sydney Girls, very big. We now move to race 32, which is Division 1, Subdivision 1 of Division 3, so Subdivision 1 of Division 3 of the Schoolgirl Year 8 Cox Squad Skulls. There were 6 entries. Roseville in lane 2. Renee Hahn, Emily Wang, Mina Fassos, Elizabeth Giles, Hannah Ryan is the Cox, coached by Alyssa Burke. Queenwood in lane 3. Eloise Lindfelt, Bridget Thompson, Lauren King, Sophie Hunt, Holly Stepper is the Cox. In lane 4, Canberra Grammar, Ali Webb, Alana Rashik, Edith Warboys, Isabel Habick, Ira Wah is the Cox. In lane 5, Sydney Girls, Ashley Wren, Lisa Jin, Amy Ju, Zhu Li Zhang, Alice Gao is the Cox, coached by Tal Lewis. In lane 6, Loreto Kirribilli, Anna Cooper, Indiana Orth, Meg Warburton, Claudia Koss, Charlotte Clarkin is the Cox, coached by Luca Roncolato. And in lane 7, Canberra Girls Grammar, Sienna Williamson-Bell, Marley Cannell, Claire Templeton, Claudia Ryle, Siri Tapenslag is the Cox. And at the 500 metre mark, the race leaders were Loreto Kirribilli, 3 lengths ahead of Canberra Girls Grammar, then a length and a half back to Queenwood. Roseville was quarter of a length behind Queenwood, then Sydney Girls half a length behind, and Canberra Grammar, 2 lengths behind Sydney Girls. So the race leaders at the 500 metre mark, Loreto Kirribilli, followed by Canberra Girls Grammar, then Queenwood. So Loreto Kirribilli rowing in lane 6, so second closest to the grandstand, and Canberra Girls Grammar next to them. And then looking back, the course, Canberra Grammar, Queenwood, Roseville and Sydney Girls.
So I think this Loreto Kirribilli crew is definitely going to take out this win here. You can see that coxswain looking around where those other crews are positioned, and she's certainly very happy with where her crew is at the moment. She'd be calling them now to really make sure they're lifting their stroke rate, increasing their power, holding the position and staying relaxed. You see this crew with the coxswain sitting in the bow end of the boat. Sometimes you see them in the stern and some of the other crews coming down, but we have a coxswain sitting in the bow, and she's really enjoying this race, I'm sure. Sitting out in front, it's going to be a comfortable win here from this Loreto Kirribilli crew.
So it's Loreto Kirribilli 4 lengths ahead of Canberra Girls Grammar in second place. Then a very close race for third between Roseville, Queenwood and Sydney Girls. So Kirribilli crosses in first. Canberra Girls Grammar just coming up the line now, and they will cross in second place. Very close for third. It probably is Sydney Girls will be just ahead. Another surge on the line, and yes, Sydney Girls gets third. Far side, it's Roseville, and just ahead of Queenwood. And then Canberra Grammar will take 6th place. So a strong win then to the Loreto Kirribilli crew.
We just have the medal presentation about to take place for race 31, which was the schoolgirl year 8 Cox Quad Scull. Division 2, we had first place Sydney Girls, Sophia Jiang, Emily Devlin, Jenny Xiao, Camille Zankel, Ellen Du was the cox, and the coach was Tal Lewis. So well done to Sydney Girls on that win in race 31.
So the second division of the Division 3, so Subdivision 2 of Division 3 is currently underway. 5 crews have been entered, representing PLC Sydney, Emily Gooderick, Carla Rasica, Grace Moody, Vicky Russell, Isabella McFarlane as the cox. In lane 4, Tara, Naomi Cross, Avika Grover, Navia Singh, Ella Xiang, Suanna Jasaraya is the cox, coached by Sophia Kenau and Aidan Smith. In lane 5, St Catherine's, Emily Fletcher, Lucy Foster, Gemma Lewis, Lillian Orange, Arabella Rose is the cox. In lane 6, Pymble, Georgina Curtis, Sophie Beveridge, Lucy Simpson, Phoebe Pockley, Jacqueline Zhu is the cox, coached by Alex Reed. And lane 7, Loreto Normanhurst, Matilda Curtin, Lucinda Barker, Fleur Mannion, Grace May Lander, Portia Gill is the cox, coached by Madison Bartholomew.
And we have in the first position St Catherine's crew, followed by Pymble Ladies, then Loreto Normanhurst, then PLC Sydney, and 5th is the Tara School. Coming into the last less than 200 metres to row in this race, it's that St Catherine's crew taking a strong lead ahead of Pymble Ladies, closely followed by Loreto Normanhurst 3.
So St Catherine's again showing the depth of their Year 8 rowing program, rowing very nicely out in front. 3 lengths ahead of Pymble. Pymble being challenged by Loreto Normanhurst for second place. Pymble need to adjust their steering. They've just lost about half a boat length, but now Normanhurst is converging on Pymble. But St Catherine's well out in front. Comfortable winners. Pymble now readjusting. They're separating, but the 2 crews rowing stroke for stroke. Pymble and Loreto Normanhurst, very close finish between those 2. Pymble may be just ahead after adjusting for those steering issues, and Pymble crosses the line in second place, Loreto Normanhurst in third. Then PLC Sydney will be in 4th, and Tara will come in 5th. So very strong row there from St Catherine's, taking out race 33, subdivision 2 of division 3 of the schoolgirl year 8 Cox Quad Scull. And Tara just coming up to the line now. That then takes us to race 34, which is rowed as a single division. So division 4, there's no subdivisions. Division 4 of the schoolgirl year 8 Cox Quad Scull, there are 8 entries. In lane 1, Roseville, Charlotte Rolliston, Isabel Bonnick, Lucy White, Lulu Amiel Gibson, Jessica Davies is the Cox, coached by Samantha Reeves and Lillian Sargent. In lane 2, Canberra Girls Grammar, Tara Conhag, Elise Wyatt, Safi Badder, Abby Barlow, Madison Auger is the Cox. In lane 3, Loreto Kirribilli, Julia Carney, Jasmine Smith, Alexandra James, Charlotte Saunders, Lara Verheyen is the Cox, coached by Tom Walker. In lane 4, Canberra Grammar, Emma Mandick, Sarah Miller, Naomi Chisholm, Victoria Nielsen, Alice Allen is the Cox, coached by Sue Donoghue. In lane 5, Queenwood, Chelsea Yates, Lucinda Twigg, Emily Kemper-Maisie, Victoria Chang and Hudson Gordon is the Cox. In lane 6, Sydney Girls, Talia Limbapoulos, Jenny Zhu, Maya Reid, Alisane with Aben, Amelia Zhang is the Cox, coached by Tal Lewis. In lane 7, St Catherine's, Bailey Villeneuve, Aroa Tuma Campbell, Chloe Crabb, Isabel Williams, Florence Vinnell is the Cox. In lane 8, Pimble, Emily Ralph, Eva Pates, Annika Maslin, Sanaya Lakani, Emily Bartrop is the Cox, coached by Gabrielle Carmody. That's race 34, Division 4 of the Schoolgirl Year 8 Cox Quad Scull, and that's underway. Okay, just coming up now to the 500 metre mark. And first 3 crews very close together. But Loreto Kirribilli just ahead of Pimble Ladies, followed by Queenwood. Those 3 crews pulled away from the rest of the field. Then St Catherine's in 4th, Roseville in 5th, Canberra Girls Grammar in 6th. A little further back, another length to Canberra Grammar, and then Sydney Girls a length behind them. So the 500 metre mark, Loreto Kirribilli leading, Pimble, Queenwood, St Catherine's, Roseville, Canberra Girls Grammar, Canberra Grammar, and then Sydney Girls.
It's fairly close racing in this one, but I think you'll see this Pimble Ladies crew will really challenge this Loreto Kirribilli crew as we move into coming up to the last 250 metre mark now. You can see all the crews really starting to lift here. Exciting, these final stages of this race. It seems to be that Loreto Kirribilli crew, they're still out in front, holding their lead, but they're really being pressed all the way down. Loreto Kirribilli crew look to have lifted their rate a little bit. Can see that leg drive, really strong. All 4 rowers rowing nicely together there, but we do have a challenge on our hands.
Yes, Pimble certainly finishing very strongly. Pimble closest to the grandstand. And then 3rd place at the moment is the crew from Queenwood.
Yeah, it's going to be a very close race, this one.
So Loreto Kirribilli just holding its lead from Pimble. Queenwood in third. Third place being challenged by St Catherine's. But Queenwood seem to have stabilised their third position. Now challenging on Pimble. Kirribilli probably a length and a half ahead of Pimble. Queenwood finishing strongly, but Pimble will probably hold on for second. So Kirribilli crosses the line now in first. A length and a half ahead of Pimble. Pimble a length ahead of Queenwood. Then St Catherine's. And on the far side of the course, there's a race between Roseville and Canberra. Canberra Girls Grammar. Roseville just ahead of Canberra Girls Grammar. And then Canberra Grammar coming up the line now, and Sydney Girls. So race 34 was won by Loreto Kirribilli. Pimble second, Queenwood third, St Catherine's fourth, Roseville fifth, sixth was Canberra Girls Grammar, seventh was Canberra Grammar, eighth was Sydney Girls. The next race on the program is race 35, which is subdivision 1 of division 5 of the schoolgirl Year 8 Cox Quad Sculls. There were 7 entries. St Catherine's in lane 2, Harriet Clune, Jasmine Stanton, Sophia Kristinako, Lola Bat, Beau Lepinis is the Cox. In lane 3, Queenwood, Cara Jolie Poole, Amelia Lefronde, Tessa Calverley, Bronte Hannah, Scarlett Hone is the Cox. In lane 4, North Sydney Girls, number 1 crews, Sarah Wang, Felicity Moy, Iris Liu, Luogia Tang, Alicia Shashadaran is the Cox. In lane 5, Roseville, Hannah Sue On, Lucy Ryan, Matilda Ridgely, Madeline Edge, Matilda Marchant is the Cox, coached by Bella Ryan. In lane 6, Loreto Kirribilli, Beatrix Cadman, Manny Chiswick, Saskia Wood, Grace Edwards, Grace Dawes, coached by Andrea Newham. In lane 7, Queenwood, Stella Tumbers, Jules Spring, Victoria Dunn Vidaluch, Kadia Cassidy, Elise Simon is the Cox. And in lane 8, Pimble Ladies, Sana Kapoor, Claire Ferrara, Catherine Boyce, Serena Cummings, Ella Handley Graves is the Cox and coached by Evie Thompson.
And going through that 500 metre mark, we have in first position North Sydney Girls 1, second Loreto Kirribilli 5, third was Queenwood 3, fourth St Catherine's, fifth Queenwood 2, sixth Pimble Ladies and seventh Roseville. Certainly close between first and second going through that 500 metre mark with only half a second separating those first 2 crews.
As they come up with about 200 metres to go, looking down the course, it looks like Loreto Kirribilli has pulled ahead of North Sydney Girls. And in third place would be Queenwood. And then on the far side, that's the Queenwood number 3 crew. On the far side, the Queenwood number 2 crew is also doing well. And then a little further back to Pimble and St Catherine's and Roseville.
Yes, certainly going to be tight here, but I think the Loreto Kirribilli crew might just be in front. It's certainly going to be a real fight to the end here, though. Both of these crews, stroke for stroke here. See the crews lifting their rate in this closing phase. You can hear the crowd cheering.
So the blade work getting a little bit messy. Understandably, the girls are pushing as hard as they can, but probably too hard in the Loreto Kirribilli boat there. But North Sydney finishing off very strongly.
Looks like some of the girls
and
have
unfortunately,
lost their
of course, another crab, yes. They've got themselves back together again, but I think, unfortunately, they've given North Sydney too much of a head start over those last few strokes. So, North Sydney Girls will take out race 35. Congratulations to North Sydney girls. Loreto Kirribilli still having some issues. They're crossing now in second though. The momentum carried them across. Third place will go to the crew from Queenwood 2. Then Queenwood 3 is coming up the line now, and they will take fourth place. And the far side, St Catherine's, will take fifth. Pymble having some lane changing, but they're adjusting now. So Pymble will hold on to take sixth place, and Roseville 7, although Roseville is pushing Pymble, but Pymble's now got it back together, and Pymble will come in sixth place, a length ahead of Roseville in seventh. We now move to race 36, which is subdivision 2 of division 5 of the schoolgirl Year 8 Cox Quad Scull. This is the last of the Year 8 Quad Scull races. In lane 2, representing St Catherine's, the St Catherine's number 2 crew, Jasmine Matheson, Eliana Alafaki, Isla Freeman, Olivia Mitchell-Borello, Scarlett Knowles is Cox. North Sydney Girls number 2 crew of Ari Williams, Andrea Deng, Andrea Yang, Ada Poe, Zoe McWhinney is the Cox, McWhinney. In lane 4, Queenwood number 1 crew, Claudia Gassman, Elsie Hood, Charlotte Garner, Genevieve Hayes, Olivia Carbetza is the Cox. In lane 5, Canberra Girls Grammar, Darcy O'Connor, Isabella Collins, Constantina Tsoulis, Sophia Tremopoulos, Cox by Greta Barman. In lane 6, Loreto Kirribilli, number 6 crew, Lucy Karamanian, Annalise Hockey, Arabella Merrick, Samara Wilkinson, Ava Gunri is the Cox, coached by Marcus Bamba Giotto. And in lane 7, Sydney Girls, Emma Zhang, Cassie Sarandis, Ada Yang, Claire Kao, Anna Gandhi is the Cox, coached by Tal Lewis.
I do just have the presentation about to take place for race 34, which is the schoolgirl Year 8 Cox Quad Scull Division 4. And this was won by Loreto Kirribilli 4, crew of Julia Kearney, Jasmine Smith, Alexandra James, Charlotte Saunders, Lara Verheyen was the Cox, and coached by Tom Walker. So congratulations to that crew, taking out the schoolgirl Year 8 Cox Quad Scull Division 4, which is race 34 on the program today. We have race 36 underway. The crews have just gone through the 500 metre mark, which is the halfway mark of this race. In the first position, we had Queenwood 1, going through in a time of 2:10. Second position, St Catherine's number 2. Third was Loreto Kirribilli 6. Fourth, North Sydney Girls number 2. Fifth, Sydney Girls.
Yeah, it appears that Canberra Girls Grammar may not have started in that race.
So it still looks to be that Queenwood number 1 crew in lane 4 in that first position, closely followed by St Catherine's in second, Loreto Kirribilli in number 3 positioned, fourth position North Sydney Girls 2, and fifth is Sydney Girls. It's definitely that Queenwood crew with a commanding lead in the middle of the river here, looking nice and strong, pulling away from those other crews. And at this stage, I think looking like Queenwood will take out the win in this race. They are being pressed by all the other crews. It's certainly not going to make it easy for them. They're going to have to fight all the way to the end.
So Queenwood, then St Catherine's, then followed by Loreto Kirribilli.
And this is a crew of Claudia Gassman, Elsie Hood, Charlotte Garner, Genevieve Hayes, Olivia Carls Betzer is the cox. And they've got probably another 5 or 6 strokes to go, and they'll be crossing the line. We'll hear the siren go. And there it is. That's a win for Queenwood in that race 36.
So St Catherine's now crossing in second, a length ahead of Loreto Kirribilli. In third, North Sydney Girls putting a lot of effort into it, and they'll take out 4th place. Then Sydney Girls in 5th. So the results of race 36. It was won by the Queenwood number 1 crew. Second was St Catherine's. Third, Loreto Kirribilli. 4th, North Sydney Girls. And 5th, Sydney Girls High. So on the podium now we have the winners of race 35. Representing North Sydney Girls High, Sarah Wang, Felicity Moy, Iris Liu, Huasia Tang, Alicia Shazdiaran is the cox. Congratulations to North Sydney Girls. North Sydney Girls probably rowing in their first Loreto Kirribilli Regatta. They certainly haven't been rowing for as long as Sydney Girls High, so it's great to see the North Sydney Girls on the podium today. So well done, girls. We now move to race 37, which is Division 1 of the Schoolgirl Year 9 Double Scull. There are 8 entries, and these appear to be the first-ranked double sculls from each of those schools. PLC Sydney, Ruby Mills and Isabella Killen. Sydney Girls in lane 3, Olivia Laird, Bonnie Steele. In lane 4, Loreto Normanhurst, Poppy Russell and Stella Moore, coached by Emma Gelati. In lane 5, Loreto Kirribilli, Henrietta Russell and Avalon Tucker. In lane 6, Alison Zeng and Ashley Du from North Sydney Girls. In lane 7, representing Loreto Normanhurst, Amelia Branley and Eva Parrott, coached by Lillian Dean. And in lane 8, Canberra Grammar, crew of Addison Perry and Eve Rawlings, coached by Beeb Lees. So that race is now underway. Boat race officials getting all the crews off dead on time. A very impressive performance of the officials here today to ensure that the regatta runs to time. So the crew's just coming up now towards the 500 metre mark, the halfway point of the race. And the race leader at the 500 metre mark was the Canberra Grammar crew, followed by Loreto Normanhurst. And those 2 boats had pulled ahead of the balance of the field. The other Loreto Normanhurst boat was in 3rd place. That's the crew of Amelia Branley and Eva Parrott. Then followed PLC Sydney and Sydney Girls in 5th place. And then in 6th place was North Sydney Girls. That's Alison Zeng and Ashley Du. And then Loreto Kirribilli in 7th.
It's still looking like the Canberra Grammar 1 crew in the lead. They're in lane 8, which is the closest to the finishing tower. You can see they're certainly pulling away from the field here and looking like a strong performance here from Canberra Grammar.
So on the podium now we have the winners of race 33, Subdivision 2 of Division 3 of the Schoolgirl Year 8 Cox Quad Scull. That was won by St Catherine's, the crew of Amelie Fletcher, Lucy Foster, Gemma Lewis, Lillian Orange and Arabella Rose was the Cox. Congratulations to St Catherine's. Winners of race 33, Division 2 of Division 3 of the Schoolgirl Year 8 Cox Quad Sculls. So just coming up now to the finishing stages of race 37, the Canberra Grammar crew of Addison Perry and Eve Rawlings has maintained their strong lead, and they'll cross the line in first place about 6 lengths ahead of the second place crew, which is the crew from Loreto Normanhurst, Poppy Russell and Stella Moore. Then third place will go to the other Loreto Normanhurst crew of Amelia Brownlee and Eva Parrott on this side of the course. Close racing for fourth position between PLC Sydney and Sydney Girls. It's going to be very tight at the finish. Sydney Girls finishing strongly, but PLC just held them out. So PLC Sydney will be fourth, Sydney Girls fifth. Then North Sydney Girls, Alison Zeng and Ashley Du coming down the course will be in sixth place. And then in seventh to complete the field will be the Loreto Kirribilli crew of Henrietta Russell and Avalon Tucker.
What was that race? What did he say? Race 34. Race 34 on the podium. No, it's not. Race 36. What's race 36?
No. Oh, yeah.
Yeah. So we just had race 36 on the podium. That was the Schoolgirl Year 8 Cox Quad Scull Division 5, Division 2. That was taken out by Queenwood with Claudia Gassman, Elsie Hood, Charlotte Garner, Genevieve Hayes, Olivia Carles-Betzer as the Cox. Congratulations to Queenwood on that win in race 36.
So we now have, coming down the course, race 38, which is Division 2 of the Schoolgirl Year 9 Double Scull. There are 6 entries. Loreto Normanhurst in lane 2, Anna Kabul and Patricia Boland, coached by Emma Gelati. In lane 3, Sydney Girls, Zimo Kang, Stephanie Cheng, coached by Miku Johnson. In lane 4, PLC Sydney, Savannah Hu, Isadora Sachs, coached by Nicholas O'Neill. In lane 5, Canberra Girls Grammar, Athena Satsias and Elkie Spiller. In lane 6, Loreto Normanhurst, Felicity Hugh, Bridie Chema, coached by Laura Woods and India Hobbs. And in lane 7, PLC Sydney, Emma Collins, Emily Barrett, coached by William Caldwell. And at the 500 metre mark, it was the Canberra Girls Grammar crew of Athena Satsias and Elka Speller who was in the lead from Loreto Normanhurst. Then in third place, Sydney Girls. Fourth was PLC Sydney crew of Emma Collins and Emily Barrett. Then the other PLC crew of Savannah Hu and Isadora Sachs. And then in sixth place was the Loreto Normanhurst crew of Felicity Hugh and Bridie Chima. So the race leaders in this race, it's becoming a reasonably tight finish between Canberra Girls Grammar and Loreto Normanhurst. Canberra Girls Grammar in the middle of the course, Loreto Normanhurst on their right-hand side, but Canberra Girls Grammar appear to be holding out the Loreto Normanhurst number 2 crew. About a length ahead at this stage. Third place is Sydney Girls High. Fourth place is, and yes, Canberra Girls Grammar takes out the win from Loreto Normanhurst number 2 crew. Coming off the line now is the Sydney Girls crew. They'll take third. PLC Sydney will take fourth place. So Sydney Girls just crossing the line now. PLC Sydney coming up to with about 50 metres to row. And they will take fourth place. Then a bit of a race for fifth between the PLC number, the crew of Samantha Ho and Isadora Sachs on the far side, and closest to the grandstand, Felicity Hsu and Bridie Chima from Loreto Normanhurst. But the PLC crew will take the fifth place and Loreto Normanhurst will take sixth. So, repeating the results for race 38, it was won by Canberra Girls Grammar, Loreto Normanhurst number 2 crew in second place, Sydney Girls third, PLC Sydney fourth, PLC Sydney fifth, and Loreto Normanhurst sixth.
Race 32. Okay, we now have the presentation for race 32, the Schoolgirl Year 8 Cox Quad Scull Division 3. Division 1, won by Loreto Kirribilli 3, crew of Anna Cooper, Indiana Orth, Meg Warburton, Claudia Koss, Charlotte Clarkin was the Cox, and coached by Luca Roncolato. So congratulations to this Loreto Kirribilli crew on their win in race 32. Okay, and we also have race 38 on the podium that was taken out by Canberra Girls Grammar. It's the Schoolgirl Year 9 Double Scull Division 2, Athena Satsias and LK Spiller. It's Canberra Girls Grammar took out that win. Congratulations to those girls in race 38 in that Year 9 Double Scull.
The next race is underway, which is Division 1 of the Year 9 Single Scull. In lane 1, Loreto Kirribilli, Lily Roberts, coached by Phoebe Halley. In lane 2, Abigail Cowan from Canberra Grammar, coached by Bibi Louise. In lane 3, Gemma Ronan from Loreto Kirribilli, coached by Phoebe Halley. In lane 4, Poppy Russell from Canberra Grammar. In lane 5, Mia Wilson from PLC. In lane 6, Julia Ungama from Stella Maris, and Hayley Hugh from Sydney Girls in 7, and Kelly Clifton from Glebe in 8.
We've had a scratching in race 39, which was the Stella Maris College. That single sculler is not racing today. Okay, and we have the presentation now for race 37. It was the Schoolgirl Year 9 Double Scull Division 1. That was taken out by Canberra Grammar. The crew was Addison Perry, Eve Rawlings, and coached by Bibi Lease. So congratulations to the Canberra Grammar crew on their win in race 31, Schoolgirl Year 9 Double Scull. And they're off and away in race 39 of the Schoolgirl Year 9 Single Scull Division 1, going through the halfway mark, the 500 metre mark. In first position, we had Loreto Kirribilli 3 of Lily Roberts. In second, we have Glebe, Kelly Clifton. Third, Sydney Girls, Hayley Hui. Fourth, Loreto Kirribilli 2, Gemma Ronan. And fifth, Canberra Grammar number 5, Abigail Cohen. So it looks like Loreto Kirribilli in the lead here at the halfway mark of race 39. Lily Roberts, coached by Phoebe Halley. She's looking strong in this early stage of the race here. A good 6.5, 7 seconds ahead of the second position in the Glebe Club. And she's certainly looking fabulous out there, sitting in front of those other crews. Wonderful rowing there by Lily. Very clean blade work, really doing very little to upset that run of the boat. Nice and strong. Always challenging to be racing from those outside lanes, often in the middle of the lane where you're right amongst the action. So she's sitting right on the outside there. She's able just to look across to her bow side and she can see that she's in front of these other crews. And just a matter now of just really holding it together, staying calm and strong in these last few strokes over the line.
And those last few strokes are often the hardest because you're the most exhausted, the lactic acid is built up, but you just got to keep pushing through. But the red buoys, of course, are a great sight to any rower. They know they've nearly finished.
And look, Lily's looking fabulous there. I notice she's got very fast catches. You can see when those blades are squaring up and entering the water. Oops, she just had a little bit of a crab there on her bow side, but she's recovered. So she's very dynamic there, getting that entry, and she's looking great. I think she's going to take the win out here at Cirque.
And closely followed by Kelly Clifton from Glebe, and a little bit further back to Hayley Hugh from Sydney Girls, and on the far side, it's so a great race from Lily Roberts. Second went to Kelly Clifton from Glebe. Third to Hayley Hugh from Sydney Girls. Fourth was Gemma Ronan from Loreto Kirribilli. And just coming up the line now is Abigail Cowan from Canberra Grammar. And then Poppy Russell from Canberra Grammar is also coming towards the line. A little further back then to the PLC sculler, Mia Wilson. So the winner of race 39, representing Loreto Kirribilli, Lily Roberts, coached by Phoebe Halley. In second place, Kelly Clifton from Glebe. Third place, Hayley Hugh from Sydney Girls. In fourth place, Gemma Ronan from Loreto Kirribilli. Abigail Cowan, then from Canberra Grammar. Poppy Russell from Canberra Grammar in sixth. And it will be Mia Wilson from PLC who will take seventh place. The next race on the program is race 40, Division 2 of the Year 9 Single Scull. In lane 2, representing Sydney Girls, Chow Chow Dong, coached by Maiku Johnson. In lane 3, Canberra Grammar, Nicola McLean. In lane 4, Askham, Anna Ratsminski. In lane 5, PLC Sydney, Amelia Barry. In lane 6, Loreto Kirribilli, Florence Hennessy, coached by Phoebe Halley. In lane 7, Canberra Grammar, Jacqueline Spark. In lane 8, Stella Maris, Avery Brambell, coached by Judith Ongmark.
And going through the 500 metre mark of race 40, we have in first position Loreto Kirribilli, Florence Hennessy. In second, we have Stella Maris College, Avery Bramble. In third, we have Askham, Anna Radsminski. In fourth, Sydney Girls, Jiao Zhao Dong. In 5th, Canberra Grammar, Jacqueline Spark. In 6th, PLC Sydney 2, Amelia Barry. And in 7th, Canberra Grammar 3, Nicole McLean. So that's at the halfway mark of race 40, which is the Schoolgirl Year 9 Single Scull Division 2. And coming into the last couple of 100 metres here, it still does look like the Loreto Kirribilli crew of Florence Hennessy. She's out in front there, but it's certainly a close race with Stella Maris, Avery Brumble in lane 8 in second. Strong finish here. Both of these girls, you can see they're lifting their stroke rate, but it does look like Florence Hennessy. She's really driving those legs. She's got a lovely long stroke. Very exciting race.
So just ahead of the sculler from Stella Maris, Avery Bramble. Very good finish from both scullers. And Florence Hennessy crosses the line to take first place in race 40, followed by Avery Bramble from Stella Maris. Tight race for third between the scullers from Canberra Grammar on this side, and on the far side, Sydney Girls. Very close finish for third, but I think Canberra Grammar may just get there, and she does. Canberra Grammar sculler Jacqueline Spark takes third place. Fourth place goes to Cha Cha Dong from Sydney Girls. Then fifth place will go to Anna Radziminski from Askham. And she's currently well ahead of the PLC sculler, Amelia Barry, who will take sixth place. And in seventh place is Nicole McLean from Canberra Grammar. Now, hot on their heels is the next race, which is race 41. There are 7 entries. Askham, Chloe Hitchens in lane 2, Xenia Palmer from Sydney Girls in 3, Elsha Lim from Sydney Girls in 4, Matilda McConness from Abbotsleigh in 5, Willow Bodicott from PLC in 6, coached by William Caldwell. In lane 7, Madeline Wheelerhand from Kirribilli, coached by Phoebe Halley, and lane 8, Canberra Grammar, Madeline Miller. So at the 500 metre mark of race 41, it was Askham in the lead, Chloe Hitchens. In second place, Zena Palmer from Sydney Girls, Madeline Wheelerhand from Loreto Kirribilli in 4, Matilda McCunness from Abbotsleigh was 4th, Elsha Lim was from Sydney Girls in 5th, Madeline Miller from Canberra Grammar was 6th, and Willow Bodicott from PLC was 7th. But coming up the finish line now with about 100 metres to go, it's the Askham sculler who has a strong 2-length lead over the Sydney Girls sculler Xenia Palmer, and Chloe Hitchens will now take the win in race 41 from Xenia Palmer. Close battle for third between, on this side, Madeline Wheelerhan and the Abbotsleigh sculler, Matilda McConness. And Madeline Wheelerhan takes third from Abbotsleigh. It's great to see Abbotsleigh rowing today in that very distinctive bumblebee colours. And then in fifth place will be Alicia Lim. Then Canberra Grammar, Madeline Miller, and she leads the PLC Sydney, Willow Bodicott, who will take 7th place. So the results of race 40, just to recap. First, Loreto Kirribilli. I've just lost it on the screen. Race 41 that's just finished was won by Chloe Hitchens from Askham. Xenia Palmer from Sydney Girls was 2nd. Madeline Wheelerhan from Loreto Kirribilli was 3rd. Matilda McConness from Abbotsleigh 4th. In 5th place, Elsha Lim from Sydney Girls. Madeline Miller from Canberra Grammar 6th, and Willow Bodicott 7th from PLC Sydney. Now the next presentation is for race 39, which is Division 1 of the schoolgirl single sculls. It was won by It was won by Lily Roberts from Loreto Kirribilli, coached by Phoebe Halley. Congratulations, Lily.
And we're also doing race 40. On the podium now, we have Loreto Kirribilli, Florence Hennessy, again coached by Phoebe Hulley, and that was a win in the schoolgirl Year 9 single scull Division 2 race 40. So congratulations to Florence, and congratulations to Phoebe on a win in both of those Division 1 and Division 2 schoolgirl Year 9 single scull crews.
That completes the Year 9 single scull divisions. We now move back to the 2,000 metre mark, but that will be after lunch. So we now move to the lunch break. Racing will recommence at 12:50 p.m, 10 to 1, and that'll be race 42, which will be the first division of the schoolgirl Year 10 Cox Quad Scull. Alex Butt. Congratulations, Chloe. We're just about to commence the afternoon session of today's regatta. We, as I indicated before lunch, start with the Year 10 Cox Quad sculls. We then move to the schoolgirl double sculls, and we finish with the schoolgirl single sculls. The latest update to the point score, which is as follows, and there's been some movement since the last point score that I called out. The leading school now has returned to being Loreto Kirribilli with 696 points. Pymble Ladies College is in second place with 623. In third place is St Catherine's with 524, 1 point ahead of Queenwood on 523. Then in fifth place, Canberra Girls Grammar with 517. Canberra Grammar then follows in sixth place with 424. And then thereafter we have Loreto Normanhurst with 253. PLC Sydney with 194. And I don't know if I read out Sydney Girls 333, who are in seventh place. And after PLC Sydney, we have Tara on 156, and then in terms of the top 11 schools, we then have Ascom on 50, and MLC is then 12th. And a number of the clubs have also scored points, but they don't have the number of entries, obviously, that the schools have entered in this regatta. So the next race now lining up at the start is Division 1 of the schoolgirl Year 10 Cox Quad Scull. It's rowed as a single division, and we have 9 crews entered. Tara in lane 1, Lydia Shah, Shirley Chen, Holly Martin, Orchard Yi, Jelena Chi is the Cox, coached by Jack Crampton. In lane 2, Canberra Girls Grammar, Emily Walker, Ash Watts, Isabel King, Sophie Frost, Eliza Miller is the Cox. In lane 3, Loreto Normanhurst, Penny Rose Collins, Sophia Terry, Sinead Hickey, Lucy Ball, Ines Walford is the Cox, coached by Miller Argent. Lane 4, Sydney Girls, Alana Song, Annie Pham, Noah Kepi, Olive Bilbao, Rebecca Moritz is the Cox, coached by Matteo Villani. In lane 5, Canberra Grammar, Nellie Byron, Iris Rangier, Hannah Griffiths, Estella Robertson, Charlotte Lee is the Cox, coached by Alan Carey. Queenwood in lane 6, Eva Thompson, Madeline Walk, Gemma McLaren, Zara Taylor, Alice Yardley is the Cox. In lane 7, Loreto Kirribilli, Elsie Hutton, Grace Woodward, Isabel Howard, Chloe Alsop, Annabelle Peel is the Cox, coached by Will Foxton. In lane 8, Pymble Ladies, Talia O'Regan, Evie Lay, Erin Porter, Mika Nairo, Matilde Goddard is the Cox. And in lane 9, St Catherine's, Melanie Poulos, Darcy Connell, Alice Steed, Lucy Hall, Cox by Georgia Parks, coached by Jeff Patterson. So the crew's still lining up at the start. Girls are ready, blades in the water. Just waiting for the starters' horn to go. Boats being held there at the 2,000 metre race, 2,000 metre start.
And again, it's wonderful to see such great representation from these 9 girls' schools. Certainly very impressive.
Still almost no cross breeze at all. Cloudy day, but otherwise perfect conditions for rowing.
Sitting in the starters' hands here, it's very important that these girls are relaxed, need to have no tension through their shoulders, really concentrating on that very first stroke, listening to the coxswain, listening for the starter, and also making sure they have that top edge of their blade covered.
That first stroke is always a squeeze, not a chop, and we'll get the boat underway, then there'll be a couple of short strokes, and then they'll open up into their full stroke by the time they get to about the 6th stroke. But those first 5 strokes, so important to get the boat up and moving from a stationary start. And of course everyone has to be in time, or people will grab and they will have a very unhappy start.
Yeah, a lot of people watching rowing think it's very much an upper body sport, but it really is all about having strong legs and really utilising those powerful quad muscles of the legs and the lower back. So the arms and body really just finish off that second part of the stroke. So in these early stages of the race and first few strokes, it very much is about the legs.
Very different to how some people use erg machines at gyms. Rowers will always concentrate on using their legs, not their arms, when they're on an erg. I'm not sure Loreto Normanhurst is actually there. There seems to be a boat missing in lane 3. Yes, I think Loreto Normanhurst hasn't started. So a nice, even, clean start by all boats.
The other thing that's important in rowing is that you're only taking just a blade full. You don't want to have the water right up the shaft because it contributes to drag, which only slows the boat down. So it's also important that these rowers are just covering that blade only.
So hand height's critical to ensure that that's the case, and coaches will often watch the blades to see what the hands are doing and then make adjustments.
You can see in some of these crews, the oars are coming down nicely to the water at the catch. Very important that you maximise the amount of water you can push past the boat with each stroke. And very important that your blades come down and into the water and not up and then into the water. So some of these crews are really displaying that exceptionally well with those blades coming down and in.
And the longer the blade is in the water, the more power you can generate. Because of course, once the blade goes in the water, the blade doesn't move. You use it as a lever to move the boat forward. A lot of people looking at it think that the blade actually moves through the water. It doesn't. Once it's in, it stays in. So at the 500 metre mark, Queenwood, just ahead of Loreto Kirribilli, about a quarter of a length. About a length further back to Pimble. Then came Canberra Girls Grammar, Canberra Grammar. Canberra Girls Grammar and Canberra Grammar often next to each other, it seems, in the placing. Then St Catherine's, Sydney Girls and Tara.
You're only about 0.75 of a second separating that first and second crew, a further 1.5 seconds back to the third positioning. So certainly looking like Queenwood out in front, but Loreto Kirribilli and Pimble ladies will certainly be pushing them all the way down. Again, this is a 2,000 metre race, so we are only through the 500, so it's very early stages of this race.
Queenwood crew in front, rowing at a nice, very slow, powerful rate. Covering the field very well at this stage.
Yeah, that Queenwood crew sitting on around 31 strokes per minute. So they're looking quite comfortable, just concentrating on getting that nice long rhythm, really maximising that stroke length, maximising how much water they can push past each stroke, really looking to send those puddles right past the stern. So the further that bow person's puddles can be past the stern, you really know you're really maximising your power.
So at the 1,000 metre mark, Queenwood's opened up a more substantial lead. They're now about a length and a half ahead of Loreto Kirribilli. And Pimble ladies right on Loreto Kirribilli's bow ball almost, only 0.9 of a second behind, so probably at the canvas. And then Canberra Girls Grammar, Canberra Grammar, St Catherine's, in 6th place, and then a little further back in 7th place to the crew from Sydney Girls, and in 8th place is the crew from Tara. So very close race for second at the moment between Loreto, Kirribilli and Pymble.
Yeah, and the girls would definitely be feeling the pinch in the middle part of this race here. This is where the lactic acid really does build up in the muscles, and it's very much about learning to deal with that mentally and learn to really push through that. So I'm sure all these crews would be really feeling the pinch coming through this phase of the race.
And I always say the winner comes from the third 500. It's the toughest part of the race.
So still looking this crew from Queenwood. You can see that 2-girl looking around. Ideally you want just the coxswain to be looking around at where those other crews are positioned. Really is the coxswain's role to call the race, keep the crew focused, make sure they're making technical changes, and the coxswain plays a very critical role in this boat, in these Cox Quad scull boats.
So Queen would have extended the lead even further at the 1500. Now a good 2 lengths ahead of Pymble Ladies, who have come in front of Loreto Kirribilli. Loreto Kirribilli about half a length behind Pymble Ladies at the 1500. And those 2 crews are well ahead of Canberra Grammar, who are about 4 boat lengths behind them. And then follows St Catherine's, who've moved through the field.
Yeah, so it's this Queenwood crew of Eva Thompson, Madeline Walk, Gemma McLaren, Zara Taylor, and coxed by Elise Yardley. They certainly have a commanding lead here in race 42 of the program this afternoon. And they're still sitting on around about 31, 32 strokes per minute, that Queenwood crew. And you probably see them start to lift their rating now, coming into this last couple of 100 metres of the race. Just wanting to consolidate on that win and maximise any distance they have between themselves and those crews that are coming behind them. It's certainly going to be a tight race here for second and third. All these crews are certainly pushing all the way to the finish.
So it's Queenwood leading from Pymble, Loreto Kirribilli, on the far side Canberra Girls Grammar, then in the middle of the course Canberra Grammar, a little further back to Sydney Girls and Tara.
And the Queenwood crew about to go over the line, really putting in some big strokes here over the finish line, and that's an impressive win by that Queenwood crew.
Kirribilli challenging Pymble, but Pymble will maintain their length lead over Kirribilli. So Pymble will cross the line to take second, Kirribilli overlapping in third. On the far side, Canberra Girls Grammar fourth. Strong last 500 metres from Canberra Girls Grammar. Then Canberra Grammar in lane 5, just coming up the line now. Then closest to the grandstand, St Catherine's will take 6th place. And then they'll be followed by Sydney Girls and Tara. So the winner of race 42, Queenwood, 2nd place Pymble, 3rd place Loreto Kirribilli, 4th Canberra Girls Grammar, 5th Canberra Grammar, 6th St Catherine's, and then followed by Sydney Girls and Tara. The next race is underway. It's race 43, which is the subdivision 1 of division 2. Division 2 is being rowed in 2 subdivisions today. There are 5 crews entered in race 43. Canberra Girls Grammar in lane 3. Kirby Cox, Maddie Beasley, Audrey West, Ellie McIntosh, Willow Kalewis is the Cox. In lane 4, Canberra Grammar, Ella Shockley, Ella Vannon, Holly Purser, Maya Wing, Escantia Aurora is the Cox, coached by Alan Carey. Queenwood in lane 5, Chloe Lamb, Ella Hardy, Millie Don't, Natasha Hughes, Claire Chen is the Cox. In lane 6, St Catherine's, Eden McGregor, Tilda Dunn, Jaslyn Morgan, Ada Lloyd, Kimmy Billman is the Cox, coached by Jeff Patterson. And in lane 7, PLC Sydney, Molly Cameron, Maisie Burge, Jasmine Sahar, Hannah Bedington, Alyssa Chang is the Cox, coached by Laura Brady and Izzy Hooton.
Yes, and going through the 1,000-metre mark of this race, which is the halfway point, it seems to be Queenwood again in the lead. Second, we have the Canberra Girls Grammar. Third, PLC Sydney. Fourth, Canberra Grammar. And fifth, St Catherine's coming through at the 1,000-metre mark. Queenwood came through in a time of 4:08, about 5 seconds ahead of the Canberra Girls Grammar in second position, a further 6 seconds back to PLC Sydney. So I think it's looking like another solid performance here from Queenwood again in race 43 of the Schoolgirl Year 10 Cox Quad. They've just extended that lead a little bit more. We still have the Queenwood crew in the first position going through that 1,500-metre mark. Canberra Girls Grammar in second, PLC Sydney third, St Catherine's in fourth and Canberra Grammar in fifth. That's going through that 1,500-metre mark. And that crew out in front from Queenwood is sitting on around 30 strokes per minute. Looking nice and solid, very comfortable, very composed. Nice long strokes, good clearance. And you'll probably see them start to step up the rate a little bit coming into the last 250 metres of the race as they wind for the finish line.
So no changes in the places at the moment. Queenwood still well in front. St Catherine's second. PLC third. Canberra Girls Grammar second. PLC third. St Catherine's fourth. And PLC Sydney in third, I think, at this stage. Yes. Canberra Grammar's the crew at the coming fifth. So coming up the line now, very nice row again from Queenwood.
Got very good acceleration in that crew. You can really see those legs really firing down, really snapping those blades into the water at the catch. And well done to Queenwood going over the line in first position.
And St Catherine's now crosses, Canberra Girls Grammar crosses in second. And PLC Sydney holding off St Catherine's. So PLC Sydney in third, St Catherine's in fourth, and Canberra Grammar in fifth. So the places in race 43, Subdivision 1 of Division 2 of the Schoolgirl Year 10 was won by Queenwood, followed by Canberra Girls Grammar, then PLC Sydney, St Catherine's and Canberra Grammar.
And we just have the presentation now for race 42, which was the Schoolgirl Year 10 Cox Quad Scull Division 1. That was won by Queenwood, crew of Eva Thompson, Madeline Walk, Gemma McLaren, Zara Taylor, and the Cox was Alice Yardley. So congratulations to those girls on their win in that event in race 42.
Now we have coming down the course now race 44, which is Subdivision 2 of Division 2 of the Schoolgirl Year 10 Cox Quad Scull. In lane 3, MLC, Christina Coffey, Ella Baker, Charlotte Penny, Sophia Grave, Sophia Ezzy is the Cox, coached by Bianca Riley and Ashley Brooking. In lane 4, Pimble Ladies, Annabelle Shanahan, Alice Beveridge, Amy O'Donnell, Lauren Gibson, Gemma Wu is the cox, coached by Andrew Lee. In lane 5, Loreto Normanhurst, Emma O'Brien, Mia Wallace, Sophia Bartocciotto, Mariana Daly, Isabel Hare is the cox, coached by Hannah Cowp and Ainsley Woods. In lane 6, Loreto Kirribilli, Bridget Carnival, Ella Chidgey, Rachel Risby, Mabel Oxenham, Olivia Madsen is the cox, coached by Lara Wainwright. And in lane 7, Sydney Girls, Vanessa Zeng, Nazara Jones, Ariel Maniega, Shalona Akaria, Jennifer Ong, the cox, coached by Matteo Villani. So at the 1500 metre mark, Pimble Ladies was leading Loreto Kirribilli by 2 lengths, and those two crews were well ahead of the balance of the field. Loreto Normanhurst was in 3rd position. I'm just waiting on the other crews' times to come up. So it was Sydney Girls in 4th. Sydney Girls in lane 7, the crews closest to the grandstand. But the closing race, part of the race now, and Pimble Ladies, comfortable lead over Loreto Kirribilli.
And that Pimble crew sitting on around about 33.5 strokes per minute. Probably starting to lift it a little now in the last few hundred metres of this race. Really rowing nicely together, that Pimble crew. See the blade work coming down and in together. The blades exiting the water nice and cleanly together. And I'm sure this cox is really enjoying sitting out in front of this race this afternoon out here at Penrith.
Loreto Kirribilli pushing hard, but they've given Pimble too much of a lead. So Pimble not seriously challenged at this stage. And Pimble crosses the line, 3 lengths ahead of Loreto Kirribilli, who now cross. And then looking back in the field, it's Loreto Normanhurst. And Sydney Girls. Loreto Normanhurst now coming up to the line. So it appears that MLC didn't start. So Loreto Normanhurst in 3rd. The next presentation is for race 43, which is subdivision 1 of division 2 of the Schoolgirl Year 10 Cox Squad Skull. It was won by Queenwood, Chloe Lamb, Ella Hardy, Millie Don't, Natasha Hughes, and the cox was Claire Chen. Congratulations, Queenwood, winners of subdivision 1 of division 2 of the Schoolgirl Year 10 Cox Quad Skull. As Sydney Girls just comes up to the finish line now, and that will complete race 44. Race 44 was won by Pimble Ladies, Loreto Kirribilli 2nd, Loreto Normanhurst 3rd, and Sydney Girls 4th. The next race on the program is race 45, division 3 of the Schoolgirl Year 10 Cox Quad Skull. This is rowed as a single division, and there are 7 entries. Representing Ascombe, Anna Radzaminski, Kitty Elias, Chloe Hitchens, Sabrina Koshar, Audrey Aberwickramaika is the cox, coached by Mariel Caponis, Mitchell Caponis and Alex Butt. In lane 3, Loreto Kirribilli, Georgia Moran, Juliet Batar, Kate Whitson, Eva Eels, Emma Bunbury is the cox and coached by Ben Sullivan. Loreto Normanhurst in lane 4, Sabine Walton, Sophia Lamp, Indy Witten, Sophia Slater, Ava Sharp is the cox, coached by Finlay Blake and Elizabeth Bolster. In lane 5, Queenwood, Sammy Hunt, Sabrina Stepper, Danielle Stridham, Kiana Gabaliard, Henrietta Phipson as the cox. In lane 6, St Catherine's, Freya Gaston, Ella James, Imogen Baldassar, Alice Aitken, Claudia Lynham is the cox. In lane 7, Canberra Girls Grammar, Eamon Azam, Mira Navaratum, Emmanuel Hoskin, Eddie Matheson Hull, Isabel Brown is the Cox. And in lane 8, Pimble Ladies, Lola Barwick, Scarlett Miles, Isabella Stally, Amy Zhang, and Sophie Sutter is the Cox.
And going through the 1,000-metre mark, which is the halfway mark, it looks to be the Loreto Kirribilli 3 crew in the first position, gone through in a time of 4:05. Askham coming in second. Third, we have St Catherine's. Fourth, Loreto Normanhurst 3. Fifth, Canberra Girls Grammar. In sixth position is Queenwood, and seventh is Pimble Ladies. So at the halfway mark, this Loreto Kirribilli number 3 crew has about a 4.5 second lead on the Askham crew in second position. And this is the crew of Georgia Moran, Juliet Batar, Kate Whitson, Eva Eels, Emma Bunbury is the Cox, and coached by Benjamin Sullivan. So these girls would be quite happy with their positioning here, going through the 1,500-metre mark. They're still in the lead. They'd be really looking to just consolidate here and really try to extend the lead a little bit further from the St Catherine's crew that are in that second position.
So Kirribilli about a length ahead of St Catherine's, a length further back to Askham, and then about 2 lengths to Loreto Normanhurst, being closely challenged by Canberra Girls Grammar. Then follows a few lengths behind Queenwood and Pimble Ladies.
You can see the distinctive yellow blades of the Loreto Kirribilli crew there, looking very solid, very strong, great acceleration with this crew. Really driving that boat, really sending off each finish. You can really see that power application there, really levering, and they're looking like they've got a real commanding win. The coxswain here would be looking around. You can see her just looking across to see where, making sure they've got that good lead, trying to just push it out a little bit further. She'll be really pushing her crew all the way to the finish line. Probably start to ask the crew to really increase their rate here. Just leave nothing in the tank. So this is the part of the race where these girls need to really dig deep. And you can see that real power application, and they're looking fabulous, this crew from Loreto Kirribilli.
St Catherine's pushing hard, but not at this stage able to make any inroads on the Loreto Kirribilli crew that appears to have opened up a larger lead at this stage. Askham still in third place. Then in fourth place is Loreto Normanhurst. But Loreto Normanhurst being challenged on this side by Canberra Girls Grammar.
And that Loreto Kirribilli crew just lifted their rate to around 34.5 strokes per minute. So they've got a real solid lead there. There's clear water between them and that crew in second. And that's a great performance by this Loreto Kirribilli crew.
So Loreto Kirribilli takes out the race, followed by St Catherine's. Strong second. Far side it's Askham. Then Loreto Normanhurst. Canberra Girls Grammar closing quickly, but they're not going to catch Loreto Normanhurst. Third was Askham. Fourth was Loreto Normanhurst. Fifth was Canberra Girls Grammar. Sixth is Queenwood. And seventh is Pimble. So Queenwood coming up the line now. And they will take sixth place. And then Pimble will cross in about 3 strokes. And cross now. So race 46 was won by the crew from Pimble Ladies College. Second place was Loreto Kirribilli. Third was St Catherine's. Fourth, North Sydney. I'm sorry, I've confused myself entirely. Race 45, which was just one, was won by Loreto Kirribilli. St Catherine's second, Askham third, Loreto Normanhurst fourth, Canberra Girls Grammar fifth, Queenwood sixth, and Pimble Ladies seventh. The race coming down the course now is the fourth division of the Schoolgirl Year 10 Cox Quad Scull, and we have 7 crews entered. In lane 2, Loreto Normanhurst, Ellie Wentworth Brown, Annabelle Roche, Jemima Foster, Madeline Woods, Abby Timmins was the Cox, coached by Rosalind Daly. In lane 3, from North Sydney Girls, Ningen Ma, Deja Singer, Kara Wong, Audrey Thomas, Haxian Ding is the Cox. In lane 4, North Sydney Girls, Eva Day, Julia Wang, Sabrina Zhang, Isabella, Ian Pan, Krishni Balani is the Cox. In lane 5, from Pimble Ladies, Abby Siwak, Ellie Hennessy, Latia McMillan, Lara Hassel, Amelia Young is the Cox. From St Catherine's, in lane 6, we have Genevieve Links, Sienna Ray, Holly Corcoran, Eva Hunstead, Florence Vanell is the Cox. Lane 7, Loreto Kirribilli, Madeline Burgess, Arabella Keating, Charlotte Madsen, Amelia Charlson, and Cox by Monica Donston. And Queenwood in lane 8, Lucy Gillett, Lisa Mashenko, Jessica Hogg, Zara Milner, Cox by Elise McFadden.
And we have just had the presentation of race 44, which was the schoolgirl year 10 Cox Quad Scull, Division 2, and that was taken out by Pimble Ladies. The crew of Annabelle Shanahan, Alice Beveridge, Amy O'Donnell, Lauren Gibson, and Cox by Gemma Wu, and the coach was Andrew Lay. So congratulations to the Pimble crew on that win in race 44.
Now, race 46 that's come down the course at the 1,000 metre mark, Loreto Kirribilli were narrow leaders over St Catherine's, then a length and a half further back to Pimble Ladies, then North Sydney Girls, Queenwood, Loreto Normanhurst, and then the other North Sydney Girls crew. So the North Sydney Girls crew in lane 4 was 4th, and the North Sydney Girls crew in lane 3 was 7th. But a very close battle up front between Loreto Kirribilli and St Catherine's. Both schools with a significant depth in their year 10 programs. And Loreto Kirribilli looks like it's just ahead at this stage, but St Catherine's pressing very hard.
Yes, these two crews really are going stroke for stroke here through these middle part of the race. Does look to be like it's Loreto Kirribilli that have got their bow just in front, and they go through that 1,500 metre with about a canvas lead over that crew from St Catherine's. So this is fantastic racing to see these crews really pushing each other all the way down the course.
So St Catherine's has been able to hold on to that 1 second margin, so the band hasn't yet broken. So St Catherine's will put enormous pressure on the Loreto Kirribilli crew. Then 3 or 4 lengths further back to North Sydney Girls, then Pimble, and 3 lengths further back to Queenwood. But it'll be a very close finish between Loreto Kirribilli and St Catherine's as they come now to with only about 250 metres to go.
Yes, and that Loreto crew sitting on around 34 strokes a minute, so they've most certainly lifted their stroke rate in this closing phase. Coming into the last 250, this is where you'll see the crews really lifting their rate, lifting their power and winding for the finish line. Certainly a tight race here, and they're being pressed all the way down the course, but it is looking like it's this Loreto Kirribilli crew in the lead at the moment. But this other crew is not going to give up. They're going to have to fight all the way right down to these closing few strokes of the race.
So the Kirribilli girls on the pontoon supporting their schoolmates out on the water, but Loreto Kirribilli seems to be able to hold, but it's still not much more than a length, if that, between the two boats. So Loreto Kirribilli, St Catherine's, then North Sydney Girls still rowing well, as in the middle of the field, Pimble, a little further back to the other crews, Queenwood and the other North Sydney Girls crew and Loreto Normanhurst. But Kirribilli holds on to that length lead as they come up to the finish line. A very nice row from both those leading crews, pushing each other right down the course. And it's the Loreto Kirribilli crew that will win from St Catherine's. Third place will go to North Sydney Girls in lane 3 or lane 4. In lane 4. So North Sydney Girls lane 4 crew comes third. And then Pimble will place 4th. Coming down now then will be Queenwood in 5th. And on the far side of the course we have Loreto Normanhurst, and then a little further back to the other North Sydney Girls crew. So Queenwood just coming up the finish line now. In 5th place. then they've Loreto Normanhurst, about 5 strokes to go. And then the remaining North Sydney Girls crew rowing out of lane 3. So we have on the pontoon our next presentation is for race 45, Division 3 of the Schoolgirl Year 10 Cox Quad Scull, and that was won by Loreto Kirribilli, the crew of Georgia Moran, Juliet Batar, Kate Whitson, Eva Eels, Emma Bunbury as the Cox, coach Ben Sullivan. The next race on the program is race 47, Division 5 of the Schoolgirl Year 10 Cox Quad Scull. There are 5 entries. In lane 3, Queenwood, Anna Wood, Melody Yin, Hilary Milner, Sophie Bennett, Isabella Goss is the Cox. In lane 4, St Catherine's, Grace Verco, Grace Rigby, Lucinda Connell, Laura Seaton, Arabella Rose is the Cox. And while we're calling those entries, the girls being presented with their medals at the moment are in race 45, Division 3 of the Schoolgirl Year 10 Cox Quad Scull. As I said earlier, Georgia Moran, Juliet Batar, Kate Whitson, Eva Eels, Emma Bunbury as the Cox, coached by Ben Sullivan. Congratulations, Loreto Kirribilli. So then returning to race 47, in lane 5 we have Loreto Normanhurst, Mecca Trindle, Honna Dowd, Lily Cronin, Jessica Denman, Zara Mitchell is the Cox, coached by Kieran Reish and Maya Jones. In lane 6, Loreto Kirribilli number 5 crew, Annalise Scott, Emily Shamp, Audrey Ross, Coco Butcher, Jessica Bruce is the Cox, coached by Luca Roncolato. And in lane 7, Loreto Kirribilli number 6, Ava Hatzidis, Amelie Lemieux, Annalise Radash, Alexa Morgan, Imogen Donahue is the Cox, coached by Luca Roncolato.
And in race 47 at the 1,000-metre mark, it is looking like we've got Loreto Kirribilli number 5. We've got this crew in front again, another Loreto Kirribilli crew. They are gone through in 4:27.4 of a second ahead of St Catherine's in second position. We have Loreto Kirribilli number 6 crew in third, followed by Queenwood in 4th and Loreto Normanhurst number 5 in the 5th position. So we've had some great racing from the Loreto Kirribilli School in the first few races of this afternoon's program.
Yes, Loreto Kirribilli having the luxury of having 6 Year 10 quads, which is not something they've had for a very long time. So it gives an enormous amount of depth to the squad. But so does St Catherine's with 5 quads, and they're very much challenging Loreto Kirribilli in this race. And at the 1,000-metre mark, there was only 0.4 of a second between Loreto Kirribilli and St Catherine's. So they're moving up now towards the 1,500-metre mark. And Loreto Kirribilli appears to have built on that 0.4 of a second lead in the third 500 of the race. And are now comfortably ahead of St Catherine's.
Yes, that's been a great third 500 from this crew. They've certainly extended that lead out, and I'm sure the coxswain and the crew will be very happy with that third 500. So now coming into this last quarter of the race, we just need to be looking at stepping up their rating, just staying composed and calm, and just finishing off the race nice and strongly, keeping that lead. So they've gone through that 1,500-metre mark in time of 6:40, 7.94 seconds ahead of St Catherine's. In third position, Loreto Kirribilli. In fourth, we had Queenwood, and fifth was the Loreto Normanhurst crew. That's going through that 1,500-metre mark. So yeah, this Loreto Kirribilli crew is really consolidated in the second part of this race. They're looking very strong. They're really pulling away from this other crew here in second position. And you can really see them firing here in this last 250 metres of the race. And this is an impressive row from this crew. Lovely blade work, working very well together. The bodies are moving nicely together. Oars is perfectly in time. And I'm sure this coxswain would be enjoying this race here, sitting out in front. Wonderful conditions out here at Penrith. No wind on the course, coming into the last 100 metres or so of this race.
So the other placings haven't changed at this stage. It's Loreto Kirribilli 5, St Catherine's, Loreto Kirribilli 6, Queenwood, and then Loreto Normanhurst. And the Loreto Kirribilli crew now coming up the line, 3 strokes to go, maintaining that perfect balance, timing, and crossing the line now. And they will take out race 47.
Yeah, they're just going over the line there at around about 31 strokes per minute, so quite comfortable there, not really needing to lift too much with their rating.
And St Catherine's coming up the line now, and they will take second place. Loreto Kirribilli number 6 crew will be third, followed by Queenwood and then Loreto Normanhurst. So the last 3 boats just crossing, or the first of the last 3 boats crosses now. That's Loreto Kirribilli number 6 crew. Queenwood coming up to the line, about 7 lengths ahead of Loreto Normanhurst. Loreto Normanhurst had stopped rowing, but they've started again. It may have been a hopeful feeling that the buzzer was for them, but no, they've got a little bit to go. And they're coming up to the line now. So that completes the Year 10 quad races.
Okay, and we have on the podium now race 46, the schoolgirl Year 10 Cox Quad Scull Division 4. And this was another win for Loreto Kirribilli 4. The crew of Madeline Burgess, Arabella Keating, Charlotte Madsen, Amelia Charlison, and Cox by Monica Dunstan. Congratulations to the crew from Loreto Kirribilli on their win in race 46.
We now move to the 3 divisions of the schoolgirl double scull. And following that, we will have the divisions of the schoolgirl single scull. And there are 7 divisions of the schoolgirl single scull, and that will then complete the racing for today. So in race 48, Division 1 of the schoolgirl double scull, we have in lane 2, Canberra Grammar, Holly Howard and Aprilla Mitchell, coached by Kendall Brody. In lane 3, Loreto Kirribilli, Maya Strudwick and Abigail Porter, coached by Liv Jackson. In lane 4, Tara, Natalie Eaton, Sahana Jasaria, coached by Aidan Smith and Kate Crampton. In lane 5, Canberra Grammar, number 5 crew, Hannah Afshari and Josephine Dendrinos, coached by Sarah Peterswald. In lane 6, Loreto Normanhurst, Josephine Egan and Josie Sims, coached by Thomas Parker. In lane 7, Canberra Girls Grammar, Abby Davis and Eliza Lilly. And lane 8, PLC Sydney, Isabella Lau, Alex Reid Queenie, coached by Lily Glenn.
Yes, and going through the 1,000-metre mark was the Canberra Girls Grammar School that were in the front leader position, and through the 1,500-metre mark, again we have them still in the lead, going through in a time of 6:08:45, and they have a commanding lead over the field in race 48 of this schoolgirl double scull. Going through the 1,500-metre mark in second position, we had Canberra Grammar number 5. But it's certainly this Canberra Girls Grammar crew right out in front here. They've got a 16-second lead on that crew in second position from Canberra Grammar number 5. And there we have, going through the 1500 metre, Loreto Kirribilli 1. Very close between that Loreto Kirribilli crew in third and the second crew. In fourth position, we have Canberra Grammar number 2.
The winners of race 47, Division 5 of the Schoolgirl Year 10 Cox Quad Scull, and that is the crew of Annalise Scott, Emily Champ, Audrey Ross, Coco Butcher, Jessica Bruce is the Cox, and coached by Luca Roncolato.
And in race 48 here, this Canberra Girls Grammar crew is sitting right out in front. They're certainly going to take the win in this event, I think. Lovely long strokes. They're looking very solid, very strong, and very impressive performance from these girls here in this Division 1 Schoolgirl Double Scull. You can see them sitting up nicely. Boats nicely balanced. All their blades are sitting off the water. Good leg drive, finishing off the stroke with nice strong arms. And the boat really sending away off the finish. Lovely rhythm here in this crew. And that's certainly an impressive win for this crew from Canberra Girls Grammar. It's a crew of Abby Davis and Eliza Lilly.
Yes, they look a very experienced double as they cross the line. Canberra Grammar number 5 crew, about 8 lengths further back, is coming up to the finish line. Then they're followed by Loreto Kirribilli. Then the Canberra Grammar number 2 crew. As the Canberra Grammar number 5 crew crosses the line in second place. Loreto Kirribilli coming up the line now for third. Canberra Grammar number 2 crew. And then tight race for the next position between PLC Sydney and PLC Sydney about a length ahead of the Canberra Grammar number 2 crew. Well, it may be Tara. I'm sorry, that was Tara. So the Canberra Grammar number 2 crew crosses the line, and it is now PLC Sydney just ahead of the crew from Tara. So the placings in race 48, the Schoolgirl Double Scull Division 1, it was won by Canberra Girls Grammar, the crew of Abby Davis and Eliza Lilly. Canberra Grammar number 5 crew was second, Loreto Kirribilli number 1 crew was third, Canberra Grammar number 2 crew was fourth, PLC was fifth, and Tara was sixth. The next race on the program is race 49, Division 2 of the Schoolgirl Double Scull. In lane 2, Canberra Grammar, number 3, Hannah Griffiths and Estella Robertson, coached by Alan Carey. In lane 3, Canberra Girls Grammar, Paris Satsisius and Madeline Garner. In lane 4, Canberra Grammar number 4, Kate Oliver and Poppy Richard, coached by Sarah Peterswald. In lane 5, Pimble Ladies number 2, Dibity Muller and Rory Lemon, coached by Ben Booker. In lane 6, Loreto Normanhurst number 2 crew, Lara Wheelhouse and Elana Katami, coached by Thomas Parker. In lane 7, Queenwood, coached by Queenwood, crew of Phoebe Campbell and Olivia Don't. And in lane 8, St Catherine's, Jade Leslie and Annabelle Crabb.
It looks to me like we have the Canberra Grammar number 4 crew in front here at the 1500. They've got a good 13-second lead there on the other crew, Canberra Grammar number 3. And then in third, we have Canberra Girls Grammar, a further 14 seconds back from them. So this crew of Canberra Grammar number 4, of Kate Oliver and Poppy Richard, certainly looking very strong out in front here. There's a lot of clear water between them and the crew in second, and a lot of clear water between the crew in third. So a solid performance here by this crew of Kate Oliver and Poppy Richard.
Now it looks like the crews that were entered in lanes 5 to 8 have all scratched or not started, so they're the crews from Pimble Ladies, Loreto Normanhurst, Queenwood and St Catherine's. So this is an exclusive Canberra affair. And the two Canberra Grammar crews ahead of the crew from Canberra Girls Grammar.
They're rowing nicely over the finish line there. Look very calm, very in control, very relaxed. Nice solid performance from them. Good rhythm. And there's the buzzer as they go over the line. Well done to that Canberra Grammar crew.
So the crew of Kate Oliver and Poppy Richard, coached by Sarah Peterswald. Then coming up the line in second place will be the Canberra Grammar number 3 crew of Hannah Griffiths and Estella Robertson. And then that just leaves the Canberra Girls Grammar crew of Paris Satsias and Madeline Garner to complete race 49. So the next race is Division 3 of the Schoolgirl Double Scull. And in this race we have representing Sydney girls, and they are in lane 2, Lauren Teo and Lorian Wong, coached by Matteo Villani. In lane 3, Loreto Normanhurst, Holly Gibbons and Jessica Lenihan, coached by Thomas Parker. In lane 4, Askham, Audrey Abawikaroma, Portia Koska, coached by Mariel Caponis, Mitchell Caponis and Alex Budd. In lane 5, Pimble Ladies, Charlotte Harton, Catherine Gavana, coached by Ali Williams and Eliza Johnson. And in lane 6, Canberra Grammar, Jade Wilson, Sophie Mackay, coached by Kendall Brody.
And we have the presentation now for race 48, which was the Schoolgirl Double Scull Division 1, and this event was won by Canberra Girls Grammar, the crew of Abby Davis and Eliza Lilly, and well done to those girls on an excellent race in race 48 this afternoon. Congratulations.
So in race 50, which is the race coming down the course now, it appears that the MLC school didn't start. So the race leaders at the 1,000 metre mark were Sydney girls, about a length ahead of Askham, half a length back to Pimble Ladies, then a length and a half back from them to Canberra Grammar, and then about 5 lengths further back to Loreto Normanhurst. So the first 4 crews, or first 3 crews, still very close together. That's Sydney girls, Askham and Pimble Ladies, Canberra Grammar a little bit further back, and then Loreto Normanhurst.
That Sydney Girls crew is sitting on around 31 strokes per minute. So nice stroke rate to be sitting on this part of the race. Probably see them start to lift that race a little higher if they feel they need to in the last part of the race. But they're very comfortable sitting on around 31 strokes a minute. I've gone through the 1,500 metre mark in a time of 6:18.42. 4.89 seconds in front of Pimble Ladies in second position and Askham in third position, a further 4.5 seconds back. So the crews are fairly spread out in this race, and it's looking like Sydney girls. Solid performance from them.
So at the 1,500 metre mark, it was Canberra Grammar in 4th place and Loreto Normanhurst in 5th.
And coming onto the podium now, we have race 49, the Schoolgirl Double Scull Division 2, and this event was taken out by Canberra Grammar 4, the crew of Kate Oliver and Poppy Richard, coached by Sarah Peterswald. So congratulations, girls, that was a great effort on that race, Schoolgirl Double Division 2.
So Sydney girls maintaining their lead in race 50 from Pimble, Askham still in 3rd place, Canberra Grammar in 4th and Loreto Normanhurst in 5th. the slight cross breeze isn't affecting the girls rowing in this event. The top three crews in view are all rowing very steadily.
Yeah, that crew in first position still sitting on around 31, 32 strokes per minute. So they haven't really needed to lift too much, although they are lifting a little bit here, making sure they hold that lead.
Pymble finishing fast, but again, they've left their run a little late, but pushing very hard and getting good boat length towards the line. In fact, catching up enormous amount in that last 500, but not enough to overtake Sydney Girls. Sydney Girls 1, Pymble 2, Askham 3. So the crew of Laurentio and Lorian Wong, winners of race 50, Division 3 of the schoolgirl double scull. As we look down the course now, Canberra Grammar, crew of Jade Wilson and Sophie Mackay crosses the line in 4th place, leaving just Loreto Normanhurst to complete race 50. So race 50 won by Sydney Girls. Second was Pymble Ladies, very fast finishing. Third, Askham. Fourth, Canberra Grammar. And fifth will be Loreto Normanhurst. That completes the schoolgirl double scull races. We now move to the 7 divisions of the schoolgirl single scull. And the first of these events is Division 1, and that is race 51 on the program. These are unseeded divisions, so each division comprises both the leading scullers and lower placed scullers from each school. So in the race 51, and there may be a number of scratchings, but certainly we have a sculler from Canberra Girls Grammar in lane 7, that's Claudia Bridgewater, and she was leading the race at the 500 metre mark. Then we have at second place at the 500 metre mark was the sculler Madison Duncan from Canberra Grammar, number 2 sculler. Then Charlotte Steele from Sydney Girls was in 3rd place, and Maeve Maloney from Winona was in 4th place.
So going through that 500 metre mark, there was only a second in it. So fairly close there between first and second, a little bit further back between second and third. So it'll be interesting to see where these crews are positioned when they move through that 1,000 metre mark at the halfway mark of the race. Going through that 1,000 metre mark, it is the Canberra Grammar 2 School of Madison Duncan in first position and Claudia Bridgewater in second, only 0.29 of a second behind. So it's quite tight there. And in third we had Sydney Girls, that's Charlotte Steele. That's the positionings at the halfway mark. Going through in fourth we had Winona, Maeve Maloney.
So a very tight battle there between Madison Duncan and Claudia Bridgewater. 2 swapping places at the 1,000 metre mark, but only 0.29 of a second. So it'll be very interesting to see how those 2 scullers finish up at the 1,500 metre mark.
Very slight crosswind blowing across the course, but only very marginal. Great conditions for rowing out here today.
I suspect Penrith is heating up a little, but certainly won't affect racing today. So the sculler's just coming up now to the 1500 metre mark.
And yes, going through the 1500, it was Canberra Grammar 2, Madison Duncan. She went through in a time of 6:49.15. She certainly extended the lead. She's 9.38 seconds in front of that Canberra Girls Grammar, so she's had a very good third 500 here. So I'm sure she'll be looking to consolidate on that in the last 500 of this race. And in third, going through the 1500, we had Charlotte Steele from Sydney Girls. So this race is certainly playing out. It's looking like it's Madison Duncan, who is certainly moving away from Claudia Bridgewater, who's in second position. And coming through the 1500 metres mark, in fourth position, we had Winona Maeve Maloney.
So again, it was the third 500 that really set up this race. So on the podium now we have the winners of race 50, Division 3 of the schoolgirl double scull, and that was won by the Sydney Girls crew of Lauren Teo and Lorian Wong, coached by Matteo Villani. Congratulations to Sydney Girls, winners of Division 3 of the schoolgirl double scull, race 50 on the program. Well done.
Coming into the last few hundred metres here of race 51, schoolgirl single scull Division 1. It's certainly this Canberra Girls Grammar crew, the sculler from Claudia Bridgewater. She's taken a commanding lead. She's looking very strong here. She's really pulling away. Madison Duncan from Canberra Grammar. She's looking very strong out here, Madison. Lovely long strokes. You can see how she's just really settling. Great rhythm. Very effortless. Finishing off the stroke nicely in the second half with her body drive. And she's really looking very comfortable here. It's a great row here. Madison Duncan from Canberra Grammar 2. And there's the buzzer as she goes over the line. Well done. And there we have Claudia Bridgewater just going over the line. Canberra Girls Grammar, 15 seconds behind Madison. Great row from her. And the buzzer for third, Sydney Girls, Charlotte Steele. Great rowing by those girls in the single scull. And then going over the line in fourth from Winona, Maeve Maloney. Well done to Maeve on that great performance.
So race 51 was won by Madison Duncan from Canberra Grammar, followed by Claudia Bridgewater from Canberra Girls Grammar, Charlotte Steele from Sydney Girls, and fourth place to Maeve Maloney from Winona. The next race is Division 2 of the schoolgirl single scull. There are quite a few scratchings in this race. The scullers that remain are in lane 2. Jaya Rangia, coached by Kendall Brody from Canberra Grammar, number 4 crew. And Loreto Kirribilli, number 6, Ava Contractor, coached by Liv Jackson. In lane 8, Alex Perry Dalton from Canberra Girls Grammar. And in lane 9, Alice Watkins from Loreto Kirribilli, number 7 sculler. And at the 500 metre mark, it was Alex Perry Dalton in the lead, but only just 0.38 of a second ahead of Ava Contractor from Loreto Kirribilli, followed by Rangia from Canberra Grammar.
Now we're about to have on the podium the presentation for race 51, which is a schoolgirl single scull Division 1. And this event was taken out by Madison Duncan from Canberra Grammar, coached by Kendall Brody. Congratulations, Madison, on a fantastic race in that schoolgirl single scull.
It appears that Alice Watkins hasn't started, so there are only 3 scullers in this race. That's race 52. Alex Perry-Dalton, who's currently in the lead, Ava Contractor from Loreto Kirribilli, and then Jaya Rangia from Canberra Grammar.
Is fairly close here though between first and second in this race, only 0.4 of a second separating the leader from the second position through the 500. But of course it is the early stages of the race, 500 metres, it's only the quarter of the way through this 2,000 metre course, so really could be anybody's race at this stage. Many of these girls probably have already had races earlier in the day, so there will be a bit of fatigue setting in. So fitness is critical here for these girls. They've got that fitness and able to back up with their races. And there we have, going through the 1,000 metre mark, Canberra Girls Grammar, Alex Perry-Dalton in a time of 4:31, followed by Loreto Kirribilli 6, Ava Contractor, 3 seconds behind her. In third, Canberra Grammar number 4. These girls still have good conditions out here. Slight crosswind blowing across the course, but ideal conditions for rowing. You can see some of the girls looking around, just trying to see where they're positioned relative to the rest of the field. Don't really want to be looking around too much. It is important to have an idea of where the rest of the field is, but really just want to take a little bit of a glance just so you don't upset the boat movement too much and just keep that concentration on the individual boat. And it's that crew out in front sitting on around 30 and a half strokes per minute, looking quite comfortable there, starting to push away a little bit as she comes into the second, third 500 of last 500 of this race. And going through the 1,500, it is that Canberra Girls Grammar. She's gone through in a time of 6:50 in the first position in lane 8. And in second position, Loreto Kirribilli, number 6, Ava Contractor, about 9.8 seconds behind her. In third, we have the Canberra Grammar number 4 crew, Jaya Rangia. Rangia. And Alex is certainly really pushing away here. She's sitting up tall and strong. You can see her rating coming up a little bit. She's got nice blade work there, just taking a blade full. I'm sure she'd be feeling a little bit tired here, but she's looking very strong, very composed as she comes into the last few hundred metres of this race, which is race 52.
But certainly extending her lead even further. Probably about 5 boat lengths ahead now of the second place sculler from Loreto Kirribilli. That's Ava Contractor. And in third place remains Jaja Rangia. Jaja holding on to Ava Contractor, but Alex Perry Dalton certainly moving away from Ava Contractor in first place.
Yes, it's definitely going to be Alex Perry Dalton from Canberra Girls Grammar, who's taking out the win in this crew, in this event. She's about to go over the line very shortly, but another 3 or 4 strokes to go. And that's a great solid win there from Alex, Canberra Girls Grammar.
And second place, there's been a great last 500 metres from Jaja Rangia from Canberra Grammar, and she's pulled ahead of the Loreto Kirribilli sculler. It's going to be a very close finish, but I think Jaja Rangia just got there in second place. No, it's a photo. Oh, photo for second, but I think from here it looks like Jaja Rangia just pipped Ava Contractor on the line. But we'll get the results of that photo very shortly. The next race is race 53, which is Division 3 of the schoolgirl single scull. And there are a number of scratchings in this race, but we should have left Ciara Ortolani from Leichhardt, coached by Isaac Shepherd. Sarah Blaney from Sydney Girls, coached by Matteo Villani in lane 3. In lane 4, Hallie Noyes, coached by Kendall Brady from Canberra Grammar. In lane 5, Georgina Stevenson from Sydney Rowing Club. And lane 6, Caitlin Natty from Canberra Girls Grammar.
Oh, that's scratched.
So we're still waiting on that photo finish for race 52. It was a very, very close finish. Jaja Rangia had a very strong last 500 metres.
Going through the 1,000 metres of race 53 in the schoolgirl single, we have the Leichhardt, Ciara Ortolani, gone through in a time of 4:32, followed by Georgina Stevenson from Sydney, followed in third, Caitlin Natty from Canberra Girls Grammar, and then in fourth, Hallie Noyes from Canberra Grammar 1, and then Sarah Blaney from Sydney Girls. That's the standing positions through the 1,000 metre mark. And we have on the podium now the winner from race 52, which was the schoolgirl single scull, Division 2, and that was a win for Alex Perry Dalton from Canberra Girls Grammar. Congratulations, Alex.
And we've just got the results of the photo finish for race 52. And it was indeed Jaja Rangia who came second from the Loreto Kirribilli sculler, Ava Contractor. And the time was 0.02, 0.02, 2/100ths of a second. I think that's as close as one can get. That literally is a bow ball. So at the 1,000 metre mark in race 54, which is only just behind race 53. At the 1,000 metre mark, it was Charlotte Oitmar from Tara leading Alyssa Fickers, and then Charlie Griebel, and then Josie Sims from Loreto Normanhurst.
So coming into the final few hundred here, it is the sculler from Sydney, Georgina Stevenson, who is in the lead. She's putting in some really big strokes here. She looks around for the finish line. Solid performance from her today. Nice long strokes. You can see her placing that blade right out where she's reaching.
And on the far side, we have Sierra Ortolani from Leichhardt in second place. On this side of the course, Caitlin Nanty from Canberra Girls Grammar in third. And then Hallie Noyce from Canberra Grammar in fourth. So the results in race 53, Division 3 of the schoolgirl single scull, it was won by Georgina Stevenson from Sydney Rowing Club, Ciara Ortolani from Leichhardt Rowing Club in second, Caitlin Natty from Canberra Girls Grammar in third, and Hallie Noyce from Canberra Grammar in fourth. And there's one sculler to complete the race, and that's Sarah Blaney from Sydney Girls, and she's just coming up to the last 50 metres now. And that will then complete race 53. So returning to race 54, which is Division 4 of the schoolgirl single scull, at the 1,500 metre mark, Charlotte Oitmar from Tara was leading Alyssa Fickers from Loreto Kirribilli. Charlie Griebel was in third place from Roseville. Josie Sims from Loreto Normanhurst in fourth.
That crew from Tara School sitting on 32 strokes a minute there. Looking very comfortable, sitting in the middle of the river is always a nice spot to look to your stroke side, look to your bow side and see that you're sitting right out in front, extending the lead there. It's a comfortable win for her this afternoon. Crew from Loreto Kirribilli in second. You can hear the rest of the schoolmates cheering her on. Great to see that support from the other girls. And she's really pushing all the way to the finish line. But it's going to be to Tara School, Charlotte Oitmar, taking this win out today. And she's gone through in a time of 9:01.97.
And coming up the finish line on the far side of the course now is Alyssa Fickers from Loreto Kirribilli. And she will take second place. Third place, just close to the grandstand, is the Roseville sculler, Charlie Griebel. And then fourth place will go to the sculler from Loreto Normanhurst, Josie Sims. And that completes race 54, Division 4 of the schoolgirl single scull. Charlotte Oitmar was the winner, followed by Alyssa Fickers, Charlie Griebel from Roseville, and then Josie Sims from Loreto Normanhurst. That brings us then to race 55, which is Division 5 of the schoolgirl single scull. Again, there are a number of scratchings in this race.
We did just have the presentation of race 53, which was the schoolgirl single scull, Division 3. That was won by Georgina Stevenson from Sydney. So congratulations, Georgina.
So at the 500 metre mark in race 55, the race leader was Sienna Meany from Roseville. She's coached by Hamish McDonald. In second place was Elizabeth Carey from Loreto Kirribilli. Third place, Alex Whitson from Loreto Kirribilli. Fourth place was Lara Wheelhouse from Loreto Normanhurst. And then fifth was Krishna Panika from Tara.
And onto the podium now for race 54, the winner of the schoolgirl single scull Division 4. We had from Tara School, Charlotte Oitmar, coached by Aidan Smith. Congratulations to Charlotte on that win in race 54. So in race 55 here, going through the 500, we did have Sienna Meany from Roseville in front, went through in a time of 2:10, closely followed by crew in second position from Loreto Kirribilli. And Sienna's looking nice and strong out here. She's got clear water on second position as she's about to see her go through the 1,000 metre mark there, halfway mark of this race. And then we have the two crews from Loreto Kirribilli going through the 1,000 metre mark almost together. That's Elizabeth Carey and Alexandra Whitson. And then in fourth position, we have the Tara School, Krishna Panika. And the Loreto Normanhurst sculler of Lara Wheelhouse going through in the fifth position there. So it still does look to be this Roseville rower, Sienna Meany, who's in the lead here. She's looking quite comfortable out there. Still have nice conditions here, with a slight crosswind blowing across the course. But these other Loreto Kirribilli crews are certainly going to push her all the way. You can see this lovely long rowing by these girls. Really driving those legs down. Many of these girls will have already raced earlier in the morning, so there will be some fatigue setting in. This is where fitness is important. So that crew from the sculler from Roseville sitting on around 29 strokes per minute as she goes through the 1500 metre mark, starting to push away a little bit on the sculler from Loreto Kirribilli, about to go through in second position. That's Alexandra Whitson.
Elizabeth Carey's being recorded as third, but she hasn't been given a time the entire race, so I'm not sure what's happening there.
Coming into the last few hundred metres of the race here, the Roseville single sculler, Sienna Meany, is pulling away slightly, but these Loreto Kirribilli crews are going to push her all the way. The girls would really be feeling the pinch here. The lactic acid would be burning through their legs and through their arms, tired from the other races they've done, but they're really looking solid, really strong, and this great rowing here today out at Penrith from these scullers. Into the last 250 metres now of this race. It's still Sienna Meany with clear water on the other scullers from Loreto Kirribilli, Alexandra Whitson, but you can see this other Loreto Kirribilli sculler certainly pushing her, rate lifting here. Alexandra, you can see that rate coming up. She's going to push her all the way, gaining ever so slightly. Both of these Loreto Kirribilli crews really going to push this Roseville rower.
So all three of the top place getters finishing very hard in this race. Alex Whitson probably is left to run a little late, though, and it will be Sienna Meany that crosses the line from Roseville to take out race 55, followed closely by Alex Whitson, and then in the middle of the field, Elizabeth Carey in the program, but on the screen it's showing, yes, Elizabeth Carey.
And that was a great last 500 by those two Loreto Kirribilli scullers. They really did move up a lot on that crew, on the sculler from Roseville, so excellent rowing from those girls.
And just coming up the line now, in fourth place will be Krishna Panika from Tara. And then we have Lara Wheelhouse from Loreto Normanhurst will complete race 55. Lara just coming up with about 8 strokes to go. We then move to our second last race of the day, Division 6 of the schoolgirl single scull. And after scratchings, we should have 4 entries. Jessica Kovacs from Loreto Kirribilli in lane 2, Caitlin Irving from Tara in lane 3. In lane 7, Roseville, Phoebe Herdman, and in lane 9, Annabelle Ross from Loreto Kirribilli. And at the 1,000 metre mark, Caitlin Irving from Tara had established a very strong lead over Jessica Kovacs from Loreto Kirribilli, and in third place at the 500 was Phoebe Herdman from Roseville. It appears that Annabelle Ross may not have started.
Going through the 1500 there, it is still Caitlin Irving in that first position from Tara School. And there through the 1500, we have Jessica Kovacs in the second position. Going through in third, Roseville Phoebe Herdman. It's the top 3 positions in this sculling race. Race 56 on the program this afternoon.
So just 3 scullers in this race as they approach now the last 250 metres.
Caitlin from Tara School sitting on 30 strokes per minute there in the last 250 metres of the race. Pushing away with each stroke from these scullers in second and third. Into the last few hundred metres now of the race. And it's a solid performance from this single sculler from Tara School, Caitlin Irving. And she's coached by Aidan Smith. In lane 2, we have Jessica Kovacs coming in second position. She's looking nice and long and strong there. Nice rhythm there. She's coming, looking like she's going to finish in second position. But certainly we've got this Roseville crew who's pushing up against her all the way. It's going to push her all the way to the line. She's certainly going to push her this.
Yes, Phoebe Herdman finishing very fast for Roseville. But I think Jessica Kovacs has got a long enough lead to hold on to second place. But Phoebe is flying, but not quite going to get reached there. It's going to be very close though. And Jessica Kovacs just ahead of Phoebe Herdman. So race 56 was won by Caitlin Irving of Tara, second place Jessica Kovacs, and third place Phoebe Herdman from Roseville. That brings us to the last race of the day, which is race 57. Division 7 of the schoolgirl single scull.
And we have now on the podium the winner of race 55, schoolgirl single scull division 5, which was Roseville Sienna Meany, coached by Hamish McDonald. Congratulations to Sienna.
So race 57 is now underway. There were 9 entries. We're not sure how many have started. But entered were from Loreto Normanhurst in lane 1, Josephine Egan, St Catherine's Jade Bliss in lane 2, Addison Rolls from Queenwood in lane 3, Hannah Alexander, Roseville in lane 4, Freya Bateman from Kirribilli in lane 5, Lucy Miller from Pymble in lane 6, Mackenzie Knott from Tara in lane 7, Charlotte Bertha from Queenwood in lane 8, and Zoe Fallon from Loreto Kirribilli in lane 9. So at the 500 metre mark was Hannah Alexander from Madeline Knott, then followed Josephine Egan and Freya Bateman. So it appears we may have only had 4 starters in that race. But Hannah Alexander out in front, rowing for Roseville, rowing very carefully, keeping the boat very stable.
And on the podium now, the winner of race 56, Schoolgirl Single Scull Division 6, we have from Tara School, Caitlin Irving, coached by Aidan Smith. Congratulations, Caitlin.
So it's Hannah Alexander about 3 lengths ahead of Josephine Egan from Loreto Normanhurst. And then on this side of the course we have Mackenzie Knott from Tara. Just coming up to the 1,000 metre mark now, and it's still Hannah Alexander in the lead. She's built up a stronger lead now over that second 500 metres. She crossed the 1,000 metre mark in a time of 4:34. In second place is Mackenzie Scott from Tara. Third place, Freya Bateman from Loreto Kirribilli. And fourth place was Josephine Egan from Loreto Normanhurst. So Josephine Egan only 0.5 of a second, or 0.46 of a second behind Freya Bateman, so tight race for third, but the first 2 place getters at this stage of the race are well clear. That's Hannah Alexander and Mackenzie Knott, representing Roseville and Tara respectively.
And Hannah from Roseville sitting on around 26 strokes per minute. She's looking really quite comfortable there. Looks very strong through her drive. Boat's just moving, gliding along nicely on the water there. Still fortunate to have calm conditions out here this afternoon at Penrith. It often does blow up, but we've been very fortunate to have great conditions out here for the whole day of racing.
Certainly making up for last year when it was called off because of the wind. It's very unusual for there to be so little wind at this late in the day at Cirque, so very fortunate today. And this regatta being held about 3 weeks later than it normally would be. In previous years it's been held on the first Sunday in November.
So Hannah is extending that lead a little further. She's about to go through the 1,500 now. She's gone through in a time of 6:54. And plenty of clear water there between her and the scullers coming up in the other positions. We just wait for them to come through the 1,500.
So just Mackenzie Knott coming up now. And she'll be crossing the 1,500 metre mark. No, Freya Bateman has come through. Freya Bateman, a very strong second 500. And Mackenzie Knott has now moved back to third place. And Josephine Egan is in fourth place. So Freya Bateman, a very strong third 500.
Yes,
third 500.
That's been a great third 500 there from Freya. And the third 500 really is a big indicator of your fitness. So it does really indicate that there's good fitness in that single scull boat, Freya Bateman there. And we'll just see how the final 500 metres of this race plays out. But it's certainly looking like it is the Roseville single sculler, Hannah Alexander, who's in the lead. And in second position, we have Freya Bateman.
So still close for second though between Freya Bateman and Mackenzie Knott. Mackenzie Knott still pressing for that elusive second position ahead of Freya Bateman, but Hannah Alexander certainly well out in front. And then Josephine Egan from Loreto Normanhurst completes the field. Freya now getting a lot of support from the Loreto Kirribilli supporters, and fellow rowers.
Freya sitting on around 27 strokes per minute there. So she's looking like a solid performance here from her in this last couple of 100 metres of the race. It's certainly going to be a close finish for second. She's really pushing all the way. Lovely long strokes there. Look at that great leg drive.
And Hannah Alexander crosses the line, a very composed and very well rowed race, and she takes out the last race of the day, Division 7 of the schoolgirl single scull. Freya being pushed on both sides now by the Josephine Egan from Loreto Normanhurst and Mackenzie Knott from Tara. But Freya's just holding her lead, length and a half ahead of now Josephine Egan, who's moved into third place. So Freya crosses in second, Freya Bateman from Loreto Kirribilli, Josephine Egan in third for Loreto Normanhurst, and Mackenzie Knott for Tara came in fourth place.
Yes, and that was great racing there from those crews in second, third and fourth position, really pushing all the way down. A lot of these girls have had other races during the day, so great effort there from all those single scullers.
That completes our regatta. We'll have a presentation for race 57. But at this time, it's important to acknowledge the hard work and dedication of the boat race officials that have made today possible, and of course, all the parent volunteers in the boats, in the towers, the timing huts, and more generally, just assisting in making sure that a regatta of this nature can take place at such a fantastic course. The weather's been very kind to us today, and I hope that all crews have enjoyed their experience, and we look forward, of course, to seeing you later in the season, and of course to returning to the Loreto Kirribilli Regatta next year.
Yes, thank you, John. It's been a wonderful afternoon. Great commentating with you, and yeah, well done to all the crews today. Fantastic racing.
Thanks, Alison. And Alison, of course, making her maiden appearance as a commentator this year at the Loreto Kirribilli Regatta. Alison, of course, being a very experienced Olympic rower for Australia, rowed here in the 2000 Olympics, and I think in 2004 at Athens as well, in the 8. Hence, perhaps the focus on 8s during the course of the commentary today. So we also have the final point score, which as soon as it is tallied, we can read out.
And we do still have a set of keys that were found, which we are in the finishing tower here. So if anybody has lost a set of keys, they can come forward and claim those.
So just doing the medal presentation now for race 57 was won by Hannah Alexander of Roseville. Congratulations, Hannah. Winner of Division 7 of the schoolgirl single sculls.